Hello everyone, in today's video I will be narrating stories that I found off of Reddit. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment something down below. But before we begin this video, I would just like to let you know about my new store page, which can be viewed on my channel page. So if you're interested in buying anything and buy something, it's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Without further ado,
let's get straight into these stories.
So for context, I grew up in the suburbs, and outside of the occasional play park or sports field, there was nothing to do. Lee and my neighbors used to play knock and run, or its other name, ding dong ditch. For context, I have a sister who is a year younger than me, and my neighbor James was the same age as me. His older sister was 14 at the time, and she also played with us from time to time, although I think she just wanted to hang out with my sister, whom she thought was cute. I was admittedly the biggest coward in the group, and to this day, my flight instinct is significantly stronger than my fight instinct, so I would never ring the doorbell as I would always find a way to wiggle out of it. I always found watching it more entertaining than doing it. On this particular afternoon, my cousins came over. One of my cousins was my age, the other was a few years younger than me and couldn't play with us, and the other was a year older than me, but everyone treated him like he was an adult, even though he was only 11, or at least that's how I perceived it. Let's call this cousin Daniel, as he is somewhat important to the story. My cousins came over, and we were banished outside to play, and we all decided that knock and run was a good idea. We usually just played around our immediate street, never venturing further than the next street over out of fear of getting lost in the Copid and pasted suburban streets. We made our way up the street to the play park on top of the hill. It sat where a house could have been, and someone could cut across it onto the next road. As we sat on the play equipment, we decided that a vote should decide who knocked first, and of course I was picked. I remember getting myself out of it and getting my older cousin to take my place. I am thankful that he was and is as proud as he is. It helped me get out of a lot of situations. We decided that our first target would be the fanciest looking house in the area, a white marble house with a fountain in the front yard and a curved driveway. I remember sitting next to a car. I was small enough to look under it from the curb, and I had a clear view of my cousin sneaking up to the door and ringing the doorbell 3 times in order to get the attention of whoever was inside, and he bolted down the pathway towards the street to hide behind the cars. But before he got to the fence, an older man in a black leather apron with what I assumed was paint came sprinting after him. I immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't the usual response to a knock and run. Sure, we have encountered some angry people before, but this was something very different. He practically flew down the walkway towards Daniel and threw his hand out to grab him. This didn't feel like anything someone his age could do, and it scared me. I think I might have been the only one with a clear view of what was going on, which meant that I was the first to see what was happening. It wasn't until the man was practically on top of Daniel that he noticed that he was being chased, and the scream that he made when he realized this will always stick with me. As I said at the start of this, Daniel was and still is a very proud person who will always try to prove himself, so hearing this scream of pure terror struck at my core. Everyone was clued in at this point as to what was happening. Daniel didn't open the waist-high gate at the end of the path, he just jumped it, which I think ultimately saved him from getting hurt as the old man had to take a second to open it. Daniel was sprinting down the street as fast as I had ever seen him. "Stop, you little brat," the man shouted with a deep, angry voice, which did actually stop Daniel in his tracks. They were both standing in the middle of the road at this point, reminding me of an old western movie when 2 cowboys would be standing at either end of the main road. The man marched straight up into Daniel's face, and I could finally get a good look at him. His skin resembled rough leather, and the few strands of hair on his head had long since grayed. He was clean shaven, and he was wearing white pants, a white button-up, and a black leather apron that had what I rationalized as red paint on it. After he was maybe half a foot from Daniel, he started to berate him, and I could only make out the words "sick people" in there. Everything about this man threw me off, and I could see my neighbor and my other cousin, who was hiding in the bushes, felt the same. My neighbor's older sister, whom I will call Tay, screamed out at him from the other side of the road, which gave Daniel the opportunity to run as fast as he could away from the man. We all ran at that point. I don't think I or anyone else knew where we were running off to, but I found myself in the car park of the shopping center across the road from me. I waited there for maybe 30 minutes, just watching cars come in and out, feeling safer with the large group of people. I had no idea at the time if he chased one of us, but I knew that I was safe. I made my way back to my house and found that I was the last one to return. My cousin Daniel ran straight home, and Tay followed him. My other cousin and neighbor ran around the suburbs for a bit before deciding to go home. My mom was missing when I got home, and I realized that she had been told what happened. My mother is someone who isn't afraid of protecting her own, and she is one of the strongest people I know, so I felt pretty safe that she was aware and was off telling him to screw off, but when she got back she seemed off. She didn't want to talk about it or anything, and any color from her face had completely drained. We slept at my neighbor's house that night because my mom wanted to talk to my dad about something serious, and I think we all knew what it was about. Nothing happened for a while after that, not for a while, but my mom was a lot more protective of what we did outside. We were no longer allowed to play knock and run or go up the road without a parent. It really bugged my sister, who loved to play outside, but I don't think she fully understood what happened. I have a lot more stories about this guy, and I probably will write more because this has helped me get a better grip on everything that happened throughout that year. But I hope you enjoy the very first event in one of the worst periods of my life. Part 2. Okay, so before I get into the next few events, I think that it is important to address some things that I've read in the last post. I know that we were the ones who originally disturbed him, but I thought it was important to dedicate a post to that event as it kind of kicked off a lot of stuff. I will probably update this post with a few more stories just to get it all out there, but I just wanted to say that I fully understand me and everyone else's part to play in part 1, but I believe that the issue really began after that, which is what I'll show you today. First things first, I promised a few of you that I would ask my mom what the old man had told her last night at dinner, and I did manage to do so. She was surprised that I remembered what happened and tried to sweep it under the rug, but I kept pressing her for answers. I'm not proud of pressuring my mother into talking to me about something like this, but curiosity got the better of me. I know that that isn't an excuse, but I feel it somewhat justifies my actions, as a lot of you wanted to know as well. After I pressed her for more answers, she grabbed my arm and led me to my room before placing me on my bed. She sat next to me and told me not to repeat anything of what I said to my sister, my cousins, or anyone else who was involved with this man throughout that year. She finally opened up about how she was sitting at home watching television when she heard a loud knock on the front door. It was my cousin Daniel and my neighbor Tay, who looked terrified and exhausted. After letting them in and grilling them for answers, my mom was rightfully pissed that someone had spoken to them in such a way, and so she got up to go and confront the man, and on her way out, my other cousin and neighbor arrived, whom she also sent inside. She was concerned about where I was, but Daniel made it clear that I ran in the opposite direction of the man and that he would go out looking for me, which it turned out he didn't. My mom made her way up to the play park and saw the man pacing back and forth up and down his driveway. He didn't seem angry or upset. He apparently didn't seem like anything besides someone marching back and forth, which took my mother's mood from enraged to confused. She walked up to the front gate and let herself in, which made the man stop almost immediately and stare at her. I am surprised that she didn't turn back and go home at that point, because that's what I imagine anyone would have done. But as I said in part 1, I am a coward. The man marched up to my mom and started to berate with her about trespassing on his property, which she met by berating with him about terrifying some kids. This apparently went on for a couple minutes before he said something that terrified her. My mom didn't say exactly what he said because she said that she was trying to forget it, but he said something along the lines of, "I will show both of you what it feels like to have somebody on your property when you don't want them there, and then I'll shut those kids up forever." He tried to grab her at that point, but she quickly moved away and left his yard, swiftly walking back home. This really affected my mom, but that was the answer I got from her. I gave her a hug and apologized for pressing her to tell me, and we got back to dinner shortly after. It had been about a month, maybe a month and a half, since the first initial incident with the man. We hadn't seen him since, and I was forgetting about it until I went to the shops one day. For context, my parents had started to let me go to the shops by myself to grab little things for them. I was young at the time, and the shops were across the road from me, so getting there wasn't an issue. One day, my dad asked me to go and grab a loaf of bread for him. He gave me two $2 coins and sent me on my way to the shops. I was getting used to doing this on my own and enjoying my independence. I grabbed the bread, which was on the far side of the large supermarket, and made my way towards the registers. I stopped by the toy aisle and took a look at all of the low-quality, mass-produced action figures that I desperately wanted. This was part of my routine. Even now, if I wanted something but didn't have money to get it, I would just look at it. But on this occasion, I wish I had just continued to the registers. I felt two hands push me to the ground from my left. I was shocked for a moment, as I didn't fully know what had just happened. The sticky and dusty floor beneath me hurt. It took me a second to look at my attacker, and when I did, I immediately knew that this was very wrong. It was the old man from up the road. He had found me in the place that I had hid from him just a month prior. He started to shout at me, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. I don't know if it was the adrenaline ringing in my ears or his rage just taking over, but the tone in which he was shouting shook me. I tried to get up to run, and when I planted my foot on the ground to get up, up, he kicked it out from below me, which made me fall back on the ground. Thank God a staff member arrived at this point. They must have heard us shouting from across the store and come to check on what was happening. I didn't get a good look at the staff member, but I am thankful for them. As I got up to run with the loaf of bread in my hand, I could hear the man reacting to me getting away, and it took everything in me not to look behind me to look at him. But I knew that he was furious. I ran straight out of the store with the bread without realizing it and almost threw up from all of the emotions. I told my parents when I got home, and they both made it clear that I wouldn't be going on any shopping trips by myself from here on out. They didn't think about how me and my sister walked together to school, which in hindsight should have been something that they thought of. The trip to my school wasn't a long one, it was just over a kilometer long, or just over half a mile. But the trip was still tough on small legs. There were quite a few hills, which added time to our trip there, and the path went along a creek with nothing around it. It was nice and isolated, which helped relax my mind after school. Not long after the supermarket incident, me and my sister were walking home from school and just made our way to the beginning of the path along the creek when we saw a van that had been parked there for what I assumed had been a while. I thought it was empty, but as you could probably guess, it wasn't. We turned to enter the creek when the van door opened, and we heard someone shouting out to us, "Hey, do you guys want to drive home?" It was the man. My sister, who was always trusting of others, started to walk towards the truck, but I quickly held her back. "What's wrong?" the man said in a cheerful tone. This was very different from the unintelligible screaming from just the week before, and I obviously wanted nothing to do with this man. I quickly started to lead my sister towards the creek, and the man quickly scooted over towards the door. "Wait up, I will walk you home." I should have run up the hill towards the school, but instead I started to sprint down the creek. Looking back at this, I feel stupid. Daniel was faster than me, and the man had been able to catch up to them in seconds, but for some reason he didn't leave his truck. All I heard was another unintelligible scream and his truck driving away. My sister was beyond pissed that we didn't get a ride home and that we had to walk, but I didn't care. She and I were safe, and so we continued walking along the path. Thinking back to it, the path was beautiful and connected on either side to small, quiet streets, the perfect in-between of isolation. Sadly, my young mind didn't realize that the creek opened to two quiet streets, and so when I saw that same silvered van on the street at the end of the path, I froze. What could I have done? I felt powerless and had to take care of my sister, who was only now figuring out that this man may not have good intentions. I decided that the best course of action was to cross the creek and walk through the bushes to the other side. This was a beyond dangerous idea as there were slippery rocks, animals, and running water. This very easily could have injured or killed us, but somehow we managed. We climbed over logs of wood and under tree branches, through prickly bushes, and through large plants. But we managed to do it and crossed over to another road that we followed towards the main road, which took us home. Obviously, those two vans could have been different, but at the time I was certain they were the same, and even now I am not 100% sure if they were different. I only found out about this later, but my parents got the police involved at this point. But based on the fact that more stuff happened, I am going to say that they probably didn't do much. There were a few other things that happened throughout this time, like mail being stolen, our bins being pushed over, and the front door knocking at the early hours of the morning that we knew was him, although we had no real proof. There is one last thing that I will bring up before I end part 2. For context, my dad used to have campouts with me and my sister. We would sleep out on the couch, and my dad would sleep on a mattress on the floor. The couches we would sleep on were right next to the front door in the living room. We would watch movies with pizza or some other type of takeaway. It was really fun, and I remember those nights, but one particular night will stick with me. Everyone else went to sleep, and Naruto was on. I hadn't watched or read Naruto at that point, but I recognized the characters. I was sitting directly next to the large window that looked out onto the driveway. I was just enjoying doing nothing when I saw some movement out on the driveway, and so I looked out, and there he was, walking up to our front door, wearing his white pants and white button-up shirt. He was staring directly at our front door with such focus that it felt like nothing would break it, but something did, and it was me. He looked at me, and I could see in his eyes that it was funny to him. He simply held his hand up, waved at me, and then placed one finger on his mouth as if he were telling me to shush, and then he jogged away. I surprisingly fell asleep not long later. Now looking back and remembering what my mom had told me, I think I know what he was trying to do. Part 3, it was summer, and the local council decided to have a fair. The local council hired a few clowns, some face painting stations, food trucks, and bouncy castles at the local football field. Of course, me and my sister were beyond excited to go. For a young child, this was the hottest ticket in town, and my parents were happy to take us as it was just down the road and free. I remember the field being beyond busy, the crowd was difficult to walk in and even harder to see through, but we managed to find ourselves right next to a giant blow-up bouncy slide. As it was summer, the actual balloon of the slide burned to the touch, and the sun made me feel like I was slowly melting. Regardless of this, I must have spent at least 40 minutes going up and down that slide. I was having too much fun and didn't notice that both my parents parents and sister had gone missing in the giant crowd of people. I got down from the slide, put my shoes and socks back on, and started to make my way through the crowd. I didn't actually know where I was going, and I remember feeling incredibly anxious as I waddled around the fair. It wasn't until I felt a hand on my shoulder and then on my forearm that I felt a little safer. It was my dad. I thought he had found me. I couldn't actually tell whose arm it was, as the angle at which it was holding my arm made it difficult to look at in a crowd. The whole day was overly stimulating, and I wasn't thinking clearly. I should have known from how hard the hand was gripping me or the fact that it was leading me to the parking lot that something was wrong. I only really felt terror when I saw my parents running towards me, running faster than I had ever seen them run. Adrenaline immediately coursed through my veins, and I pivoted my body around and immediately saw the leathery hand on my arm and white pants. The link was connected in my mind as to who this was. My mother's scream was the first thing I heard, and the angry or annoyed grunt of the old man followed it. He started to jog with me towards his truck, but I had started to fight back against his grip. He may have been old, but he was stronger than any elderly person should be, and he was faster too. Everything about this man was wrong, and it may have been my young mind making it all up, but I still believed that something was very weird about him. No elderly person should be like this. At this point, I was only a couple feet away from his car, and as he opened the door, I felt two hands on my right arm that pulled me hard against the man's grip. The man's grip held on before my dad came out from behind me and slammed the old man's head into his car, which loosened his grip on me. At this point, my mother grabbed me and ran, and we went straight home. Apparently, they didn't notice me slip away on the bouncy slide, and they ran into some family friends who offered to take care of my sister while they searched for me. I don't know what type of person it takes to do something like that in such a populated area, but this man was not normal, not in the slightest. My dad returned later that night. He looked really roughed up and drained of all energy. From what I had gathered over the years, they got into a pretty brutal fight that ended with the police breaking it up. My dad didn't get into that much trouble considering that he had called the police on the man before, but they still took him to the station to give a statement. When he sat down on the couch, he looked exhausted, bruises forming all over and a cut on his lip and upper eyebrow still leaking blood. But he had a smile on his face, and I could hear him telling my mom that it was over. They were both hopeful, and so was I. A couple weeks later, my cousins came back over, and Daniel wanted to know everything. He felt like he was the main victim and deserved to know everything because he was the one that the man shouted at and the one that the man wanted to get the most. I don't disagree that the man would probably try to hurt him on sight, but it felt weird to me, almost like he was trying to take credit for something that to him sounded like a creepy story, but to my family was real. Anyway, we decided to go out for a bit. My parents trusted us because we were with my older cousin. We went up to the usual play park, which was across the street from the man's currently vacant house. Daniel was telling us all about how he swore that he saw him near his house. Keep in mind that he lives almost 3 hours away. I am not saying that he is a liar, but I am saying that he wanted to be part of this. Anyway, we were playing hide and seek. Tay, our neighbor, was seeking, and she had only just started to count down from 60. I always tagged along with Daniel because he always found the best spots. We ran across the road towards the man's house, and Daniel jumped the fence, which I immediately stopped at. "Come on," he said from the other side of the waist-high fence. "No one will find us." The house felt like a void that we would get sucked into, and I had up until this point refused to even be near it. But for some reason I agreed. I joined him in the man's yard, and to my shock, Daniel wanted to go deeper into his home, not just his yard. I made it clear that this was a very bad idea. Even if he was in custody, jail, or whatever, we would be breaking into someone's home. Daniel didn't seem scared by it, though I think the whole idea of being in the man's house seemed too attractive to him. We went around the side fence into his backyard. It was overgrown, almost like no one had been living there for years. I made my way towards his back window and looked inside. From what I could make out, he was a hardcore minimalist, only having a television, chair, fireplace, and shelf that housed some photos of a much younger man and some medals. He was a veteran. It changes nothing to me, but it explains his above average speed and strength, especially for his age. The sound of a door sliding open almost made me yell in fear. Daniel had found an unlocked sliding door and wanted to venture inward. I ran around to find him, but he was already inside before I could stop him. At this point, I was also curious to find out more, but I understood the risk of this all. It didn't matter if I understood it because I went in with him. The rest of the house reflected the living room. The kitchen had a fridge and a stove, and the dining room only had a small table with one wooden chair. There was no decoration on the walls or signs of life besides these sad reminders of how lonely the man had been. As I said, this changes nothing for me. I hate this man more than anyone can know. We made our way upstairs and found 2 completely empty rooms in one bedroom, a single bed with a bedside table filled with different types of weapons, a hatchet, a knife, and a knuckle duster. I had never seen a knuckle duster before, and I successfully fought the urge to take it and put it on. This was something that Daniel failed to do, as he almost immediately grabbed it, which I almost hit him for. We continued searching the house, and Daniel had the idea that he must have something weird in his wardrobe, and when we opened it, he gave a disappointed sigh as there was nothing inside except a few white button-ups and white pants. This especially creeped me out as he never wore anything else. We made our way back down the stairs and into the living room, and to our surprise, we missed the table that sat next to the couch. It was just out of view and only had one drawer. Daniel opened it and struggled to get it out fast, but when he did, we found something profoundly strange. It was a single photo. Neither of us could make out what it was, but we knew that it looked familiar. Daniel sat down at the chairboard, and it was only then that we heard Tay scream out that she had given up. Daniel shot up and sprinted back out to the backyard. We had both completely forgotten about her, but as I put the photo back into the drawer, something stood out to me about the photo. The fence was navy blue. This was something unusual in my area, and I knew of only one navy blue fence in the suburb, our side door entrance fence. This realization made the photo seem so much clearer. The white pebbles on the ground leading to the backyard, the cream color of the garage next to it, and the green bush at the end of the path. This was my home. He had a photo of my home. I quickly met back up with Daniel and Tay, and we went back home. I should have told my parents, but I was scared that I would be in trouble if they found out that we were in his home. I understand why we would be, but I still didn't want to live up to it. About a month after that, we were having another camp out with me, my dad, and my sister. Both my sister and my dad had fallen asleep with the television still on, illuminating the room. It was one of those weird situations where you were both really comfortable and really uncomfortable. That was my situation, and on most nights I love this feeling, but that feeling will always be tied to this night. I was drifting off to sleep as well, but I heard the sliding back door open slowly. I peered up above the couch and saw a silhouette of a man standing in the doorway. I froze with fear and started to cry. My dad woke up at this point. I am not entirely sure how. Maybe it was a parental instinct, but he knew almost immediately that something was wrong. He got off the bed and crouched towards the dining room, which is where the back door was. The other man had begun to walk slowly through the house at this point, murmuring to himself. To my horror, I recognized the pants, the bright white pants. So many questions went through my mind, the most prevalent one being how he was in custody. But none of that mattered because there he was, standing in my dining room, holding something. My dad charged him from around the corner and tackled him into the wall. The old man punched him in the arm, and my dad immediately dropped that arm. It was the knuckle dusters that Daniel was wearing. It was at this point that the lights turned on. I don't know if it was my dad or the man, but they came on, and my dad made a noise of pure horror. Both men were fully healed from their last fight, but my dad took a real beating. I had always expected that the old man had had his butt kicked, but now I am not so sure. My dad was standing in the doorway to the living room, shielding us with his body. My sister was awake and crying at this time, as was I, and my mom also ran down the stairs and immediately saw everything that was going on. The man had lunged at my dad with a thing in his hand that I could see was a hatchet. My dad threw himself to the side, and his other arm got grazed by the hatchet, drawing blood. My mom at this point leapt towards the old man and pushed him into the kitchen bench, which made him scream, but he was up almost as fast as he was down. He slashed at my mom and missed her, and my dad ran to the other room and started to call the police. My mom was dodging his slashes while also throwing things at him. Once she got to the knife block, she armed herself with 2 knives and threw one of them, and the handle hit him in the face, knocking him back. My mom took the opportunity and drove the knife into his shoulder, which made him scream again. He fell to the ground and didn't try to get up until the police arrived. After this happened, we moved not too far away, maybe just half an hour away. Even though we lived so close to that place, we have never returned. As much as I have been tempted to go back and relive some stuff, for the time being, I am pretty comfortable staying here. Apparently, he paid bail and was staying in the hospital for a while before staying at somebody else's house. I know that he made his way back to his house before making his way to my home. It creeps me out to think that I could have been in his home at the same time as him. Well, anyway, it's been 10 years, and it's been something that's been on my mind for a while. I want to thank you all for hearing my story. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I grew up in a small town. The total population was maybe 2,000. Everyone knew everyone else, or at least knew your family members. It was a safe town with mostly middle-class working families. Nothing major ever happened and the crime rates were low. I grew up feeling safe and secure. To note, I grew up in the 90s. One summer day, my good friend Ginny and I were out for a bike ride. We were 11 years old. We were allowed to bike anywhere we wanted, as long as we didn't leave our town and wore our helmets. There was a new road being constructed in between the 2 main neighborhoods. The new road was to provide a shorter way of accessing the main road to get to the next town. At the time, the road was still under construction but was nearly complete. All that was left was paving and painting. Ginny and I decided to bike down the gravel road. Ginny and I were about halfway down the road. The road was about a kilometer long. At the halfway point, we noticed a man walking. He was early 30s and very handsome. I didn't recognize him and Ginny didn't either. As we got closer, he broke out in a big smile and said hello. We said hello back as he didn't seem threatening or scary. He asked us if we were having a good summer and we said yes. He told Ginny and I he was a photographer from a nearby city and was in town to scout out models for his new postcard company. He said Ginny and I had beautiful features. He said everything in a very flattering way that made us feel special. He said we could be models. He asked if he could take our pictures. He said we had the look he wanted and the scenery right now is perfect to promote the town. He said he knows he will sell tons of postcards and we could all make money. Ginny and I eagerly agreed. He got us to stand with our hands on our hips and smile big. He took a disposable camera out of his back pocket and began snapping photos. He took about 10 photos in total from many angles. I remember feeling a little uneasy and said we should probably go because we needed to be home soon. He said he would get in touch with our principal on the first day of school to give us some money from the postcard sales. We foolishly confirmed we went to the local elementary school, though it was the only elementary school in town so it wouldn't be hard to figure out. Neither Ginny or I remember to this day giving him our names. This is an important detail for later. Ginny and I talked about becoming famous on the way home. I told Ginny that I wondered why he didn't have a professional camera. She said she wondered that too, but we agreed cameras are expensive so maybe he didn't have a nice one with him in case it rained. That evening at supper, I told my parents about my potential newfound fame. They were horrified and got on the phone with Ginny's parents. The two sets of parents called police and gave statements. Police sort of downplayed it and said it was unusual but nothing criminal had happened. My parents had a long talk to me about safety, as did Ginny's parents with her. The following spring, Ginny and I were hanging out together, this time a little older and a little wiser and a lot more cautious. We were walking along a quiet side street, just talking about music and television shows. A minivan approached us and slowed down. A friendly looking woman asked us if we knew where Smith's Road was. We told her she just needed to drive straight for less than a minute and it's the first right-hand turn. She said she was having difficulty finding it and would we mind hopping in and showing her. I instantly said no. Ginny also declined. Then the woman said it was okay because she knows who we are. She called us both by first name and said she saw us on a postcard. By now, we were both freaked out. We were on a stretch of the road that had no houses. The nearest one was about 100 meters away, and it wasn't common for people to have cell phones back then, so neither Ginny or I had one. The woman continued to ask us to get in her minivan. Ginny, who is normally super chatty, was staring into the vehicle intensely. Her body language was stiff and I could tell she was scared. Suddenly, and seemingly out of nowhere, Ginny screamed run. I didn't know what was happening, but I ran and followed Ginny. We ran off the road and through a field and into a yard another street over. I recognized the yard and house as belonging to a school teacher. We pounded on her door and she answered. We told her what happened, and then Ginny said something I will never forget. She said she saw the photographer man from last summer crouching down into the very back row of seats. She said she knew something bad was going to happen. Police and our parents were called. We gave statements and a vehicle description as well as descriptions of the man and woman. Unfortunately, the police were never able to locate them. Ginny and I never saw them again. We had some serious trust issues with strangers after those encounters. Always make sure to teach your children that strangers are not safe, no matter how nice they are. My situation could have had a much more unfortunate outcome if things had gone even slightly differently. I was about 5 or 6. I went to my local kindergarten and I was as carefree as a child can be, the greatest of my worries being if my mom forgets to pick me up from school. She never does, and every day we walked from school to home and vice versa since it was a good walking distance. We lived in a compound that's kind of secluded and mostly inhabited by old people or boarding students who went to the university near it. This morning started out like any other. My mom picks me up and we're walking along the small path in our compound along with 4 other people, 3 high schoolers, 2 of which were walking together, and a female college student. She was holding a handkerchief over her head because of the heat. The sun was high up and glaring in the middle of the day that you wouldn't expect anything to happen. But it did. We were quite far back from this group when I turn around and see a man join us. He's clearly not from there. He had a bright neon green bag in front of him which was slightly opened, one of his hands inside it. His clothes were kinda dusty, but most of all, he was glaring at us. It was just us 5 walking in this quiet compound, and my little self didn't think much of it up until my mom squeezed my hand hand and started speed walking. At first I was confused, but I knew the only thing that could trigger this was that there was danger behind us, and it came in the form of the stranger that was following us closely behind. I kept looking back discreetly and still he kept staring at all of us, getting closer and closer. I looked up at my mom trying to ask what was going on, but her low murmurs didn't really translate well for me, except my ears picking up on the word knife. That's when I felt my stomach drop. As a child, you only ever watch of scary situations happening on television, never really thinking you'd be in any real danger, but I was now in one, and my stupid little legs weren't fast enough. Factor in my mom's older age, she was around 50. Compared to our other companions, we were the easy target. We were pretty much at the back, but our house was near and I focused on that because if I thought about the threat behind us, my legs would feel like jelly and I'd end up slowing down. Still, I couldn't resist looking back. He just kept getting closer and closer, shortening the distance between us. I remember thinking about how I wanted to scream for help, desperately looking at these houses that seemed empty, wanting to go inside, but my mom's firm grip kept me going. Anyways, we lived here too. I never really knew if the others were aware of it, not much until later. One of the high schoolers left to a house over the basketball court, and further down the path, the pair veered off to a different trail that led to the main highway, so it was just us and the female college student. At this point, the man was also speed walking and catching up, but our apartment was merely a few steps away, and my mom and I dashed towards it, up the stairs and into the comfort of our own home. The man gave us one last glare, but he continued to walk. My heart was pounding against my chest. My mom had left me to lock the door while she stared out the window. She kept repeating, "He has a knife." I saw it. He's holding a knife. I run towards the window and catch a glimpse of the girl, still clutching that handkerchief above her head, looking behind her in fear and alarm as the man continued to follow her. His bright neon bag in front of him, now wide open, his hand still inside as he kept getting closer and closer. I don't really know what happened after, only of my mom's recollection of the events. She had noticed the man suddenly come up behind us too, and her suspicions were raised when he didn't try to walk past us like the others but maintained a close distance between us. And then she saw the knife, hidden in his bag, holding onto it as he stared at us. I hope that girl is okay, and that man was detained or something, but it's been years now and I don't really know where to start. Don't really know if I'd like to. Sometimes I wonder what that girl must have been feeling and if she had escaped. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. Hi, this only happened a few hours ago, so I'm shaken, but it's too early in the morning to phone and wake up friends, and I needed to talk to someone and get this out. I'm so creeped out and concerned, so I thought of coming here. Brief setting and context: I'm a woman in my 30s, caring for my elderly parents, so staying in a downstairs room in my childhood home at the moment. The window faces the main street, which is an average residential street in a fairly quiet area. The bed faces the window. I often leave the window open at night since I need it to be cool to sleep, and I haven't really worried about it since there's a cabinet with an aquarium in front of the window area, not blocking the window from view, and I can reach to open and close it, but it would make it difficult for someone to climb in. My dog, Sable, also always sleeps in the room with me. While she's a sweet-natured, medium-sized dog who doesn't look the least bit threatening, she's a fantastic guard dog in that she's always alert to any noises, and will stand her ground and bark and growl if she senses a threat, so I've never really worried about the open window. After tonight, I won't be able to do it again. It started at maybe 3:30 or 4 in the morning sometime. I was awake. Since I care for my parents, I often have disrupted sleep patterns and I'm awake at odd hours. I was reading a book and heard Sable growl, low and deep. Then she jumped off the bed and began pacing a bit, looking up at the window before jumping up at the cabinet by the window, barking. I shouted, "Hey, we're calling the police, dog will bite," just in case there was someone there, and went to look out of the curtains to the side. I didn't see anything. I pulled the curtains closed again and made sure to pull the right curtain over, then drew the left side curtain, the one that covers the open part of the window, all the way over, covering the right side curtain too, tucking it down so any wind wouldn't be able to move it. I wasn't really alarmed then. It's a fairly quiet residential street, but there are foxes around that we sometimes hear, and occasionally someone passing by or the neighbor's gate next door will make Sable growl or bark, but she doesn't usually react the way she did this time. She'll usually growl, but stay on the bed, and her reaction was much stronger than normal. I thought that even if it was someone scoping out the open window to potentially burgle, they'd see now that the room was occupied by a person and dog. and would go find an easier target, but mainly I guessed it was just a random noise she'd heard outside. I was wrong. It was a good half hour or more later, after I'd relaxed and thought I might doze off soon, that I heard her growl again. A really serious, deep and low growl, and I listened again, thinking it might be foxes or something, but I heard what sounded like deep, horror movie breathing noises, like the heavy breathing sounds a pervert makes down the phone to his stalking victim in a film. I sat up, looked up at the window, and my heart stopped. The curtain had been pulled back and lifted at the bottom like someone peeking under it, and I could still hear the heavy breathing. I shouted hey again and moved from the bed to the side of the window so I could see past the curtain and saw the figure of a man move away from the window to the right, towards the front door and the exit of the front garden. Too dark to make out features or clothing, it was just a dark male figure. Shaking, I immediately thought that since I knew he'd moved away and wasn't at or under the window, I reached and pulled it shut, grabbed my phone, and called the emergency services. One thing that creeps me out, in hindsight, is that it would have taken a few seconds for me to move from the bed to the side of the window, and that was after I'd shouted and he knew he'd been seen, but he must have stayed there even knowing I'd seen him, until I moved the curtain and could see out. Then he moved away. The heavy breathing also had to be deliberate. It was so loud, like someone trying to frighten me. While on the phone with police, I went around the ground floor of the house turning lights on, making sure the rest of the house was still secure, and it was. Very careful to lock doors and all the other windows at night, and everything looked undisturbed. 2 patrol officers came shortly before 5 in the morning and took the report. They suggested asking the neighbors if they have camera footage and to let them know of a potential prowler in the area tomorrow. And they went to drive around the area, saying that they'd be wanting to know what someone was doing wandering around at 5 in the morning, the time the police arrived anyway. Since the dark meant I only saw the shape of a person, no real description, I doubt they can do much. I couldn't even be 100% certain it was a man, but the breathing and the figure I saw instantly made me think male. The outline of his head looked smooth, so either bald or wearing a tight cap, and height would have been average, 5'8" to 5'10". I'm still shaken, but feeling angry and violated, and wishing we had a camera system now. We'll be looking into that. I never thought anything like that would happen. Don't have any enemies, no recent exes, no one I know of harboring any grudges, since I'm caring for my folks full time now. I'm not out socializing or making any enemies, nor are my elderly and disabled parents. I'm at the wrong side of 35 and living in jeans or joggers and shirts, no makeup or fussing with hair most of the time, so not a likely target for a Peeping Tom pervert. If it wasn't for the fact that it was my dog who alerted me to something both times, I'd wonder whether I was half asleep and dreamed it. That I'd imagined it, I have to think it was someone who was looking to burgle a house, but for the fact that they came back so much later, maybe someone on drugs or having a mental health episode, or, and this one bothers me most, someone who wanted to scare me. But why? Who? They know where we live. Are they going to come back? New fears keep popping into my mind. Like most nights, I'm up at some point late at night or in the very early hours, and will let the dog outside into the back garden for a quick pee, and I'm suddenly aware of how easy it would to be attacked and gain entry then. There's a passage around the side of the house to go from the front to the back garden with only a small side gate, meant to keep the dog confined, not designed to keep others out. It would be easy for someone to access then hide against the back of the house, completely hidden from view. They were bold enough to come back a second time, even knowing a person and a dog were in the room. Perhaps hoping I would have fallen asleep by then, they seemed to be trying to deliberately scare me when they returned the second time, doing that deep breathing noise, and stayed by the window even after I'd shouted. In those few seconds it would have taken from me shouting out, until I reached the window and could move the curtains and see out. They could have moved and been long out of sight, but they'd stayed there until there was a chance I could see them, only then moving away. The beating noises and then the coldness that ran through me when I actually saw a man moving away from the window will haunt me, along with the question of their motives. Were they trying to scare me? Why, what's to stop them coming back? I, a 40-year-old woman, went to the university at Buffalo fresh out of high school in the early 2000s. At that time, the online world was a bit like the Wild West, which included having to do quite a bit more digging to find specific information than today's split-second Google search. As such, it was a much easier time for colleges and universities to hide or spin campus crime statistics to make themselves look better for prospective wallets. I mean, students. Case in point, I was at orientation a month or two before my freshman year, and one of the mass presentations I had to attend was about campus safety. Bright-faced, upperclassmen orientation aides enthusiastically verbally filleted the school, boasting about how North Campus was at the time, the safest town in the country, and that the only murder in recent history has occurred 9 years ago, to an unfortunate student named Linda Yalem who was murdered on the campus's bike path during a low early morning run. It was a fate that, we were assured, could be avoided by simply not hitting the bike path alone. What they conveniently didn't reveal was that the killer hadn't been caught and Yalem wasn't his only victim. He was a serial assaulter assaulter who had already been active in the area for at least 25 years in downtown Buffalo and on the secluded bike paths of the Buffalo suburbs. In retrospect, had this information been as readily accessible as it is now, it probably would have kept me from the most bone-chilling encounter of my life. Fast forward 3 years. I was a very depressed 20-year-old who was struggling with her identity and her parents' reaction to it in a much less accepting time than now. I left school and, to avoid being home, shacked up with a woman who promised me the world but then rejected me in favor of her ex-girlfriend on the night I moved in and eventually turned out to be a felon who drained vulnerable would-be love interests' bank accounts, though that's a very convoluted story for another time. So clearly, I was an unhappy young adult desperate for love and a sense of belonging, sometimes to my own detriment. Despite my roommate's many unkind and hurtful gestures, I stuck with it in the naive hope that she would eventually come around and fulfill her pie-in-the-sky promises to me. On a particular July night, that hope just fell flat. I was at Roxy's Green Room, a now-defunct lesbian bar and club that many wayward Buffalo lesbians, myself included, flocked to at night to feel a much-needed sense of community and to hopefully land a special someone. Since the latter just wasn't happening for me, and since I didn't yet know what kind of person she really was, I was still stuck on my roommate. She liked to dangle emotional carrots overhead out of some sick joy that she got from making me hurt but also hang on to hope. And after a promise to hit Roxy's alone with me and talk about us, she showed up with her ex turned current and shut me out. I was wounded and upset enough to leave around 1 in the morning, well before the 4 in the morning last call that I was still young and spry enough to stomach, and without a ride home like my usually wiser self would have secured. While my apartment on Delaware was walking distance from Roxy's, it was a good half-hour walk. Being as emotionally charged as I was, though, I angrily hoofed it down the main street sidewalk, still managing to follow the pedestrian rule of walking against traffic despite stupidly ignoring a rule I knew well for years, which was never leave a bar at night alone, especially if you're walking. I got exactly halfway home when a dark green sedan started driving toward me. I thought nothing of it until the car slowed down near me as I walked. A lone middle-aged man was in the car with a skin tone that I originally associated with the guy being Italian, but in retrospect, he could have easily been Puerto Rican. He had dark hair and, most importantly, almost impossibly dark eyes that seemed to hold no light of good intentions. My walk resumed. I put the guy out of my mind and I continued my trek, but the peace didn't last. About 2 or 3 minutes later, I see a familiar green car coming up on me again. This time, the guy's window was down a bit and he shouted, "Hey," in a beckoning manner and gestured in a way that made me wonder if he thought I was a lady of the night. Now that incensed me, despite my recent struggles with my identity and the resulting entropy in my life. I was always a good kid. I flashed him a quick, annoyed look to inform him that despite the mildly revealing clothing, he was barking up the wrong tree for several reasons, and then I ignored him, focusing forward. He sped off again and turned again. At that point, it was clear that the dude was casing me like a cat burglar cases a house. It was before the time of Uber or even widespread use of cell phones, and with no cabs passing by, I had little hope of getting one. Public transit existed, but it was both sparse and not running nearby. The stretches of Main between intersections were long, and I'd probably be spotted on them anyway since the guy was circling. The 15 minutes away from both Roxy's and my home. There was also no way I could get anywhere near either place before the green car came back around again. The main thing I thought of was to get to an open business, inform the clerk, have him or her call the police and stay put. Then the guy would either give up or get caught. I was coming up on the convenience store on the opposite side of the street where I'd bought a pack of cigarettes earlier in the night, but as I got closer, the desolate blackness through the windows told me that it was closed. I looked around for something else, another bar, a gas station, anything, but the street was flanked by shuttered brick buildings and a locked up church. Then came the headlights and green again. Again, the guy slowed down as he approached me, but his demeanor had shifted again. He put his palm out impatiently, as if he couldn't understand my lack of complicity. "C.O.AG," the guy yelled through his now open window, his face an equal picture of aggression, intimidation, and frustration. I kept out of arm's reach on the sidewalk and once again ignored him, but this time, I was properly shaken. He angrily punched the gas and was off on his familiar circuit back around to me. Now I knew I was in trouble. The guy's behavior was escalating and I was genuinely scared that his next move would be to grab me off the sidewalk and pull me into his car. From there, God only knew what sort of depravity I was in for. I scrambled through my memory for another safety tip, and I remembered that making myself both impossible to ignore and obviously in distress could get me some much needed attention from an outside party. I ran into the middle of Main Street and started frantically waving my hands and shouting at every car that was coming my way. The first car drove by. The second car drove by. The terror in me was palpable as I was beginning to lose hope, but still determined to keep trying while thinking of my next bold move. A van pulled over that had 4 men in it. In a game of numbers, this van full of guys was exponentially safer than that single stalker in the green car. I opted to take the gamble. I frantically told them about the man in the green car who kept circling around the block and following me, and begged for a ride home. The driver asked if I had any money in exchange for the favor. I didn't. Then he asked if I had any cigarettes. I may be one of the only people you'll ever meet who actually had her life saved by smokes. Though I had never been a smoker before, I briefly picked up the filthy habit because New York State bars still allowed smoking, and it was a weird part of Buffalo lesbian bar culture that I emulated to fit in. Yes, I answered urgently. I just bought a pack and you can have the whole thing if you get me home. Admittedly, I was initially a little miffed that the driver wanted something from me in exchange for not letting me get abducted off the street, as well as the implication that he may not have helped me if I had nothing. Still, I had the smokes, he had a vehicle, and the stars had hopefully aligned. Regardless of how it went down, I'd help if he let me in and the details didn't matter. After a second or two of thought, which seemed like an eternity to me, the driver agreed and one of the two dudes in the back opened the side door for me and got out so I could slide into the seat behind the driver. As the door to my safe carriage full of impromptu nights shut and I got buckled in, I looked out my window just in time to see the green car creeping past the van and proving to my saviors that I was telling a very disturbing true story. Until my dying day, I will never forget that man's eyes. Feeling safe surrounded by a closed van full of young, tough-looking rescuers, I looked that guy dead in the eyes. Part of me was rightfully terrified, but another part of me wanted to look right at him defiantly and tell him with my eyes, I got away from you. I went in. I was repaid with the most evil, hateful look that I've ever had directed at me, let alone seen. His eyes were black. Black like a cat's eyes get when it sees a bug in the house and its hunting instincts cause its pupils to blow to allow more light in. But at least there's usually a hint of playful mischief in a hunting cat's eyes. The eyes I was seeing were those of a pure, unadulterated predator, and the vitriol that practically oozed from them as he glared at me let me know exactly how he felt about his prey having the audacity to elude him. He drove off into the night, and so did we, in a bit less direct route to make sure that we lost him. After a blessedly quick jaunt with frequent looks behind my shoulder, I was delivered home, one pack of cigarettes short but alive and in one piece. The first thing that I did when I got in the door was to check the locks on absolutely everything. After that, the adrenaline started to wear off and the pure fear set in. I was so terrified that the man in the green sedan was searching the area where I got dropped off that I grabbed the cordless phone, then lay completely flat on the living room floor for hours to keep totally out of sight from any of my apartment windows. As I lay there, I called the Buffalo police and relayed my terrifying tale in as much detail as I could give them. I told the cops that it was possible that the man was cruising near Roxy's to prey on vulnerable women who were out and about. In hindsight, I think the guy just saw who he thought was an easy mark out by herself and availed himself of the opportunity to strike. Fast forward another 4 years and I'd moved out to Chicago to live with my then girlfriend. For about half of my 4 years there, I was pretty homesick. I'd never lived anywhere except my home state of New York, and I went there knowing no one except my ex, who wasn't exactly an empathetic soul, adding to my feelings of isolation. I coped by keeping up on upstate New York news so I'd feel a little less far away. On a chilly mid-January morning in 2007, I was at our computer looking up headlines from my home state when one popped up that immediately snared my attention. Bike path grabber is arrested. By then, I knew the moniker well. The internet had since aged into a beautifully organized repository of knowledge. I became familiar with the Buffalo area mystery man and his active status throughout my time in Buffalo. Now I had a name for the specter responsible for that bit of eeriness that was always in the back of my mind when I was a student. The bike path grabber was revealed as Altemio Sanchez, a middle-aged native of Puerto Rico who coached his son's sports teams and was affectionately referred to as Uncle Al in his neighborhood. As with many other killers, his disguises were his community involvement and just being ordinary. The man was estimated to have been responsible for 9 to 15 assaults around the Buffalo area since 1975 and had confessed to 3 murders: the Yale murder in 1991, a second in 1992, and a third which had occurred only 3.5 months prior to his capture. I don't know if you've ever felt your heart somehow get wedged up into your voice box and get dropped into the depths of your stomach simultaneously, but believe me when I say that it's possible, given the right catalyst. For me, that catalyst was the printed proof that the man was active while I lived in Buffalo and frequented Roxy's. He had to have at least been attempting to sate his evil impulses for those 14 years. That realization gave me a very, very bad feeling that I'd crossed paths with someone much more dangerous than I'd realized. The news article had no picture of Sanchez, but this sickening feeling in me prodded me to find one. It was almost as if I knew what I would see before I ever even looked at him. I Yahoo searched his name, because that was still a respectful means of finding things on the internet in 2007. 24/7, and I was horrified, though not surprised, to see those same black, soulless, predatory eyes that I looked into 4 times on that summer night in Buffalo in 2003. The timeline fit. Altemio Sanchez pled guilty to the 3 murders and was sentenced to 75 years to life in prison. In essence, the guy won't be exposed to the outside again unless he's in a body bag. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When I was like 6 years old, I attended the elementary school, which was located in our small town. My way to and from school was basically just 500 meters of main road before turning into the street where I lived. At the time, we're talking about the late 90s here, all the parents in the town were extremely adamant on telling their kids not to trust or follow strangers. Never get into anyone's car, even if they say they know your parents and are friends. The reason why: there was a murder like 3 years back in the same town. A girl, not even 6 years old, was found dead and assaulted in a field. The strange thing about it is, nobody knows how exactly she was taken, no signs of forced entry or something, which implies somebody lured her somewhere without her suspecting a thing. The case still hasn't been solved more than 20 years later, so our parents were very afraid that their kid was going to be next, because kids can be really stupid and you can't watch them 24/7. Now onto what almost happened to me. I was walking home from elementary school. About halfway home, at the shadiest and mostly covered by trees and bushes area, a car pulled up next to me. A blonde, about 30-year-old woman was the driver. She told me she could drive me home. She claimed to be going in that direction anyway, which was, unclear to me at the time, essentially a lie because once the road ends near my house there is nothing but empty fields. Kid-like as I was not suspicious and was like, oh no, it is not that far, I can walk. Then she started being more insistent. The whole oh come on, it is fine, nothing to worry about, and you could relax instead of walking thing. The alarm bells only started ringing when she said she knew my mother, they are friends, and supposedly she was asked by her to drive me home. Thank God for my parents repeatedly talking about the tricks that people use to lure you in. I started being creeped out, continued to walk, but she kept driving beside me. Now the real weird part in hindsight was her next attempt to get me into the car. She started saying that I was obviously afraid, and cool children are not afraid of such things. If you want to be cool, you should just relax. Honestly, I did not fully realize the full extent of this situation. I just felt uncomfortable and wanted to get out of this conversation, so I just started sprinting the rest of the way back to my house. Once I got home, I stayed right next to the door and kept looking out of the window for a few minutes. And guess who drove by and basically checked out the house? That creepy woman. The road was a dead-end road, and only after 3 more minutes the car came back the same way. It took years until I realized what kind of bullet I dodged there. All I was thinking was my parents told me not to do this. I didn't know why or what that woman wanted. The drill of hearing over and over again not to believe strangers or get into their car kicked in. When I was older, I remembered this whole thing for the first time in 2 decades. Then I realized that woman was most likely sent as the trustworthy front woman to lure kids into their car and take off. Maybe she was doing this for some crazed person or human traffickers. Moral of the story is, even if your kids are too stupid or young, like I was, to comprehend such things, the rules of not following strangers and the fact that strangers will lie to you for evil intentions must be drilled into your child's head like watching both ways when crossing the road. When I was in my early 20s, I moved to Southern California with my aunt. Once I had a job established and steady income, I found an apartment that was super affordable at $350 per month plus utilities. The first red flag because California is not cheap. The other residents in the apartment were a 45-year-old man named Zach and a 45-year-old woman named Tina. They weren't a couple. Tina was a little difficult to deal with. She had very strong obsessive-compulsive disorder on a lot of things and we mostly avoided each other, but this story is about Zach and his friend Mike, who is also 45 years old. Mike and Zach were childhood friends and Mike lived in the same apartment complex as us, so he was over a lot. Every time I would come home from work, they would be polishing off a handle of vodka and then would go out. I didn't really think much of this other than, wow little lady, you sure could put it away. I wasn't super comfortable in the living situation, but it was cheap, I was in school, and I tried to make the best of it. I got along with Zach for the most part if it was just him around, but Mike was just a time bomb. Here are just a few instances that just gradually got worse over time. The first incident, Zach invited me out with Mike and another friend of theirs out to a local bar a couple of miles away. I was comfortable around Zach and I got into the passenger side of this truck. I didn't have any negative interactions with anyone until this point. Mike went ballistic in our complex parking lot about how I was selfish and had no business in the front seat because I wasn't Zach's girlfriend. It was weird because a man the same age as my dad was throwing a tantrum over the passenger seat, so I just got out and went back to my apartment. My first rent check bounced. I apologized to Zach and discovered that my checks had misprinted the account number. I paid in cash and paid the bounce check fee and thought all was okay, until I got home one evening and Mike was over as normal, but starts interrogating me on why I couldn't pay my rent. I was only 22 at the time and didn't really want issues, so I was just like, hey, I apologized and took care of it. Even though Mike didn't live in the apartment, he would not let this go. He would just scream at me saying I was lazy, that I should be evicted, and on and on. The iPhone 6 came out around this time and Mike got the phone. He told me he would let me look at it if I gave him head. It was just uncomfortable and awkward. What do you even say to that when this dude is always trying to scream at you? We weren't friends and never really had a good interaction together, so I just kind of did finger guns and was like, yeah, you got me, and went into my room. It's also important to note that Mike and Zach both had 2 driving under influence charges. Zach was a school teacher and ended up being let go because of the charges. However, both men continued to drink excessively all of the time. I also had to have a key made for the lock on my bedroom door because it would get violent a lot, and that was my safety net. A lot of other instances happened, but this one takes the cake and is the point to this story. Zach and Mike had gone out and took an Uber to whatever local bar. I had gotten home and went straight to my room as always. I hear the front door swing open and Mike was pissed drunk, screaming his head off about how he lost his new phone. This guy starts beating on my bedroom door demanding to be let in because he knew I had this phone. I cracked my door open and he had stepped away from the door with his fist balled up like he was going to hit me. I told him I didn't have the phone. Mike circles back to the one time, months prior at this point, that my rent check bounced and obviously I need money. He demands that he come into my room and tear my room apart looking for said phone. I told him absolutely not and shut and locked the door. Mike started banging on my door and trying to unlock it, threatening my life, saying he was going to assault me so I could get what I deserved for being a thief. Lots of other gross and scary things. I was told if I called the police that he would beat me to a bloody pulp. This was especially scary because my aunt was my only family nearby and she wasn't really helpful. She just told me to be an adult and deal with it. Other than that, I didn't really have a support system. I told Zach a couple of days later that I would be moving out immediately and would not be paying rent for that month. Then out of Zach's dark bedroom, Mike just pops out with this creepy, sinister smile saying bye, almost taunting. I hurried into my room and locked the door. I could hear Zach blaming Mike for me moving out and Mike continued to just call me names and asking how I had the money to move out. The phone was found, for anyone who's curious. It had fallen out of his pocket in the Uber he was in, but obviously the first step to finding the phone was to flip out on me versus calling the Uber driver. This was almost a decade ago and I don't know what happened to that pair, but I wish them nothing but the worst. So Mike and Zach, I'm glad we crossed paths because it makes for a good story and I learned that if I can deal with 2 insane men, I can deal with literally anyone. I'm 14 and 1 year ago, I was subjected to abuse by my special education teacher and my math and science teacher for my entire 8th grade year. I suffer from dyslexia and I am suspected by family and my therapist to suffer from autism. I also have a history of depression and currently undiagnosed mental illness. I had told my special education teacher at the beginning of the year that I wasn't feeling okay and that I had attempted to off myself during the middle of 7th grade due to how horrible my mental state was. I got asked the basic questions: if I'm being abused at home, have I thought about doing it again, stuff like that. But what surprised me is that I wasn't sent to a mental hospital after this conversation. My parents weren't even called. I thought I got lucky because I didn't want my mom to know that I told anyone this, but I was so very wrong. I wasn't lucky at all. I had given something that this woman could use against me, something she would use against me. The next day, my special education teacher told my homeroom teacher, my math and science teacher. Now, my homeroom teacher wasn't the nicest woman. Actually, she wasn't nice at all. She yelled at kids for minor mistakes, showed favorites towards the more smarter / gifted kids, and even told the rest of us to give up on trying to even go to high school. But in my opinion, these actions were 10 times more common when it came to me. She constantly shamed me for everything, and I mean everything. My spelling, my handwriting, the way my desk was organized, how messy my hair was due to me not taking care of myself, all of it. She knew about what I was going through, what my mental state was like, and how much I hated myself for my conditions. She yelled at me despite knowing I'm sensitive to loud noise. She told me to not even even bother trying to keep my grades up because I'm not going to survive in high school. She told me that I was better off in a homeless shelter because I had trouble with catching up with the rest of my classmates and that no one would want to hire me for anything. She told me to give up on art because it wouldn't do anything for me in the future, and she acted like it was my fault for failing whenever we had parent-teacher conference. Whenever I told my mom, I was left with disbelief, a punishment. Eventually, during the fall, I had trouble concentrating on basic things that wasn't what I'm interested in. I'd even black out during random moments in class, and when I woke up, I'd be yelled at again and I start having a mental breakdown. She was only ever nice to me when I gave her something for special events like her birthday or holidays. Despite her unjustified hatred towards me and how badly she ruined me, I tried to get her to like me as a person. I'd give her gift after gift each holiday, showing false appreciation in the hopes of her going easy on me, but every time she'd just continue. My special education teacher wasn't much help either. She and my homeroom teacher would talk about me behind my back, saying that I'm lazy and I wouldn't make it far in the world, and that it would be better for me to give up on my future entirely. It wasn't even like they didn't know I was listening, because they did. I'd look at them in utter disbelief every time, questioning why they would say these things about a child. They know I was watching. In fact, they constantly looked at me while talking, making sure I was listening. They did this for the entire year. It was a cycle I couldn't avoid because my mom simply refused to transfer me, telling me that she'll put me in the mental hospital if I ever ask her again. I faced bullying for most of the year due to how funny it was to some of my classmates, and they even expected it to happen every day. It was so bad to the point I faked being sick just so I wouldn't have to go back, so I wouldn't have to go through this over and over again. I felt like the most useless child to ever walk the earth. I thought about how peaceful death would have been because I'd finally be free from being constantly targeted. So I became a ghost. I just sat there letting everything fall apart around me, and the only sense of freedom was art. I'd draw until it was time to go home. I started eating to put on more weight because of how some of my classmates commented on my weight and that I looked like a skeleton. But when I ate, they called me fat and I was left with throwing up my food after eating. I developed an eating disorder due to this, and if it weren't for the fact that I was born with a fast metabolism, I wouldn't look as skinny as I do now. I had enough of it one day. I wrote a note in class that day saying I wanted to off myself. My special education teacher found it in my desk and asked me to come to her office to talk about the concerning nature of the note. I knew she was acting. She never cared for me past 5th grade anyways, when I was gifted and had a more bright future. After graduation, I was sent to summer school for my horrible grades and attendance. I've grown scared of my teachers there. One of them pulled me to the side, asking what was wrong, and I lost it. I cried for what seemed like forever, and my mom was called to pick me up early. I told my mom again, and this time she said that the reason why she never bothered to care, why she let me go through this, was because she was having fun in the house by herself and she didn't want me to ruin it. But she says she is sorry for letting me go through this. I love my mom, but I'll never forgive her for this, and I'll never forget what I had to go through. That entire year was bad because the people who were supposed to help me were instead breaking me down for being different. I'll never forgive those people for anything. I'm trying to learn how to love myself again. My teachers in my high school see me as a smart kid, and it's truly a blessing that I made it out of that situation alive. As for my homeroom teacher, she retired afterwards, and I have no idea where my special education teacher is now. But I hope she is doing alright in her life, because you have to be all the way screwed up to do that to a child and think it's alright. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. When I graduated from college and got my first job, I was thrilled to move into my own place. I found a cozy apartment in an older building. The rent was within my budget, and the area was reputed to be safe, with the added bonus of being close to work. The building had 4 floors. I lived on the 3rd floor, and below me there was a similar apartment that had been vacant for a while. A month after moving in, the landlord informed me that the 2nd floor apartment had been rented out. The first time I met my new neighbor, I was coming back from work. He introduced himself as Greg. He was a tall man with a scruffy beard and intense, searching eyes. He greeted me with a warm smile, which didn't quite reach those eyes. "I'm right below you," he said, pointing towards his door. "If you ever need anything or if I'm too loud, just let me know." I smiled and thanked him, thinking how considerate he was. Over the next few weeks, I'd occasionally bump into Greg in the hallway or the parking lot. He'd always stop to chat, asking about my day, my work, my family. Initially, his interests seemed friendly, but after a while, his questions became oddly specific. He'd ask about my routine, my friends friends, the places I like to visit. Alarm bells started ringing in my mind. Then strange things began to happen. I'd come home to find my mail disturbed. Sometimes I'd be sure I'd closed a window, only to return and find it open. One night, I was jolted awake by the sound of something scratching at my door. I rushed to look through the peephole but saw nothing. However, the most disturbing thing was the noise from Greg's apartment. Late at night, I'd often hear tapping sounds from the floor beneath my bedroom. They'd start slow and rhythmic and then get faster and louder. The first few times, I brushed it off as some DIY project Greg was undertaking, but it persisted almost every night. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, the tapping started again. But this time, something was different. It wasn't just beneath my bedroom, it moved, following the exact path I walked. If I moved to the kitchen, the tapping would relocate right beneath my feet. I felt like he was tracking my every move from the apartment below. Terrified, I decided to confide in a close friend, Lisa. She suggested setting up a discreet webcam in my apartment just to check if someone was indeed entering my place while I was away. The next day, the camera was in place. At work, my phone buzzed with a notification. I had set the camera to alert me with motion detection. Heart pounding, I clicked on the link. The live feed showed my living room, and Greg, standing right in the middle, holding a stethoscope to my ceiling. He was using it to listen to my movements above. Horrified, I called the police, who arrived at the apartment building shortly. They confronted Greg, and a search of his apartment revealed a set of master keys, including one to my place. It turned out he had a history of stalking behaviors and had served time previously. My landlord was oblivious to his past. The days that followed were a blur of police statements, shifting to a new place, and countless sleepless nights. Every little noise would make me jump. I would double and triple check my locks before going to bed, only to wake up multiple times to check them again. Sleep became elusive, and my life revolved around a constant state of anxiety. My friends and family were incredibly supportive during this time. Lisa, in particular, was my rock. She helped me find a therapist who specialized in trauma. During my therapy sessions, I learned about the psychological effects of stalking and how common it was for victims to feel a loss of control over their own lives. One day, Lisa suggested joining a support group for victims of stalking and trauma. It might help to share your story and hear from others who've been through similar experiences, she reasoned. The idea wasn't appealing at first, but eventually I thought it might be beneficial. The support group was a mix of men and women of various ages, all of whom had their own harrowing stories. There was Sarah, who had been stalked by an ex-boyfriend for years before he was finally arrested. Then there was Mike, who had been cyber-stalked by a former coworker. The stories varied, but the emotions were the same: fear, anger, and a sense of violation. Sharing my story with the group was cathartic. They understood the anxiety, the feeling of constantly looking over my shoulder. The group provided tips on ensuring personal safety, regaining a sense of control, and rebuilding one's life after trauma. As the months went by, my confidence began to grow. I moved into a new apartment, this time ensuring I did thorough background checks on all the residents. I took self-defense classes and learned about online privacy to safeguard myself from potential cyber threats. One evening, as I was leaving a session from the support group, a woman approached me. "Hi, I'm Emily," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "I heard your story today. It's my first time here. I wanted to say thank you. Hearing you speak gave me the strength to share my own experience next time." Her words struck a chord in me. I realized that by facing my fears and sharing my story, I was not only helping myself but also giving strength to others. It was a turning point, a realization that every dark cloud has a silver lining. Over the next few years, with the help of therapy and the support group, I found my footing again. I became an advocate for victims of stalking, raising awareness about the psychological impact of such experiences and the importance of taking stalking incidents seriously. Life moved on, and though the memories of Greg in that terrifying time never fully faded, they no longer held power over me. Instead, they served as a reminder of my strength and resilience. And while I hope to never meet Greg or anyone like him again, I was now better prepared to face any challenges that came my way. The city park, with its vast landscapes and bustling crowds, had always been a safe haven for me. After long hours at the office, I would make my way there to sit on a particular bench and read a book, letting the natural surroundings wash away the stresses of the day. One Friday evening, I was engrossed in a thriller novel. The sun had set, casting a dim hue around the park, the shadows growing longer. Most regulars had left, replaced by couples taking evening strolls or joggers on their last lap. I was so deep into my book that I didn't notice the man who had sat down on the other end of the bench. He looked looked to be in his late 40s, wearing a tattered coat and a dirty hat pulled low, concealing most of his face. He reeked of alcohol and stale cigarettes. For the most part, he just sat there, mumbling to himself and occasionally chuckling. Feeling uneasy, I marked my page, intending to leave. But as I started to get up, he turned to me. "Nice night, isn't it?" he rasped, trying to be polite. I nodded, murmured an agreement, and began walking away. I had barely taken 10 steps when he called out, "You shouldn't be alone here, miss. Not safe." The tone, more than the words, sent a chill down my spine. Picking up my pace, I tried to convince myself that he was just a harmless drunk. But when I glanced back, I saw him following, his gait uneven but determined. Panicking, I decided to head towards the more populated side of the park. My heart raced as I heard his footsteps growing louder, and I realized he was now running. A quick look around showed that the park, which was usually filled with laughter and people, was eerily silent, save for the soft crickets and our echoing footsteps. I thought about calling out, but who would hear me? Instead, I dug into my purse and found my phone. Dialing 911, I started narrating my situation in a hushed tone, all the while power walking toward the exit. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line and head to a more populated area, assuring me that police were en route. Suddenly, from a nearby pathway, a group of teenagers on bikes appeared. Seizing the opportunity, I yelled out to them, explaining that I was being followed. They instantly formed a protective barrier around me, with 2 of them trying to confront the man. Startled by this sudden interference, the man halted, raising his hands in a mock surrender, muttering about just wanting to chat. But his eyes, dark and unyielding, told a different story. The police arrived minutes later, and I was beyond relieved. They detained the man, who turned out to be a no petty criminal with a record of harassment and assaults. The teenagers stayed with me, providing statements to the police and ensuring I was okay. I thanked them profusely, realizing that their timely intervention might have saved me from a far more terrifying ordeal. Weeks turned into months, and while the initial shock and fear began to fade, I became more active in community initiatives. My near miss had awakened a newfound determination to ensure that such situations were minimized for others. I began attending neighborhood meetings, pushing for increased security measures in the park. A few others, having heard my story, joined the cause. Together, we lobbied for better lighting, more frequent patrolling by security personnel, and the installation of emergency call stations at various points within the park. Around this time, I met Sarah, a woman in her late 20s who had experienced a similar incident a year before mine. She had been jogging in the park early one morning when she was approached and harassed by an unknown man. Her experience, combined with mine, became a driving force in our campaign for a safer community. With Sarah by my side, we started organizing self-defense classes for women in our community center. These classes not only provided physical training, but also offered a platform for many women to share their stories, fostering a supportive environment. As our initiatives gained traction, the local news caught wind of our efforts. Sarah and I were invited to speak about the importance of community vigilance and personal safety. This public platform provided an avenue to reach a larger audience, emphasizing the importance of being proactive rather than reactive in matters of personal security. One evening, after wrapping up a self-defense class, a young woman named Claire approached us. Tearfully, she explained that she had been assaulted 2 years ago and had since lived in constant fear, rarely leaving her house. Our classes and community initiatives had inspired her to reclaim her life. She wanted to help others and expressed a desire to become a self-defense instructor. Seeing the positive ripple effect of our efforts was heartwarming. Claire's journey from a traumatized victim to an empowered individual ready to help others was a testament to the power of community support. While the park bench encounter had been one of the darkest moments of my life, the subsequent journey had illuminated the strength, resilience, and unity of our community. They reaffirmed the belief that, in the face of adversity, collective effort can bring about meaningful change. However, the park always remained a poignant reminder of that fateful evening. Even with the security improvements, I rarely ventured there alone. But one day, almost a year after the incident, Sarah and I decided to revisit our favorite park bench. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the park, eerily reminiscent of that evening. As we sat there, lost in our thoughts, a patrol officer passed by, nodding with a reassuring smile. The newly installed lights began to illuminate the pathways, and the distant sound of an emergency call station being tested filled the air. We had come full circle, transforming our fears into a force for positive change. As we left the park, arm in arm, I felt a deep sense of gratitude, not just for my escape on that terrifying night, but for the journey of empowerment and community building that had followed. That bench, which had once symbolized fear and vulnerability, now stood as a testament to resilience, community spirit, and the belief that even in our darkest moments, there's an opportunity to shine a light for others. I had just graduated college and moved to the city, taking a job at a prominent marketing firm. The job was exciting but demanding, often requiring late nights at the office. The adrenaline of young ambition often pushed me to burn the midnight oil. One particular Thursday, I was running through a presentation scheduled for Friday morning. It took longer than I anticipated, and I glanced at the wall clock, 11:53 p.m. I grabbed my stuff in haste, not wanting to miss the last train home. As I entered the subway station, I was grateful to find it wasn't completely deserted. A few stragglers like myself hurried about. I boarded the train, selecting a seat near the door for an easy exit. The car had a smattering of passengers, a weary-looking nurse, a college kid with earbuds, an elderly man who seemed lost in his memories, and a few others. A couple of stops in, a man boarded. He was tall, gaunt, with a greasy mane of hair. His coat, which had seen better days, had stains that I couldn't quite identify, but what unsettled me were his eyes, unnaturally blue and piercing. He scanned the train and, despite several empty seats, chose the one directly opposite mine. I buried my nose in my book, trying to avoid eye contacts, but I could feel him staring. Each time I dared to glance up, his gaze was locked onto me. It wasn't just uncomfortable, it was unnerving. The weight of his attention felt almost physical. At the next stop, the college kid and the nurse exited, leaving just a handful of us in the car. The man took this opportunity to shift closer to me. Not wanting to seem rude or paranoid, I tried to continue reading, reminding myself that the city was full of quirky personalities. The following stop approached, and I readied myself to exit, even though it wasn't my stop. But as the doors slid open, the man suddenly sprang to his feet, blocking my path. "Beautiful night, isn't it?" he asked, his voice raspy, almost mocking. Unsure how to respond, I mumbled a vague agreement, trying to sidestep him. He shifted, still obstructing my way, his gaze never leaving mine. The elderly man, who was sitting a few seats away, called out, "Is everything okay over there?" The man's gaze snapped to him, his lips curling into a disdainful sneer. Taking advantage of his distraction, I bolted from the train, nearly tripping in my haste. Emerging into the night, I took a moment to steady my racing heart, but as I made my way to the exit, I heard rapid footsteps behind me. Dare I look back? The echo of those footsteps was growing louder and closer. Panicking, I decided on a risky move. Instead of exiting the station, I circled back and headed towards the opposite platform. I heard a train approaching and, praying it would stop, I sprinted. The footsteps behind me didn't falter. The train pulled in just in time, and I jumped on board, not caring about the destination. As the doors closed, I looked out, half expecting to see the man's haunting blue eyes, but he was nowhere in sight. Relief washed over me, replaced immediately by embarrassment. Had I overreacted? The next day at work, a colleague noticed my exhausted appearance and asked if everything was alright. Hesitantly, I recounted my harrowing experience. She listened, her face pale, and then pulled up a news article on her computer. The article was about a man who had been released from prison a month ago, having served time for several violent crimes. The police believed he was connected to a few recent disappearances in the city, but they had no solid evidence yet. The article was accompanied by a mugshot. The following weeks were a blur. Work was busier than ever, but I found solace in my new routine, waking up early, walking to work, and returning home well before sunset. My colleagues noticed my change in habits, but most respected my desire to keep my reasons private. However, the few that knew about my subway encounter constantly checked up on me. Olivia, a close friend from work, suggested I attend a self-defense class she'd been raving about. Though initially hesitant, I eventually agreed, realizing that it might help rebuild the confidence I'd lost that night. The first session was surprisingly therapeutic. Our instructor, a burly woman named Rosa, preached the importance of intuition, echoing the same sentiment that had saved me. Always trust your instincts. With each class, I felt a renewed sense of empowerment and security. One evening, as I was practicing a particularly tricky move with Olivia, Rosa approached us. "You're doing well," she commented, appraising our technique. She then turned to me, her expression turning serious. "Olivia mentioned your subway incident. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. I've worked with many women who have had close encounters, and talking about it often helps." The genuine concern in Rosa's eyes was comforting. We spent the next hour discussing not just my ordeal, but also her experiences teaching self-defense. She spoke of countless women who, like me, had faced danger and, as a result, had chosen to equip themselves with the tools needed to protect themselves. One story that stood out was of a woman named Clara who'd been followed home one night by a stalker. Instead of panicking, she'd used the techniques learned in Rosa's class to fend him off and even managed to detain him until the police arrived. These stories are more common than you think, Rosa said, but what's crucial is how you move forward. It's not about living in fear, but in empowerment. Feeling inspired, Olivia and I decided to initiate a workshop at our office, partnering with Rosa. The aim was to equip both men and women with basic self-defense skills and promote situational awareness. The response was overwhelming. What started as a small initiative became a monthly event, with participants even bringing their families. A few months later, later, as Olivia and I were setting up for another workshop, a news alert popped up on my phone. The man with the piercing blue eyes had been apprehended. He'd been caught in the act of attempting to abduct a young woman near another subway station. The woman had fought back fiercely, drawing attention to her situation and leading to his capture. While the news brought a sense of closure, it also reinforced the importance of the work we were doing. My harrowing encounter had led to a newfound purpose, educating and empowering others to trust their instincts and protect themselves. Life in the city resumed its bustling rhythm, but for me, it was different. The shadows of that chilly night remained, but they were now accompanied by the glow of resilience, empowerment, and a community that looked out for each other. The city's tales of dark alleys and lurking dangers were now countered with stories of strength, unity, and people ready to stand up against the shadows. For most medical students in the US, the fourth year marks a series of adventures across the country, interviewing for residency programs in their chosen field. That year, I was 25 and buzzing with anticipation, but one particular trip would forever remind me to always be cautious, even in the most unsuspecting places. My journey began in Boston, heading to Detroit. I had never been to Michigan before and looked forward to the experience. The flight was uneventful, and upon landing, I hailed a cab to take me to a budget motel, the only place I could afford on my student loans. The motel was a two-story building that had seen better days. My room was on the first floor, facing the parking lot. Inside, the room was dim, with a faint odor of cigarettes, despite the no-smoking sign. I unpacked, reviewing my notes for the next day's interview, when there was a soft knock on the door. Standing outside was a man, probably in his 42nd, dressed in a worn-out flannel shirt and jeans. "Hey there," he greeted, a crooked smile forming. "I'm Dave from the next room. Saw you checking in earlier. Here for business." Caught off guard, I responded, "Oh yeah, here for an interview." Dave's eyes seemed to linger a bit too long. "Medical student, right? I've seen a few of you guys here before. Got any plans tonight?" Feeling uneasy, I replied, "Thanks, but I'm resting tonight. Big day tomorrow." Dave nodded, still smiling. "Well, if you need company or anything, just knock." "Sure," I replied, closing the door gently. I added the chain lock for good measure. Shrugging off the odd encounter, I settled into bed, setting an alarm for 6 a.m. As I began to drift off, I was jolted awake by a tapping sound. Peeking through the blinds, I spotted Dave sitting on the hood of his car, staring at my window and tapping a metal rod against his shoe. I pulled back, heart racing. "Just ignore him," I whispered to myself, hoping he'd get bored and leave. The tapping continued intermittently for what felt like hours before it finally stopped. Exhausted, I fell into a restless sleep. I woke up to the blaring of my alarm. Groggily, I silenced it and began my morning routine. I cautiously checked outside, no sign of Dave. Breathing a sigh of relief, I made my way to the interview, which went surprisingly well given the previous night's events. The day was filled with hospital tours, meetings with residents, and Q&A sessions. By the end of it, I was exhausted, but my nerves spiked when I remembered I had to return to the motel. Arriving back, I was relieved not to see Dave's car. Perhaps he had checked out. As I entered my room, I decided to call the front desk, just to be safe. "Hello, I wanted to ask about the guest in the room next to mine. Is he still checked in?" The receptionist paused. "You may roommate." "No, he checked out this morning." "Why do you ask?" I felt a chill. "No reason, and thanks." Closing the call, I turned to my bed and froze. There, placed neatly on the pillow, was a surgical scalpel and a note. "Thought you might need this, Dave." I bolted out of the room, sprinted to the front desk, and demanded they call the police. The officers arrived shortly after, and after inspecting the room and taking my statement, advised me to stay elsewhere for the night. The following day, the police informed me that the scalpel had been stolen from a local medical supply store. Dave had apparently used fake identification to check into the motel, and they had no leads on his real identity. I immediately contacted my school's administration about the incident, and they were horrified. They had an emergency meeting with all the fourth-year students, warning them about the potential dangers during their residency interview travels. They even started a program where alumni in various cities would offer to host current students during their interview trips, ensuring a safer environment. I was overwhelmed by the support from my peers. Olivia, a classmate I wasn't particularly close with before the incident, became a crucial part of my support system. She had family in Detroit and felt guilty that she hadn't offered me a place to stay. We bonded over this traumatic experience, and she became a rock in my life. It took some time, but I slowly began to move past the incident. The police continued their investigation, but with no strong leads on Dave, it eventually became a cold case. However, the motel did amp up its security measures, installing cameras all around the property. My residency interviews wrapped up, and soon it was match day, the day all medical students find out where they will spend their residency years. The apprehension I felt opening that envelope was different from the one in Detroit, but intense nonetheless. When I saw that I matched into my top choice in Boston, I was ecstatic. Olivia matched into a program in Chicago. We promised each other that no matter where life took us, we'd always have each other's backs. Years passed, and the horrifying memory of that Detroit trip began to fade. I was flourishing in my residency program, working long hours but deeply fulfilled by the work. Olivia and I kept our promise, always checking in on each other despite the distance. One day, during my third year of residency, I received a package at the hospital. Thinking it was medical equipment, I didn't rush to open it, but when I did, my heart stopped. Inside was a familiar looking metal rod, the same one that Dave had tapped against his shoe that fateful night. The memories flooded back instantly, and I felt a deep, gnawing dread in the pit of my stomach. Attached to the rod was a note, "Still thinking of you." Terrified, I immediately contacted the hospital security and the local police. They took the package into evidence, hoping to find any fingerprints or DNA that could lead them to Dave. Olivia was the first person I called. She was as horrified as I was and immediately booked a flight to Boston to be with me. Weeks turned into months, and the police still had no new leads. I was on edge, constantly looking over my shoulder. Olivia suggested I see a therapist to cope with the anxiety, and it was one of the best decisions I made. Through therapy, I learned techniques to deal with my trauma, reminding myself that I was not a helpless student anymore but a strong, competent doctor. One evening, after a particularly grueling shift, I was surprised to find a bouquet of flowers waiting for me in my apartment. Confused, I looked for a card. The message read, "Congratulations on making it this far. Always here for you, Dave." This was the last straw. I couldn't live in fear anymore. I decided to hire a private investigator, hoping they could uncover something the police missed. The investigator dove deep into the case, combing through security footage, motel records, and even tracking down previous guests who had stayed near room A. Weeks later, he called me with surprising news. He had traced back a pattern of incidents similar to mine, targeting female medical students. Each incident was in a different city at a different motel, but the descriptions of the man were eerily similar. The investigator believed that this man, Dave, was moving from city to city, specifically targeting medical students. It seemed that he had an obsession or grudge against female medical professionals. With this new information, the police reopened the investigation. A nationwide alert was sent out to all medical schools, warning students and urging anyone with information to come forward. The power of the medical community was evident. Tips and stories began pouring in from all corners of the country. And then, a break in the case, a motel manager in Nashville recognized the description of Dave and provided security footage of him checking in. The manhunt was on. Within days, with the combined efforts of several state police departments, they located and arrested Dave in a small town in Ohio. As it turned out, he had a deep-seated resentment towards the medical profession due to a botched surgery that left him in chronic pain. Though it was a relief knowing he was behind bars, the trauma left a lasting impact on me. I became an advocate for the safety of medical students on the interview trail, launching initiatives to ensure no one would have to face such terror again. Olivia and I continued our close bond, always reminding each other of the strength we drew from that harrowing experience. The dark chapter of Dave was behind us, but its lessons on vigilance, community, and resilience would stay with us forever. It was the summer of 2012 when I started my internship in New York City. Excited and slightly overwhelmed by the bustling streets, I tried to acclimate to the fast-paced environment as quickly as possible. I rented a basement apartment in Queens, and my daily routine involved taking the subway to Manhattan where the company's office was located. One evening, after a particularly grueling day, I was waiting for the subway at Grand Central. The platform was crowded, and I was immersed in a book when I felt someone watching me. I glanced up to see a man staring at me intently from across the platform. He was in his late 42nd, balding, with a tan trench coat and worn-out shoes. I brushed off the uneasy feeling, thinking it was probably a coincidence. The train arrived, and I boarded, taking a seat near the window. As the subway doors closed, I caught a glimpse of the same man boarding the same car. Again, I brushed it off. After all, it's New York, there are millions of people and countless coincidences. The journey from Grand Central to Queens was about 40 minutes. As I approached my stop, I gathered my things and stood up, noticing the man doing the same. A little voice inside my head told me to be alert, so instead of heading straight to my apartment, I decided to stop by a local grocery store. The man followed. I browsed the aisles, picked up a few items, and kept an eye on the man who pretended to shop but watched me through the gaps between the shelves. Growing increasingly nervous, I approached a store employee and explained my situation. She immediately called for the manager, who then confronted the man. They had a brief discussion, after which the man quickly left the store. The manager offered to have an employee walk me home, which I gratefully accepted. I thought that would be the end of it, but the next day, as I was leaving work, I saw him again. He was standing on the opposite side of the street, watching. Panicking, I rushed to the nearest police station and reported the incidents. They took my statement and assured me they would look into it. An officer also gave me some advice on staying safe, such as varying my routine and being aware of my surroundings. Over the next couple of weeks, I spotted the man multiple times outside my office, near my apartment, and even once at a coffee shop I frequented. I reported each sighting to the police, and they began actively investigating. One evening, a detective called me to inform that they had identified the man. He had a history of stalking behavior and had been arrested previously. With the evidence I provided, the police arrested him again. A restraining order was issued, and I was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. I never saw him again, but the experience forever changed how I viewed my personal safety in big cities. Several months passed, and life resumed its normal pace. The haunting memories of the persistent stranger began to fade, replaced with new friendships, work successes, and the daily ebb and flow of city life. But the lesson of that summer never left me: the importance of vigilance in urban environments. On weekends, I began attending self-defense classes. The studio, nestled between a vintage bookstore and a quirky cafe, quickly became a haven for me. The instructor, a robust woman named Alina, had a fierce demeanor, but she also possessed a nurturing spirit that made her instantly likable. It was at one of these classes that I met Maya, a journalist who had faced her own share of unsolicited attention during field assignments. We bonded over shared experiences and our commitment to personal safety. Maya introduced me to an app she had found that allowed users to share their live location with trusted contacts. Whenever one of us felt unsafe or wanted someone to know our whereabouts, we activated it. It was a small but reassuring step. One Saturday, after an intensive sparring session, Maya and I decided to grab coffee at the cafe next door. As we sipped on our lattes and chatted, a local news story played on the TV. The reporter was discussing the recent spike in reports from women who felt they were being followed. Maya, with her journalist's instincts, decided to delve deeper. Over the next few weeks, she interviewed dozens of women, gathering stories that vary from harmless coincidences to sinister encounters. I helped where I could, leveraging my recent experience and the connections I'd made with the police. Our research culminated in a powerful article that Maya titled "The Shadows of the City When Being Watched Becomes Dangerous." The piece went viral, sparking citywide conversations about women's safety and prompting local authorities to ramp up security measures in certain hotspots. A community group emerged from these discussions, dedicated to ensuring safety in the neighborhood. Evening patrols were organized, with volunteers making their presence known in vulnerable areas during peak times. Local businesses, including the cafe and the bookstore beside my self-defense studio, began offering their premises as safe spaces for anyone feeling threatened. Alina, ever the community stalwart, started offering free self-defense workshops for women. The studio was perpetually packed, with women of all ages eager to empower themselves. The efforts of our tight-knit community were palpable. Over time, there was a marked decrease in the number of incidents reported. Women felt safer, more protected, and most importantly, heard. The incident with the stranger, though terrifying at the time, set off a chain of events that brought our community closer. We had transformed our collective fear into a proactive stance against potential threats. Years later, as I packed up my basement apartment in Queens and prepared to move to a new city, I reflected on my time in New York. The city had taught me resilience, the importance of community, and to always trust my instincts. Wherever life took me next, I was ready, armed not just with self-defense moves, but with the knowledge that when communities come together, they have the power to effect real, lasting change. I had moved to my apartment complex in downtown Austin about 2 years ago. The convenience of being within walking distance to work and local cafes was unbeatable. Every morning, I'd take the same route, walking past the same stores and coffee shops, waving hello to the familiar faces, and just reveling in the beauty of my urban routine. The thing about routines, though, is that they make you predictable. It started with the notes. One evening, I came back to find a small crumpled paper under my door. "You look nice today," it read. At first, I thought it was just a harmless note, perhaps from a secret admirer or a neighbor trying to be friendly. But the notes continued, growing more detailed and intimate. "Loved how your hair looked in the wind today," one read. Another said, "You should wear that blue sweater more often." Concerned but not wanting to overreact, I decided to adjust my schedule, leave for work at different times, and even take different routes. That's when I started to notice him. A tall man, always wearing a baseball cap, and consistently in my peripheral vision. It was Ari. I'd never seen his face entirely, but he was always there, watching. One evening, as I was heading back from a late late dinner, I noticed him again. The streets were more deserted than usual, and my heart raced as I quickened my pace, the echo of his footsteps mirroring mine. Panicking, I ducked into a bookstore I often frequented, hoping to lose him amongst the aisles. Mary, an elderly woman who owned the store, noticed my distress and approached. "I think someone's following me," I whispered to her. Her face grew concerned, and she immediately guided me to the back of the store, out of view. About 10 minutes passed, which felt like hours. Peeking out, I couldn't spot him. With Mary's insistence, I decided to call the police. 2 officers arrived shortly and took my statement, but without any clear evidence or a description of the man, there wasn't much they could do. They did, however, offer to patrol the area and ensure I got home safely. A few days passed without incident, but the feeling of being watched never left me. I began second-guessing every decision, became more withdrawn, and my once-loved routine became a source of anxiety. One day, as I was going through my old yearbooks, a memory hit me like a ton of bricks. Back in high school, there was a guy, Jake, 2 years my senior. He had developed an unhealthy obsession with me, always staring from a distance, leaving notes in my locker, and even following me home once. The school had intervened, and he was expelled. It was an incident I had pushed to the recesses of my mind. Furious, I decided to look Jake up on social media. After a few clicks, I stumbled upon his profile, and my blood ran cold. There he was, older now but unmistakably Jake, and his latest post was a picture of a baseball cap. I immediately called the police again and provided them with the information. They decided to bring him in for questioning, and it turned out my suspicions were correct. Jake had recognized me on the street one day and decided to reignite his twisted fascination. He had moved to Austin a few years earlier and had been leading a relatively low-profile life, but spotting me had triggered his old habits. With the evidence in hand, the police were able to issue a restraining order against Jake. The next few months were tough. The realization that I had been stalked by someone from my past, someone with whom I had shared hallways and classrooms, was chilling. However, the incident made me appreciate the importance of community. My neighbors, the local store owners, even strangers, rallied around me, ensuring that I felt safe and supported. The bookstore became a regular haunt, with Mary always ready with a comforting word and a cup of tea. The experience was a brutal reminder of the unpredictability of life, but also showcased the kindness of people. In the months that followed, Austin started to feel like home again. The unease faded gradually, replaced by newfound confidence and strength. Friends and neighbors were always checking in, ensuring that I was okay, and the incident had spawned a stronger sense of unity within the community. As the group's workshops gained traction, more and more residents attended, sharing their stories and experiences. I realized that while my encounter with Jake was unique in its nature, many others had faced similar situations. Some had been stalked, others had faced break-ins, while some just felt unsafe walking alone at night. The community came together, shared personal experiences, and started looking out for one another. One evening, as I was winding up a workshop, a young woman, Lily, approached me. Her eyes were filled with a mix of fear and determination. "I think I'm being followed," she confided. I remembered the fear I had felt, and I knew precisely how she was feeling. We immediately informed the police and collaborated with them to identify the stalker. With the help of the community and the local patrol officers, we were able to catch the man in question. It turned out he was a repeat offender who had just been released from prison and had taken to his old habits. Lily was grateful, and I was reminded once more of the importance of community vigilance. Lily and I formed a close bond after that incident. We became each other's pillar of strength. She joined our community safety group, and together we initiated several projects, including safety walks for women, self-defense classes, and a helpline for those who felt threatened. Over the next year, crime rates in our neighborhood decreased significantly. Local businesses pitched in, sponsoring events, and offering rewards for community members who actively contributed to making Austin safer. As for me, life returned to a semblance of normalcy. My daily routine was almost the same, but with one difference: I now walked with an extra spring in my step, knowing that I was not alone, that I was part of a community that cared, watched out for each other, and wouldn't let darkness overshadow the light. Jake's memory became just that, a memory, a grim reminder of a chapter in my life that had been challenging, but also transformative. Every now and then, I'd visit Mary's bookstore. We'd sip on tea and chat about everything under the sun. Mary often remarked how the incident had changed me. "You were always strong," she'd say, "but now you shine." And she was right. The ordeal with Jake had taken me on a journey from fear to empowerment, from being watched to watching out for others. It had taught me the importance of community, resilience, and the indomitable human spirit. The experience had carved out a part of me, but in its place, it had filled me with purpose, compassion, and an unwavering determination to ensure that no one else felt as alone and scared as I once did. The community had rallied together, not just for me, but for everyone. Austin became more than just a city. It became a symbol of unity, strength, and the profound impact that collective effort can have in erasing shadows and lighting up lives. The town of Ravensbrück is one of those places you can't find on a modern map. When I stumbled across it on my road trip, it was purely by accident. I was headed towards the national parks in the west, and perhaps out of fatigue or pure curiosity, I found myself driving down a narrow, windy road that had seen better days. The journey to Ravensbrück was marked by eerie expanses of dense woods and the encroaching feeling of isolation. However, as I approached the town, it felt as if I'd stepped back in time. Classic 1950s style houses, an old gas station, and even a diner that boasted best burgers since 1958 all greeted me upon arrival. But there was something unusual about this quaint picture. There was no one around. No children playing, no cars driving by, not even the hum of an old-timey radio. Intrigued, I parked my car outside the diner. The bell above the door jingled as I entered. The inside felt cozy, decorated with vintage posters and red vinyl chairs. Again, eerily, it was devoid of people except for a lone woman behind the counter. She was in her 50s, with silver hair tied into a bun and a stern, almost cold demeanor. She eyed me suspiciously. "Lost it?" she asked. "Just passing through," I responded, trying to sound casual. "Thought I'd grab a coffee." She nodded slowly, pouring me a cup without breaking her gaze. I tried to make small talk, asking about the town's history and why it was so quiet. She said Ravensbrück had seen better days, but people moved on, leaving only memories behind. As I sipped my coffee, I noticed old black and white photographs on the walls. Most depicted happy families and lively town events, but one particular photo caught my eye. It showed a group of children, all around 10 or 12, standing in front of a forest. They were all looking at something or someone off frame, expressions of terror etched into their young faces. Feeling a chill run down my spine, I asked the woman about it. She hesitated, then whispered, "That's the last photo taken of them before they disappeared. It was the day Ravensbrück changed forever." Curious, I pressed for more details. The woman seemed reluctant, but finally relented. She began telling the tale of a man named Nathan, who had once lived on the outskirts of town. Nathan was a recluse, known to wander the woods, and was often the topic of local gossip and children's ghost stories. One summer day, the children in the photograph had decided to venture into the woods, chasing after legends of hidden treasures. But as evening fell, they didn't return. Search parties were formed, and the townspeople combed every inch of the forest. Nathan was found at a clearing, surrounded by symbols drawn in the dirt and muttering incoherently. The children, however, were never found. The town turned on Nathan, blaming him for the children's disappearance. Without a trial, he was locked in an old barn and left to meet a grim fate. Since that day, the once vibrant town of Ravensbrück began its slow descent into quiet despair. "The town's been cursed ever since," the woman murmured. "Every few years, someone disappears. And every time, the same symbols found around Nathan appear somewhere in town." I felt a cold dread as she continued, "You do well to leave before nightfall." I quickly paid for my coffee, thanking her for the story. As I left, she called out, "Stay on the main road and don't venture into the woods." Driving away from Ravensbrück, the sky darkened. Despite the early hour, it felt as if night was rapidly descending. Suddenly, my car sputtered and died, leaving me stranded on that old, windy road. Panicking, I tried the ignition multiple times, but it was useless. In the distance, I heard a soft, childlike giggle. My heart raced as I locked the car doors. The giggles grew louder, turning into multiple voices whispering and laughing. Then, in my headlights, symbols began to appear on the road, drawn as if by invisible hands. Remembering the woman's warning, I decided to abandon the car and run. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to get away. The voices grew louder and more sinister as if they were right behind me. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but fear propelled me forward. After what felt like hours, I saw lights ahead. Gasping for breath, I stumbled onto the main road, and to my immense relief, a trucker pulled over. He saw my panicked state and let me in without a word. As we drove away, I glanced back at the woods. For a split second, I saw figures of children standing at the edge, with Nathan looming behind them. The trucker dropped me off at the next town. I thanked him profusely, still in shock. He just nodded, mentioning that he had heard stories of Ravensbrück but never believed them. It took days to recover my car, and when I did, those eerie symbols were etched onto every window. I sold the car immediately and took a flight back home, leaving the West behind. My friends and family could tell that something had deeply affected me, though I never shared the full story, believing they might dismiss it as a hallucination or stress-induced fantasy. One evening, after a particularly rough day at work, I decided to distract myself with some online research about Ravensbrück. The web yielded very little. There was no Wikipedia page, no travel reviews, not even a ghost story site mention. It was as if the town had been completely wiped off the face of the internet. However, buried deep in the search results, I stumbled across an old forum. The title read, "Ravensbrück, the Cursed Town." There were a handful of entries, most of which were users sharing third or fourth hand stories, but one post, dated just a week back, caught my attention. I was there. It began. The user described an experience eerily similar to mine. The isolated town, the vintage diner, the ominous woman with silver hair. and the haunting photograph of terrified children. Their encounter ended with a car breakdown, ghostly voices, and a narrow escape. The story ended with the line, "And every night since, I feel like they are watching, waiting." Chills ran down my spine as I read it. I quickly replied to the post, sharing a condensed version of my experience and asking if we could connect privately. Within minutes, a message notification popped up. The user, who introduced himself as Alex, explained how he had been on a photography expedition looking for forgotten towns and landscapes. Like me, he had stumbled upon Ravensbrück by accident. The trauma of the experience had left him sleepless, and he had turned to the internet for answers, leading to the creation of his forum post. We decided to set up a video call. Alex looked worn out, with dark circles under his eyes indicating countless sleepless nights. As we shared our experiences, the similarities were uncanny, and the one thread that tied our stories together was the sense of being watched, even weeks after leaving Ravensbrück. It was Alex who suggested we should try to find more survivors like us. Maybe, collectively, we could find a way to break the cycle or at least make sense of it. Our online searches led us to a few more, and soon we had a small group of 6 who had experienced the horrors of Ravensbrück. The more we shared, the more we began to notice patterns. Each person had an object with the eerie symbols from Ravensbrück. For Alex, it was his camera. For me, it was a small metal keychain I had absent-mindedly picked up at the gas station in town. These objects seemed to be the link that kept us connected to the haunting memories and eerie occurrences that followed our visits. One of our group members, a woman named Clara, proposed a plan. She had connections with a well-known psychic known for cleansing haunted objects and locations. We all agreed to meet, bringing our cursed items, hoping this might be the key to ending the nightmares. The day of the ritual was tense. The psychic, an older woman named Esme, examined each object. She confirmed what we suspected. They held a connection to the town and were infused with the energy of the lost souls of Ravensbrück. Esme's process was intense, invoking spirits and energies I had never experienced before. One by one, our objects were cleansed, with each ritual ending in a bright flash of light. When it was over, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over us. The weight we had been carrying for so long had finally been lifted. Months have passed since that day. The nightmares and eerie feelings have stopped. The group disbanded, with each of us returning to our lives, forever changed by our shared experience. Ravensbrück remains a mystery. Some in our group believe it best to leave it that way, but a part of me still yearns to know more. Was it just a cursed town, or a portal to another realm? Whatever the truth, I've learned some places on this earth are not meant to be discovered, and some memories are best left in the shadows. I grew up in a small coastal town in Maine, which was every bit the charming and picturesque place you might imagine. Cobblestone streets, white picket fences, and a tight-knit community where everyone knew everyone. While it was the perfect setting for tourists, the influx of outsiders during the summer months often posed its own set of problems. This is the story of one summer I'll never forget. It started in June. The sun had begun to hang a little longer in the sky, and the waves lapped more invitingly at the shore. Tourists started pouring in, their camper vans and suitcases a common sight. My family ran a small bed and breakfast, which had been passed down for generations. The house was old, with creaky wooden floors, antique furnishings, and a history that was interwoven with the fabric of the town. One evening, as I was cleaning up the dining area after serving breakfast, I noticed a man standing outside our property. He wasn't admiring the house or looking for the entrance. He was just standing. He appeared to be in his mid-40s, slightly unkempt, with dark shades, and was observing the house as if committing every detail to memory. Feeling uneasy, I called my dad. By the time my dad got to the window, the man had moved on, his figure disappearing around a corner. Brushing it off as just another tourist, we continued our day. The following evening, after dinner, I decided to take a walk. Our town was always safe, and the idea of walking alone at night never seemed threatening. But as I made my way through the winding streets, I felt an uneasy sensation of being watched. Looking around, I spotted the same man from earlier, standing a few paces behind me. Our eyes met, and he gave a chilling and sincere smile. Panicking, I made a beeline for home. As I reached our front gate, I dared to glance back. He had stopped at the entrance of our B&B, staring intently before slipping away into the shadows. The next morning, my alarm jolted me awake. It was 6 a.m. I had a routine of going for a run on the beach every morning, but given last night's encounter, I hesitated. Shaking off my fear, I told myself I was overreacting. It was broad daylight, and I'd stick close to home. About 15 minutes into my run, my sense of unease grew. There was a figure following me at a distance. It was him. He wasn't running, just briskly walking, keeping pace. Panic set in, and I sprinted home, locking the doors behind me. I told my parents, and my father decided to report it to our local police station. However, without any concrete evidence or threatening behavior, there was little they could do. The next few days were quiet. No sign of the man. I started to think that maybe I had overreacted, or perhaps he had moved on to another town. It wasn't until late one night, while I was reading in my room, that I felt the sense of being watched again. Glancing out of my window, I saw him. He was standing across the street, under the faint glow of a street lamp, staring directly at my window. Our eyes locked, and his chilling smile returned. The next morning, we found a note slipped under our front door. Scribbled in rough handwriting, they read, "I like watching you. I think you like it too." I was horrified. We reported it to the police, and this time they took it more seriously. They began patrolling our street at night and advised us to keep our doors and windows locked. But even with the police presence, the man persisted. Every other night, he'd be somewhere nearby, always watching, always out of reach. We installed security cameras, but he was adept at avoiding them. Then, one evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a noise from the downstairs living room. Slowly, I descended the staircase, and what I saw froze me in place. The man was inside our house, standing in the dimly lit room, that same cold smile plastered on his face. I screamed, alerting my parents. My father rushed down, wielding a baseball bat, but by the time we reached the living room, he was gone, the front door left slightly ajar. The police were at our home within minutes. A thorough search of our property and surrounding areas yielded nothing. But this break, it was the turning point. The town rallied around us, setting up a neighborhood watch and sharing any information they might have about the stranger. With a united front and increased police vigilance, we hoped he would be caught soon. Weeks passed without incident. The summer was drawing to a close, and the tourist rush was dwindling. With no sign of the man, we started to believe the nightmare was over. However, one evening, as we were having dinner, a news bulletin flashed on the TV. A man had been arrested at a nearby town for breaking and entering, and the police suspected he might be linked to multiple stalking cases. The mugshot displayed was all too familiar. It turned out the man had a history of fixating on women in various towns, stalking them for a while, and then moving on to a new location, a new victim. Our small town was just his latest stop. For a while after the man's arrest, life in our quaint coastal town slowly began to regain its charm. Tourist season ended, and the warm hues of summer transitioned into the crisp golden palette of fall. The streets grew quiet, the beaches empty, and life became that gentle lull that we were so used to. However, the memory of that summer cast a long shadow. As much as I tried to push the events to the back of my mind, they lingered. Every creak of the floorboards, every unexpected knock on the door would send my heart racing. Nightmares became a frequent visitor, with visions of that man's haunting smile appearing as I slept. My parents, noticing the change in my demeanor, suggested counseling. I was initially resistant. The idea of foretelling the events, reliving the fear, seemed counterproductive. However, the more I thought about it, the more I realized I needed to confront my fears to move past them. I started seeing Dr. Shaw, a local therapist renowned for her work with trauma victims. The first few sessions were tough. Tears flowed freely as I recounted the events, but Dr. Shaw was patient, guiding me through the process, helping me identify triggers, and teaching me coping mechanisms. In the midst of my therapy sessions, I found an unexpected source of solace, my community. Word had spread about what I was going through, and the outpouring of support was overwhelming. Neighbors would drop by with baked goods, friends organized weekend get-togethers, and I even joined a local support group for people who had experienced trauma. Sharing my story with others and hearing theirs made me realize I wasn't alone in my struggle. One evening, as I was returning from a support group meeting, I received a message from Sophia, an old school friend. She had moved out of town for college and we had lost touch, but she had heard about my ordeal through mutual friends. The message read, "Hey, I heard about what happened last summer. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. It reminded me of something similar that happened here in Boston. Maybe we can catch up. I think talking about it might help both of us." I hesitated, but eventually I agreed. We decided to meet up during the upcoming winter break. Reconnecting with Sophia was like a breath of fresh air. Over coffee, she shared her experience, which had eerie parallels to mine. We bonded over our shared trauma, finding strength in each other's stories. As winter turned to spring and then summer, life continued. With the help of therapy, community support, and friends like Sophia, the wounds began to heal. The nightmares grew less frequent, and the town's charm started to shine brightly once again. Looking back, that harrowing summer taught me a lot about resilience, community, and the human spirit. While I would never wish such an experience on anyone, it shaped me into a stronger, more empathetic individual. It was a testament to the fact that even in the darkest moments, with the right support, one can find their way back to the light. I always considered myself lucky to live in a small, tight-knit community. Beacon Ridge was the kind of place where neighbors exchanged homemade casseroles, kids played on the streets until dusk, and the annual community fair was the biggest event of the year. My family moved there when I was 5, so by the time I headed off to college, I knew every nook and cranny of the town and almost everyone in it. When I returned home after graduating, I took up a job as a reporter for our local newspaper. Beacon Ridge was always peaceful, so the police blotter was mostly filled with minor disturbances. That was until one autumn day when a series of break-ins shattered our community's sense of safety. It started with Mrs. Thompson, who lived 3 doors down from us. She came home from her weekly book club to find her back door ajar and her living room in disarray. Nothing was stolen, but an uneaten sandwich sat on her kitchen counter, a bite taken out of it. The next incident was at the Mitchells, where again, nothing was stolen, but a family photo from their living room now had faces eerily scratched out. The news spread like wildfire. Neighbors became wary, installing security cameras and reinforcing locks. The police ramped up their patrols, and community meetings were held to discuss safety measures. I wrote about the incidents for the newspaper, and as I dug deeper, I found a pattern. All the affected houses were ones where the residents had recently returned from out-of-town trips. Someone was watching, keeping track of the comings and goings. I decided to talk to the local motel owners. Maybe the intruder was a guest. My hunch proved right when Mr. Garfield, who ran the Beacon Inn, recalled a guest named Martin who had been staying for a few weeks and often made inquiries about residents. Working with the police, we discovered that Martin was using a false name. His real name was Carl, and he was diagnosed with a mental disorder, having escaped from a facility 2 towns over. But while the police knew who he was, Carl was elusive. Days turned into weeks with no further incidents, making everyone believe he had moved on. That belief was shattered one evening. I had just come home from work, exhausted. My parents were out of town, so I had the house to myself. After dinner, I curled up on the sofa to watch some TV. Hours later, I woke up, the TV screen filled with static. I groggily checked the time, 2:13 a.m. As I was about to head to bed, I heard a faint noise upstairs. Thinking it might be the cat, I brushed it off, but then the floorboards creaked, unmistakably under the weight of human footsteps. Panic gripped me. Someone was in the house. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering to the operator about the intruder. She urged me to find a safe place to hide and stay on the line. Moving as quietly as I could, I slipped into the pantry, pushing shelves in front of the door. I then crawled into a corner, phone clutched to my ear. I heard footsteps descend the stairs, slowly, deliberately. They moved into the living room, pausing for agonizing minutes, and then they began to approach the kitchen. The door handle rattled. The intruder tried pushing the door, but the shelves held. A soft, eerie humming began from the other side, making my skin crawl. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, but soon, the wail of sirens cut through the night. The footsteps retreated hastily, followed by the slamming of the back door. Police found Carl hiding in our backyard shed. He was taken into custody without incident and later sent to a secure facility. The aftermath of the ordeal was both relieving and unsettling. The town, previously untouched by such events, was now buzzing with anxiety and curiosity. People would often stop me in the local grocery store or coffee shop, wanting to know more details or just check if I was alright. Sophia, my best friend since childhood, was especially shaken by the event. She lived only a few houses down, and the thought that she might have been next haunted her. She invited me over for dinner the next week. For some girl time and to check in, she had said. We sat on her porch, wrapped in blankets, drinking hot cocoa as we often did during our countless heart-to-heart sessions growing up. The warm liquid was comforting, as were Sophia's familiar stories and laughter. However, as the night grew darker, we couldn't help but revisit the subject of Carl. Did you ever see him around town before? Sophia asked, her fingers nervously playing with the handle of her mug. I thought back, trying to recall if I had ever crossed paths with the man. No, not that I could remember, I replied. But then again, he was good at blending in. Sophia nodded, deep in thought. It's just so strange. I mean, why Beacon Ridge? Why us? We may never know, I responded, thinking of all the research I had done for my articles. Carl's past was enigmatic, and aside from his recent escape, not much was known about him. As the weeks passed, the terror of that night began to fade, replaced by the mundanities of daily life. Sophia and I took self-defense classes together, and there was a noticeable increase in security system installations in Beacon Ridge. Community meetings were more frequent, and neighbors made a concerted effort to check in on each other. In a way, Carl's intrusion had inadvertently strengthened the bond of the community. The annual Beacon Ridge Fair that year had the highest turnout in its history. day. Residents young and old came together, not only to enjoy the festivities, but to stand united against the fear that had briefly gripped them. Months later, I received a letter at the newspaper office. There was no return address, only a hastily scrawled message. "You were lucky." So the chill ran down my spine. I immediately contacted the police, who confirmed that Carl was still securely detained. They suspected it was a prank or an attempt to rattle the community once more. But even with that reassurance, the shadow of that night lingered. I often found myself double-checking my locks or glancing over my shoulder on my evening walks. Deacon Ridge had lost a bit of its innocence, but in its place grew a resilience and unity that made me prouder than ever to call it home. Sophia and I often talked about that turbulent time, reminding ourselves of the importance of community and friendship. The events had shown us that even in the darkest moments, the combined strength of a close-knit community could shine the brightest. However, as years went by, the ordeal became a distant memory, a story to be told to newcomers and younger generations. But for those of us who lived through it, it served as a constant reminder of the fragility of safety and the importance of unity. Deacon Ridge wasn't just a town, it was a family, and families stick together no matter what. I've lived in my apartment for about 3 years now. It's one of those modern complexes with security features and supposedly safe surroundings. You swipe a card to get into the building, there's a concierge desk, and we even have a tiny gym. It's not luxurious, but it's been my haven, my little piece of sanctuary. Until last winter, every morning, like clockwork, I'd leave for work at 7:45 a.m. I'd take the elevator down from the 9th floor to the lobby, say hi to Derek at the concierge desk, and step out into the brisk morning air. This routine had never been disrupted. Until one morning in December, it began subtly. I started finding small, innocent enough notes in my mailbox. The first one read, "I like your blue coat." That's it. No name, no other message. I shrugged it off, assuming it was a misplaced note meant for someone else or perhaps a prank from a neighbor. Then, the notes grew more frequent and specific. "Your hair looked nice today. You seemed tired this morning. Rough night. New perfume. It smells sweet." My comfort started to waver. The handwriting was always the same, a hurried scrawl, as if the person didn't want to spend much time writing it. I thought about mentioning it to Derek or maybe even the police, but what would I say? That someone's leaving me unsettling compliments? One evening, when returning from a night out with friends, I noticed something off. My front door was slightly ajar. Panic surged. I pushed the door open with the tip of my boot, my heart in my throat. My apartment was a mess. Drawers were pulled out, their contents spilled, like couch cushions were on the floor, and my refrigerator was left open. But nothing was missing, not my TV, not my laptop, not even the cash I had on my counter. However, on my dining table, perfectly placed in the center, was another note. "Your bed is soft." The audacity of this person to not only break into my home, but to take a moment to lie on my bed was both infuriating and terrifying. I called the police immediately. They arrived promptly, took a statement, and examined the apartment. Without evidence of who might have done this, they advised me to install cameras and be vigilant. The next day, I bought a security camera and placed it facing my front door. Feeling slightly reassured, I tried to continue with life, but every rustle in the hallway, every unexpected sound made me jumpy. I spoke to Derek about it, and he promised to be more alert. A week later, I came home to find another note, this time on the inside of my door. "Cameras will help you." I felt my stomach drop. I rushed to my computer, pulled up the footage, and there he was. A tall man, face obscured by a hoodie, slipping into my apartment, and then back out just a few minutes later. I handed the footage to the police, but without a clear face shot, they couldn't do much. They upped the patrols in the area, and I notified my building's management. They sent a memo to all residents to be on the lookout and ensure all security measures were being followed. That night, as I tried to sleep, every sound was amplified. I'd jump at the slightest noise, convinced he was back. Days turned into restless nights. My eyes grew heavy with dark circles, and my coworkers whispered worriedly. One morning, as I sipped coffee, there was a soft knock on my door. It was Derek, looking more serious than I'd ever seen him. "Can we chat?" he asked. We sat down, and he hesitated a moment before speaking. "Look, I didn't want to say anything before because I thought I might be overreacting, but there's a guy. He's not from our building. Every morning, just before you leave, he stands across the street, just watching. He's always in a black hoodie." Chills ran down my spine. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I cried. I only connected the dots after hearing about the break-in. "I'm so sorry." Together, we approached the police with this new piece of information. They decided to set up a sting operation. An undercover officer would pose as me, complete with my blue coat, and see if the man would approach. The operation was set for a Thursday. As the decoy left the building. Sure enough, the man in the hoodie started to follow. Within minutes, officers apprehended him. It turned out he was a wanted stalker in 3 states, having terrorized multiple women over the years. My simple routine, my uneventful walk out of my building each morning, had somehow caught his eye. Our conversations over coffee usually revolved around life, security measures, and sometimes we'd share a laugh or two about non-related topics. But every once in a while, the topic would revert to that chilling winter episode. One such day, I remarked, "You know, Derek, that whole incident made me realize how invisible we sometimes feel in a city. Here we are, surrounded by people, yet someone can watch you, stalk you, and nobody would even realize." He nodded in agreement, taking a sip from his cup. "It's a double-edged sword, really. The anonymity of a city can be comforting, but sometimes it can also be a cloak for those with darker intentions." There was a brief pause, the weight of our experiences hanging in the air. But then Derek, always the one to find a lighter note, chuckled, "You know, the new complex I'm working at is state-of-the-art security. Biometrics, face recognition, the whole 9 yards. I feel like I'm working in a spy movie." I laughed. "Well, James Bond, let's hope you never have to deal with a hoodie guy sequel." He raised his cup in a mock toast to safer days and technology outsmarting the creeps. Months passed, and life found a new rhythm. I immersed myself in work, picked up new hobbies, and even started attending group therapy for survivors of stalking and similar traumas. It was there I met Ava, a vibrant woman with a heart-wrenching story of her own. We clicked instantly and became pillars of support for each other. One evening, Ava and I sat on my balcony, the golden hues of the sunset painting the sky. She looked at me, her eyes reflecting a mix of pain and hope. "You know, these incidents, as terrifying as they are, they change you, but not always for the worse. They make you stronger, more resilient." I nodded, holding back tears. "They teach you to value peace, safety, and the genuine people around you." We sat there in silence, finding solace in each other's company, cherishing the newfound security in our lives. The city buzzed beneath us, alive and pulsating, a reminder of both the shadows and the lights that coexisted within it. But as days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the memories began to fade. Not entirely, but enough to let the healing process truly take over. It was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the ability to face adversity and come out stronger on the other side. While I could never forget those dark winter days, the spring that followed was a symbol of renewal and hope. Life had thrown its worst at me, but with the support of friends like Derek and Ava, I had weathered the storm. And as the saying goes, after the darkest night, there's a bright day ahead. One time I was walking home from the train station after I spent the weekend at my aunt's house. It was about 11 at night and very dark outside. When I was almost home, I noticed a guy on crutches in front of me who walked the same direction and then stopped every couple meters to turn around and look at me before continuing to walk on. Since he was walking with a limp, I quickly passed him. When I did, he stopped walking and grinned at me in a very creepy way. I kept moving, since I lived in an apartment over a burger restaurant. For a moment I considered to ask one of the employees to walk me to the front door, because to get to the entrance of the apartment part of the house, you had to walk around the house into a dark court. Finally, I however didn't ask, because I thought what could possibly happen. The guy is on crutches and I didn't want to come across childish. So I was walking through the court of our house and wanted to pull out my keys while walking. Suddenly I couldn't find them in my handbag. I realized I had thrown them somewhere in my travel bag, because I didn't want to lose them from my handbag while staying at my aunt's and being out with her all the time. So, still standing in the middle of the court, I had to search the whole travel bag for the key. I was so distracted by the whole key searching incident that I totally forgot about the creepy guy I had encountered before. When I finally pulled the key out of the bag, I looked up behind me and the creepy guy from before was standing right behind me, grinning. I always thought in a situation like that I'd start screaming, but instead, I couldn't get myself to make any sound at all. With the keys in my hand, I started running to the front door, opened it, and jumped inside the house. The guy, still walking with a limp, followed me as fast as he could. Luckily, due to his injury, he wasn't as fast as me. Unfortunately for me, our front door was one of those doors that slowly fall into the lock automatically, but when you try to push them in order to shut them quicker, it pressures back and stops you from slamming it. So there I was, trying to push the door into the lock, while creepy guy was on his way to follow me into the house. Believe it or not, the door fell into the lock right in the second he reached the doorstep. Through the glass door, we just looked at each other, both breathing heavily from the race. He looked quite disappointed. I quickly ran upstairs to my apartment and locked myself in it. Later that night, I looked outside my window and I saw that same man walking up and down the road in front of the house. He stayed there for about 3 to 4 hours after the incident. I can't tell you what it was that made me not call the cops. I guess I was like, after all nothing happened, what can can they do about it? After that, I didn't feel safe in my home anymore because I knew that he knew where I lived. I only left my apartment when being picked up or dropped off and made sure to be home before it was turning dark every day for 2 weeks. Finally, I decided to go to the police and tell them about it to ask whether they could keep a special eye on the neighborhood for a bit. I went to the police station and it happened exactly what I feared. They took notes and said we can't really do anything about it now, you should have called before, but we'll make a note. A couple days passed and suddenly I get a call back from another police officer who asks me a lot about what happened. He then tells me that they've been looking for the guy on crutches for months already because he assaulted several girls in our town, followed them into their apartments and even slept in front of their doors. He had been in police custody before, got out and violated probation. He had some kind of mental illness too. The police officer told me to immediately call in case the guy showed up again. He luckily never did. It was only then that I understood the seriousness of the situation and realized that I most likely escaped an attempted assault in some sort of way by just an inch. I in a way really didn't believe myself that the whole thing had actually happened before the police guy called me back. This was 5 years ago, but I still think about it from time to time and it still gives me creeps. Back when I was around 18 years old, I would go out to parties with my friend at night. It was my best friend at the time, Ivan, and his cousin Cesar that would invite me out that fateful night. I had been talking to a friend of Ivan on Facebook about meeting each other, and since I really hadn't had much experiences with girls, I thought it was now or never. This girl had a birthday party that day and invited us all to join her. So I took a bath, got ready, and my friends pulled up for me in a small car model that was really popular in Mexico in early 2000s. Since it was small, it was really good at saving gas and not too expensive, so the perfect car for a college student. I said bye to my mom and got in. We went to buy beer for the night and a pack of smokes for everyone. Back then I would smoke a lot. I still cringe about it, but it was a college thing, I suppose. My friend told us that he had been in contact with this girl on Facebook and that she accepted to come to the party with him tonight. We all were impressed and happy for him. We pulled to her house and parked to wait for her. I remember a group of thugs walking around the park, but since they seemed our age, we weren't too bummed out. My friend called her to come out and my friend Cesar stepped out for a smoke. I was sitting in the back not wanting to come out because of these guys outside. They seemed to be asking for trouble because they'd begun to argue about something really dumb with him. So my friend Ivan told me to step out just to have his back in case anything went down. I'm not particularly strong, but I am almost 6 feet tall, and with a winter coat I tried my best to appear tough enough for them to think twice. I lit a cigarette and pretended to be a tough guy and looked at a guy and laughed. Somehow it worked and they left. We went to the party and had a great time. I made out all night the girl I was talking to and later even found out she had kissed pretty much every dude that was there before me. Nevertheless, I was still grateful for the opportunity and said goodbye with a long kiss. As we headed back to the house of my friend's date, she seemed very quiet. I knew they had hit it off during the party, but now looked stiff and even scared. My friend and I were ready in the back to let them have the front to themselves, but she was just nervously looking at her phone. When we arrived, she wanted to get out, and my friend, trying to score points, said, "Wait, I'll walk you in." She did not like this and said, "Just go." We were a bit buzzed in the back and wanted to have a smoke, so we all stepped outside and watched them go to her door. I remember laughing about something with my friend when the mood suddenly became so dark. She started screaming, "Go now. Get out of here." The car pulled out nearly in front of us and people with bats and blunt instruments got off so fast I barely remember how I got back into the back seat. The girl said something along the lines of "leave them alone," and held him while a bunch of dudes got out. My friend Ivan got into the driving seat and started the car. Thankfully it started right up without trouble, but a big bottle of liquor then hit the windshield, cracking the top corner. I saw some guys come from the right side of the car where we were standing and quickly went to the other side to let my friend have easy way in into the back right seat. As I turned the corner, I saw this massive looking guy come up to me and barely had time to close the door and pulled the lock down. The dude was punching my window. My other friend wasn't so lucky since he actually got hit in the head and I barely made it in the car. He couldn't even close the door because one guy was grabbing his leg. All of this happened in the span of 6 seconds. I acted all out of instinct and thankfully we all got in and my friend stepped on the gas while zigzagging in case they would shoot us. We all were scared and wondered what had happened. As we got back to our neighborhood, my friends were fuming. Both of them knew their way around the fight and could hold their own. I, on the other hand, am turning 30 next year and still have never been in a fight. Thankfully, I still had some cash left and told them we should go buy some illegal beer at midnight and tried my best to calm them down and convince them not to go back. My friend Cesar had actually woken a dude up in the middle of the night with a phone call and the man was ready to show up and throw down. After a few beers and a lot of talking, I convinced them it wasn't worth it and to just let the night end. I got home, my parents never found out and I just fell asleep. The next few days my friend Iva called me and told me that the girl's ex-boyfriend was actually a lead gang member, a gang known for beating up people and dropping them in water canals around the city. My heart dropped out of my chest. We had been seconds away from getting beat down and maybe killed by a bunch of thugs for just a day, if it wasn't for our quick reaction, or backing them up a bit and something outside this realm that wanted us to get away. We might not have made it. All I can say is trust your gut and your instincts. In the end it all happens so fast it's all you have. 15 years ago, I made one of the worst decisions of my life. I began dealing for a well-known biker gang. Though I wasn't a member, but I had connections to one of their members through my mutual friend, Josh. I had a short history in dealing years before but got clean and walked the straight narrow road. I worked 3 jobs and was saving for college. However, tragedy struck when a very close relative of mine was murdered by her new husband while they were traveling in his home country. What made this even more difficult is that they had canceled their life insurance, so the cost of returning them to our country and the funeral arrangements fell on me and 2 other close relatives. Now, this isn't an excuse for what I did. I just wanted to provide some context to what was going through my head when I met with Josh and asked to set up a meeting with his relative Mike, who was a member of a well-known biker gang, so that I could get back on my feet financially. If you're asking yourself why I didn't just pursue one of the millions of other avenues for financial assistance, it's because I was young, stupid, and wanted to replace that lost feeling with something I thought would make me feel better about myself at the time. So I gathered a team of hand-picked dealers at my house and waited for Mike to come by and discuss business, and soon enough he arrives with 2 pounds of weed in front of me. My plan was to only involve myself by distributing to my runners so that I could work my regular jobs while making a passive income. A quick side note, I had known Mike for about a year at this point, which is why so much was given up front. The term front means to loan, and the term runner refers to a dealer who works for you. Things went well over the next year and a half. My team expanded, I was making a ton of money, I sold the weed to my runners by the ounce, paid a discount per the pound, and was making hundreds in profit a week and thousands a month. I was happy and Mike was happy, and he only ever had to deal with me and never had to meet or address any of my runners. However, this is where the story takes a drastic turn for the worse and why you should never trust a biker gang, especially when you're not working on the inside. I had just hired a good friend of mine as a runner. She needed money, was a single mother, and wanted to sell it to her friends who came over and always needed weed. This girl ended up selling through ounces faster than anyone else, so I trusted her with more product to sell at once since I would have to come back 2 or 3 times a week. However, I was going on vacation for 3 weeks and wanted to make sure that she had access to enough while I was away, so I left her with a lot more than I usually would. When I returned, I had come to collect and everybody but her was up to date on their payments, and after excuse she came to me to inform me that her new scale was set to the wrong measurement system and that she was out a good amount. I was upset and nearly kicked her off the team, but I've known this girl for years and it wasn't anything I couldn't recover on my own. However, she came to me when I was supposed to meet up with Mike to re-up, which means collect more product, and because this took a lot longer than I thought, I was late to meet him. Now, remember when I said that you should never trust a biker unless you operate on the inside? I met up with Mike to let him know what happened, apologized for being late, and informed him that the situation had been dealt with, but Mike was furious. He tells me that, because I was late, he was late meeting his connect for the weed, and since he was late this connect would never deal with him again. He told me to meet him at Josh's house and to bring who was responsible for making me late, and if I didn't bring them, then I would be held accountable because this connect had made him $5,000 per week in profit. Yes, you read that right. This man told me that him being late wants to solve a profitable relationship with a connect that earned him $5,000 per week a week. I already knew what this meant for my runner. We were good friends, and there's no way I was going to allow a single mother to go through what I knew was coming. So I showed up to Josh's house on my own and waited for Mike. I sat on Josh's couch for what felt like hours by myself and uncertain of the extent of what was going to happen. Then Mike walks in, greets Josh, talks with his partners a bit while completely ignoring me. First 5 minutes go by, then 10 minutes go by, then Mike walks over and I remember waking up on the floor. From what I was told, Mike hit me across the head and I blacked out. He proceeded to hit me for 2 to 3 more minutes until I woke up to him still hitting me. We sat on the couch, and with a handgun to my head he tells me that he is going to charge me the profit he would have made every week from his connect for the next year. For those keeping track, that's $260,000. He tells me that he's going to be generous enough to do the first payment of $5,000 within 48 hours, that the money that I just gave him for my re-up didn't count, that I needed to return the weed, and that he was giving me 24 hours for each additional $5,000 after that. He took my car, which he underpriced at $10,000. This was a newish Mercedes at the time that I was still making payments on, and essentially planned on using me as a human automated teller machine. At this point, I knew what was happening, and despite our relationship for the past year, he was going to exploit me for as long as he could until he had a reason to get rid of me. So I went home and thought about my options. I had around $17,000 in cash, my savings, which amounted to just over $35,000. But even that would only get me by on the payments for a week. I realized that even if I was able to come up with half of the money, I would end up in jail or worse. After 24 hours of deliberating, I considered the fact that Mike had never met any of my runners, my family had moved away from this town after the death of the relative, and there was no way that I was going to risk my life or my freedom for some arbitrary debt. So I took all my cash, made my savings available, and knew I only had 24 hours to run as fast and as far as I could. 40:30 in the morning, I gathered a bag full of clothes, called a lifelong friend of mine who had moved to another country 4 hours away, explained the situation, asked if I could stay on his couch for a week, and took a bus as close to the Greyhound station as I could get without stopping in front of it. The Greyhound didn't require photo identification at the time, and I didn't want to fly out of my own city in case anyone saw me, or Mike was able to figure out where I was going by pressing any of the airport staff. At this point, my heart was beating out of my chest because, although the Greyhound isn't as busy as the airport, if Mike, or anyone he knew, saw me there, it was game over. I waited an hour, then walked inside and bought a ticket for a city 3.5 hours away that had an airport. Before boarding, I wrote down all my important contacts, removed the battery from my phone, dropped it down the sewer, and began my escape. At 8:15 in the morning, I stop in said city and buy a ticket to go and meet said friend. 12:30 at noon, I land in a country I've never been to and a city I've never been to. My friend picks me up and we talk about the situation the entire way home. Him and I had a similar past, and although the story itself is ridiculous, he understands. When we arrive at his place, I cut my hair, decide on a new name I'll go by while staying in the city while deciding my next move. I get a new prepaid phone and number and try to relax. 6 in the afternoon, I was supposed to meet Mike 30 minutes ago. The stress starts to kick in. 8 at night, we've been drinking and telling stories, and I remember that I hadn't deleted my Facebook, so I jumped onto my friend's laptop, threw on a VPN that was located in my home country, and was met with a flood of messages. Josh and Mike had kicked in my front door and destroyed my place. They left messages with the addresses of places they thought I was hiding out. They told me that they were watching the airport and Greyhound station and told me that it would be impossible to leave the city. It was at that point that I realized they never knew I left. Throughout the coming weeks, months, and years, I made a habit of changing phones and moved around from city to city and country to country. I even did those work for your accommodation programs in a couple of countries as a tourist. Every few weeks and months, I would get an email from a single friend back home who would tell me that Josh or his girlfriend were telling people to assure me that it was okay to come back, and things had blown over. A couple times I even tried to reach out to some other friends back home, only to find out that they were trying to cash in on the reward Mike had placed to anyone who could find out where I was. It eventually became easier to cut contact with anyone and everyone around me if I felt that I needed to move or felt that I couldn't entirely trust them. I could never go back to who I was or where I came from physically or mentally. I later found out that Mike had a nasty habit of hiring dealers that when he thought they had made a good amount of money, he would conjure up some dire situation in which they would need to pay him back a crazy amount. He would drain them for every dime they had until they couldn't pay anymore. After that, they would usually end up in a ditch somewhere. One of his associates, who happened to be my next door neighbor back home, was recently charged for first-degree murder after taking a woman out to the woods and killing her. Although this did a number on my trust issues, I've made a lot of changes throughout my life since the event. I've changed my name. Obviously, I'm in my mid-30s now. I have an amazing corporate position in a company that changes lives. I speak to schools about the impact of poverty, and it's taught me to empathize with people in different positions than my own. I own a condo in a very beautiful city. I'm engaged. I took up learning a second language, and I never take the second chance I've been given for granted. I've been clean for just over 15 years now. I've never told anyone in my new life about what's happened. I don't even think they would believe me. I take full responsibility for my stupidity in my younger years. Never again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I, a 24-year-old woman at the time, was 21 years old. I lived in a larger small city in the Midwest. At the time, I had no car, a bicycle, and hardly enough money for the public buses. I worked at a retail battery, lighting, and repair store. I worked full-time and only lived a little over a mile from my job. Since I was a female in a male-dominated field, I was often used to targeted abuse from men that thought that they knew better. Many times I stood my ground and flaunted my knowledge in subjects that these men couldn't grasp. Because of my willingness to learn and my close proximity to work, I often worked all sorts of hours, mostly by myself. This time I wasn't the person closing and had a coworker, Joey, who was 22, who came in for a part-time shift after he wrapped up classes at the local college. We had a close friendship, and we often stood up for each other and stood in when we were flustered or needed to go to the bathroom in the back. Joey received a phone call for a possible repair on a smartphone, a low-tier phone though, and he wasn't 100% sure if it was a phone that we could repair. He asked the young female caller to stop by for a consult. She had quickly agreed and said that she would stop by at around 5:30. This was a night that I was supposed to get done at 6 and catch the bus at around 6:30. It was a windy, drizzly, early fall night. I remember this because I had my bike with, and it became my anchor that night. A little before 6, this frantic, terrified, bawling 20-something-year-old woman came into our tiny shop. I was at the counter, switching out aging price tags and general store maintenance. I looked up at her, confused and willing to help. She looked me deep in the eyes, asking if Joey was here. At the time, he was using our tiny bathroom in the back, so I had to step in and help out any customers. I told her that he was currently busy and that I was willing to help her. She handed me her smashed cheap phone very timidly. My customer service skills couldn't prepare me for what she was going to say next. She quietly told me that her boyfriend, who was out in his red mini truck in the small front parking lot, had gotten angry and smashed her phone when she tried to call her sister that afternoon. I took the backing off of the phone and tried to research the model for any possible screen repair. No results found. I tried to hand her back the destroyed phone and she pushed it back in my hands with a pleading look. Then the honking commenced. There was this light drizzle outside, so our front glass door was covered in beaded drops and was slightly fogged over. I couldn't see who was honking out there. I told her again that I couldn't help and for her to try our cell phone repair competitor down the road. The tears started to really flowed down her cheeks, and I was freaked out at this point. She kept throwing glances behind her, and the honky would not stop. I shook with fear and rage at this point. I, myself, was in a domestic abuse situation at the time, and knew what this girl was experiencing. I broke my locked stare at her, and tried to look in our system a second time for a replacement screen. Nothing again. I looked up from our computer, and saw a shadowy figure of a young man pacing in front of the store. I was just happy that the honking stopped, but I was increasingly shooken up. My whole body vibrated with fear, and I whispered across the counter if she needed me to call the police. She slammed her hands down on the counter and said that I couldn't do that. She begged me not to. At this point, Joey came out from the back and asked me what all of the honking was from. We had a lot of elderly, farmers, lazy, and disabled customers that would honk their horns for us to pick up heavy battery cores from their cars. He thought that it was one of those situations, but with the looks on our faces, he knew something horrifying was happening. The young guy stopped pacing outside and began banging on our front door. Joey took the girl's phone from my hands and said for me to go in the back and lock the back employee only doors. I did what I was told and grabbed my bag, my bike, and my jacket. I looked at the clock in the back and it read 6:14. I spent 15 minutes with this girl, both of us feeling like trapped animals. Joey did bodybuilding during his free time and was a gentle knock of 14 short but stocky Asian guy. I was a short, obese, kind lady that would respond either of two ways, like a doormat or ready to stand my ground. I knew that I couldn't fight a customer and neither could Joey. Not because of physical reasons, we'd lose our jobs and had no idea what to do. The young guy threw the door open and the wind kept the door open. He had this manic, hateful look about him. A total predator he was. He was slim but muscular, early to mid-20s, and was soaked by the rain. He took the broken phone off the counter and took the girl in tow. He hurled insults at us and I gave the girl a pitted look. He slammed the door back shut and both Joey and I stood in absolute silence. He snapped out of it and ran to the front door and locked it. I told Joey to call our manager from our store landline and stood around while he did. I noticed that the guy had moved his truck to directly in front of our door. He was watching us from his truck, watching us behind the counter as we were on the phone with our manager. I had to leave to get home. The last possible bus came at 6:42 and I couldn't pedal my way home in the weather and all of the circumstances that had just occurred. The time was around 6:18 and I just needed to cross the busy highway and down the sidewalk by an eighth of a mile to the nearest bus stop. Joey, the guy, and I played the waiting game. It was 6:23 when the jerk finally left our parking lot. I told Joey that I would leave at 6:25 so I could arrive at the stop safely. Joey opened the front door and I threw myself on top of my bike and pedaled harder than I could ever imagine. Now mind you, our store was in an industrial shopping area at the very edge of town. We worked next to a Subway shop and worked across from a strip mall with a bullseye store and a local chain grocery store with other retail stores and a bank all in that large lot. It started to downpour and as I tried to pull out of our parking lot straddling my bicycle, I caught a glimpse of the red truck looping around the subway shop. The highway had dual lanes each way, and I had to play real-life Frogger if I wanted to make it my destination in one piece. There was a few cars that slowed for me as I hauled myself to the other side of the road. I jumped off of my bike and threw it on top of the curb. I promptly hopped back on and tried to pedal off. My front wheel was stuck in the grassy strip, and my right foot had slipped off of the pedal. My shin struck the pedal, and I had to act quickly. I grabbed the frame of my bike and jogged awkwardly to the bus stop. The red truck pulled into the bank parking lot, of which I had just passed. The truck pulled around and went out through the entrance across from the subway shop and took the closest lane to me. He went at a crawl and turned at the red light so he could circle the main parking lot of the shopping center. There were 3 ways to get into that parking lot. One to the left, one in the center, which was slightly off to the right across of the subway shop, and the other far to the right next to the grocery store. I stuck to the sidewalks since it felt safer and was in front of people. The truck patrolled the parking lot, the hunter stalking its prey. I felt cold, sore, and cornered just like an injured animal. There was a couple of cars that pulled into the left entrance of the parking lot, causing the truck to stop from re-entering the lot again. I almost collapsed in the small bus stop, and I felt my phone buzz. I saw that it read Joey, so I rested my bike on my person to answer the call. Joey told me that he was watching, and even though he had an elderly couple in the store that he was helping, that he wouldn't allow the guy to hurt me. I started to cry. All of this had just gotten to me. The red truck looped around once again and again. I saw the bus pull up early at 6:39, and I couldn't be happier. I knew the driver since I used the buses to get around town, errand shopping, and to get to and from work. I had my stupid bike to worry about. I hung up the phone with Joey, putting my phone in my jacket pocket, and strapped down my bike in the rack that was in front of the bus. I struggled since I shook, and my bike was slick from the rain. I got on the bus and turned to the open bus doors and saw that the truck took a left at the center entrance of the lot. I could finally let my guard down. I sat at the front of the bus, and my hand shook at trying to get the $1.25 for the fare. The driver said that it was okay and that I could take my time with the change. I kept my backpack on and pulled my damn phone from my pocket, dialing Joey's number, letting him know that I was fine. In under 15 minutes, I made it to my apartment safe, but deeply disturbed. I took my bike in so it wouldn't draw any attention to where I lived. All of this gave me an idea to leave my own domestic abuse situation a few months later when the pandemic took the world by storm. To this day, I wonder about that girl and hope that somebody more daring and stronger than me called the cops on her abuser, that she had the strength to leave that violent man, for her to write her own story and to recover from all of it. I'm currently doing significantly better in life and finally have my own car, and I live a couple of states away safely from my past life, even though I'm states away and it's been 3 years now. Let's not meet. Hello everyone, my name is Lisa, and here I will tell you my story, which I describe as really terrifying and which unfortunately still affects my life today. You will understand why. I decided to share it with you because it took place exactly 2 years ago, and because I think it can serve to awaken the prudence of some, especially in this period where the days are shortening. To put you in context, this happened on October 1st, 2020, in the midst of the pandemic. I was 17 at the time, and I had just left France, near Paris, for a provincial town to continue my studies. As a student 4 hours by train from my parents, I obviously decided to take an apartment, but the prices were unaffordable for me, so I settled in a brand new student residence. It is in the heart of a rich, residential pavilion, contrasting with my small student residence. Everything is fine. I normally go to school, but right from the beginning, the teachers tell us that unlike students in other disciplines, we will have lessons in presence and not at a distance, so we will be the only ones to animate this part of the campus. In short, the first classes are going pretty well, even though I have trouble fitting in like the others because of the masks and this nasty virus. There is also a black shadow. On Thursdays and Fridays I finish at 8 at night, which makes me return to my little house around 8:45. Time to wait for the tramway that didn't pass often during the pandemic, and make the 3 stops before walking 10 minutes to the residence. As you understood, I was alone on my way to school, but in the week of September 21st to the 27th, when I went to class in the morning, I met strangely a man 3 times dressed in black, wearing a hood and whose face I could not really distinguish. Finally arrives the night of October 1st. As usual, I leave school, but unlike other days, I take the tramway. About 1 hour later, I finally made a friend with whom I discussed the time of his bus. And as usual, I wait alone, and once in the tramway I realize that just as at the stop there is nobody except the driver and me. So I decided to sit in the 4-seat squares to make myself comfortable. At the next stop, which is still in the campus area, as I turn my head before the doors automatically close, my eyes cross that of a man sitting alone in black. And in half a second, the man blocks the doors that were closing and enters. While the tramway is empty, he sits in front of me. Intimidated and understanding that the situation is suspicious, I look away. I prefer to look out the window. The more time passes, the more my instinct leads me to believe that this man may have bad intentions. In my head, I begin to develop a plan to ensure that the person does not follow me when I have to go down. Once the tram arrives at its destination, I decide to leave at the last moment, just before the tram closes. As I start walking, I hear a cry and I turn my head. I see the man who managed to get out and obviously pinched his fingers blocking the doors. The latter then begins to walk behind me. This time I am sure I am being followed. As I accelerate the pace, I hear the man do the same. I can even hear his breath coming closer. Then it came to be to pretend to be on the phone to scare him. That worked at first. Indeed, when the man turned around, my phone rang. I later learned it was my friend who just wanted to tell me he had the wrong bus. I was sure he heard the bell and therefore understood the deception. I turn around and see the man slip something in his hand. I see nothing because of the night. The latter starts screaming and running after me. While I am out of breath, I rush into a crossing on a neighbor. I throw myself in the arms of the latter and shout loud, "Great, you came to get me." At these words, my neighbor immediately understood the situation and returned with me to the residence. Before that, I turned one last time and nothing. The man had disappeared. Once I'm in my room crying, I think back to this man's walk. Then go. It looks like the person I met earlier this week. I decide the next day to make a statement. During the day, I was called to tell myself that the surveillance videos of the tram had revealed the identity of the person. He was a wanted man for assault and armed robbery. Apparently, he found pleasure in assaulting rich girls to humiliate them before stealing them. That's when he prowled in my neighborhood. Made my blood run cold and I decided to go home to my parents. Apparently, the man was found 2 weeks later in another city for assaulting a young girl in a store. Pay attention to yourself, especially at night. And above all, nothing is better than to follow your instincts. Still today, we talk about it with my neighbor. Besides, he confessed to me last year that he often saw the scene and especially rethinks my face decomposed by fear. He says he's deeply shocked. Even if this story ends well, it has developed in me a kind of distrust. I remain on my guard, especially when it comes to meeting people with hoodies. Now I keep a pepper spray in my bag. This happened when I was about 16 years old, so over 20 years ago. I have 5 younger siblings and my little sister would have been 5 years old. We lived in a bad neighborhood. In the housing projects, our neighbor was nice, but she always had sketchy looking people hanging around, especially men. One day these 2 new guys started hanging out there every day. They'd always be outside smoking or just sitting on our porch. They made me really uncomfortable. They were always staring at me and would sometimes try to get me to walk over and talk to them. Or they'd come over into our yard when my parents weren't home and talk to me, asking me if I had a boyfriend and asking me if I wanted some beer or weed. I was a goody two-shoes Mormon girl, so I was always like, no thank you, I have to go inside now. They were probably both around 30 years old or so. Then they started coming over and asking to use our phone when my parents weren't home. My parents always let the neighbors use our phone, so I never said no, but I would just pass it through the door and make them stay on the porch. They'd sometimes ask to come in or try to talk to me, but I would tell them no because my parents weren't home. Now I realize how dumb that was because they could have just pushed the door open, but I was raised to ignore red flags and be polite and sweet at all times. Anyway, we had a little dog and I always took him outside early in the morning on a leash. I was out one morning and one of the guys came outside and stood there staring at me for a few minutes and then went back in. I brought the dog inside and just a few minutes later there's a quiet knock on the door. I opened it and both guys were there and one says, "We just saw your baby sister out by the highway. You need to come get her." I panicked and ran outside with them. I started to run down our street towards the highway and one of them says, "No, we'll drive you down there. We need to hurry." I seriously took 2 steps towards their truck before I realized what I was doing. I stopped and said that I needed to go back inside and tell my parents, and the man closest to me grabbed my arm and jerked me towards the truck yelling, "We have to go now. She's going to get hit by a car." I instantly felt sick and just yelled, "Let go of me." He dropped my arm and I ran back inside my house. I ran into my parents' bedroom to wake them up and my little sister was sleeping in their bed with them. I woke everyone up because I was freaking out and my dad ran outside and the guys in their truck were gone. I never saw them at the neighbor's house again. I wish I could say that my parents called the police or something, but they just kind of shrugged it off and made excuses like maybe they saw another kid that looked like your sister. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. This was the worst 12 hours of my life. This is the first time I'm telling anyone the full story of what happened to me. I haven't told my partner, my therapist, my parents. No one knows the details. If there is anything that should be taken away from my story, it's this: remember that you don't need to be polite to everyone you meet. The setting: in October 2018, I was 18 and my first year at university in a big city in the United Kingdom. I had always lived in the countryside before this, so I was never very street smart. About a year before I went to university, I had started a relationship with this guy, Jimmy, who is now my ex. It was my first real relationship and I thought the world of him, but it was not reciprocated in a loving and compassionate way. Jimmy started off as very emotionally abusive and got progressively worse, but that's a whole other story. At this point, Jimmy and I had been together just under a year and had applied to universities in the same city mostly by coincidence, and both moved to the same city. I wanted to have a proper student life, so got accommodation in a student block on the other side of the city to him. Jimmy had been using drugs for quite a while, initially starting off just smoking weed, but this progressed rapidly, and by the time we were at university he was regularly doing a lot of hard drugs, plus smoking weed multiple times a day. Honestly, I don't think he was ever not high. When we moved to university, we still saw each other every couple of days, and he found a regular drug dealer, Mark, that he had been using continually since we got there in September. Jimmy used to buy from Mark multiple times a week, so on a handful of occasions I had briefly met him. Mark lived a lot closer to my student accommodation than to Jimmy's, so a couple of weeks before this all happened, Jimmy had started picking up drugs from Mark when he came to see me, meaning Mark would often be outside of my accommodation. Jimmy had asked me a few times if I would pick up the drugs he bought from Mark, but I had always felt weird speaking to Mark on my own. Plus, I rarely smoked weed, so felt very weird picking up drugs in general. At 6 in the afternoon, at the end of October, Jimmy had plans to come and see me that evening and asked me again if I would pick up some weed from Mark. I was in a good mood that day and feeling more confident than usual, so for the first time I agreed to. Jimmy gave me Mark's number and said that Mark would message me when he was on his way. Only around 10 minutes later, I got a message from Mark saying that he was nearly outside my apartment and I needed to go outside, so I did. Outside of my accommodation there was a quieter area with a lot of benches, so I sat and waited for him. Behind me was only a wall and a small contained area that had all of the bins for the building. Out of nowhere I felt someone's hands on my shoulders in a really weird, creepy way. I jumped, obviously, and realized it was Mark, who I barely recognized as I had only briefly seen him a couple of times. I realized now that my back had been to the wall at the bin storage, so he must have been waiting there. I was immediately on guard because of how he touched my shoulders, especially because I didn't know him, so shifted away from him as he sat down next to me. He began talking to me as if we were buddies, asking me a million questions about myself, like deeply personal questions. The whole time I was deflecting, not wanting to give out any information, so started asking him questions instead. He began a really deep monologue about himself and his life, where he openly told me he had just gotten out of prison a few months before. It was for some kind of violent crime. I engaged his ramblings, just nodding along, but still trying to get back to the whole point of just picking up drugs for my boyfriend. It reached 7. I have always been able to talk to anyone. It was always taught to be nice when someone is talking, so I ended up sitting there for around an hour trying to get the conversation back to the reason I was there, to pick up drugs for my boyfriend and go. It was so long it actually started getting dark. This guy just kept talking. I knew my boyfriend was going to be coming over soon, so I kept looking at my phone to see if he was on his way, but he hadn't replied. Eventually, I told Mark that I needed to get back inside as I was meeting up with my boyfriend soon, and then going clubbing after with some friends, so I needed to get ready and could I please just pick up the drugs. He then said, "Oh, well, I can't give them to you here. There are cameras everywhere. We can go inside so that I can give them to you." I witnessed him giving my boyfriend drugs in this same spot countless times before, so knew this was a lie. I didn't want Mark to come back to my apartment, so told him that he could go into the lobby of my building where there was a disabled bathroom, and he could give them to me there. He agreed and followed me inside. We went into the bathroom. It was a very large room, so I didn't have to be too close to him, and he locked the door behind us. He then began fiddling with something in his pocket, I assumed the drugs, but instead pulled down his trousers fully and started peeing in the toilet. I was hugely freaked out. This guy just started peeing, but I rationalized that there was no way he had any other motive because he had met me and my boyfriend together, so he knew I was in a relationship. I figured he just really needed to pay. I had kept my eyes shut the whole time, and when he flushed I thought that finally he would give me the drugs that I was there to collect. This whole thing had been going on for about an hour and a half by this point. He said, "I really want to roll myself a joint, but there's no space in here to do it. Can I come and roll it on your desk and then I'll give you Jimmy's stuff?" I asked again if he could just give it to me now, and he said no, saying that I was being rude for not inviting him in. By this point I was wanting to get ready to go out with my friends later that evening and knew my boyfriend would be coming by any minute, so figured it'd be okay even though I didn't want this. It's worth noting that I was was emotionally abused by my boyfriend and knew he would be mad at me if I didn't collect his drugs, or if I annoyed Mark because he was his favorite dealer. I honestly figured that Mark was harmless, despite him telling me he was a violent criminal, and just assured myself that he was only a bit creepy, it would be fine. It was now 8. Reluctantly, I took Mark up to my apartment, opened the door, and let him in. I said he had to roll his joint fast, because I had to get ready. Finally, he gave me the drugs that my boyfriend wanted, so I felt better at that point. He walked over to my desk, moved all my things to the side, and sat down, getting out the things to roll his joint. I cannot roll a joint, but I've seen Jimmy do it countless times, so no, it doesn't take more than a minute or so. Mark keeps trying to talk to me, but at this point my answers are getting shorter and shorter. He rolls this joint so slowly I cannot even describe it. He then said, "Well, I can't smoke this outside, so is it cool if I just stay here and smoke it? It'll only take 5 minutes to smoke." I said no and told him again that I had to get ready. He replied, "It's okay, you can get ready with me here." By this point I was over it, messaged my boyfriend again to tell him to hurry up. Mark asked me again, and in my frustration and wanting this guy out of my apartment, I just said okay sure, but be quick. I then went out of my room into the shared kitchen. I only had 2 flatmates and no one else was in the apartment that night, grabbed some wine and a glass so that I could have some solitary pre-drinks, and returned to my room. I sat for another 15 minutes being increasingly less polite, but he kept talking to me. I drank my first glass of wine pretty fast and just decided if Mark was going to take ages then I would just get ready to go out with my friends. I told him that as soon as he finished smoking he could just leave on his own, so I left him sat at my desk, took some clothes into the bathroom, and jumped into the shower. It was now night. Maybe a minute or so into my shower I heard some soft footsteps outside the door, and like a scene from a freaking horror movie, I saw the door handle slowly be pushed down. Thank the Lord I remembered to lock the door. All of a sudden Mark began banging on the door. I turned the shower off and just said hello through the door. He shouted through the door, asking me to let him in because he needed to pee again. I obviously said no and just got dried and dressed. Thankfully I took clothes to the bathroom as fast as I could. By this point I figured there was no way he was going to leave my apartment until I did, so I did my makeup as fast as I physically could and messaged my friends that I'd be coming to theirs sooner than I had planned. I still hadn't gotten a reply from my boyfriend, so I just told him that I was going out early and not to come over. I got ready to go and told Mark that I was leaving now and he needed to come downstairs with me. He was still sat at my desk and ignored what I was saying. He asked if he could stay in my room while I was out because he was tired and wanted a nap. Finally, I was firm with him, and after a lot of convincing he left with me. I made sure to order an Uber to my friend's place so that he couldn't try and walk with me, and by the time we got outside my Uber was nearly there. He stood with me, looking over my shoulder at my phone the whole time. Then the Uber arrived, I got into it, and Mark straight up walked around the other side and got in. I was in disbelief and laughed, then told the Uber driver that I didn't know who this guy was, and that he wasn't getting in with me. The Uber driver was not as polite as me and told Mark to get out, and he did. It was now 10. I sat there on the way to my friend's house and finally felt calm that I had gotten away from Mark. I called my friend from the Uber and told her what happened, so she said she would come outside of her building to get me with a group of her flatmates. My friend's accommodation was not far from mine and took longer to get to by car than on foot because of the one-way system in the city, but I didn't care at this point. Maybe 10 to 15 minutes later I arrived, and my friend came over to my Uber, then brought me back to her group of friends. She had quite a few people with her, and I suddenly noticed that one of her male flatmates was talking to someone slightly away from the group. I looked over and suddenly realized he was talking to Mark. I guess he was looking at the address when I had the Uber app open earlier. I whispered to my friend, and she freaked out and went inside with me straight away. I was super freaked out that this guy wouldn't just leave me alone. He refused to leave my side for the last few hours, and now he had followed me to my friend's house. Honestly, I felt much safer now, and met a few creeps in my time, so just decided to get over it by having a nice time with my friend. So we sat in her kitchen having a chat and some drinks. It was now 11. After a while talking to her, I almost forgot what had happened just an hour ago, and was getting increasingly tipsy from the wine. The kitchen door opened and her male flatmate comes inside announcing that he invited a guy who had given him free weed. You guessed it, Mark walked in. Mark addressed me by name and walked over, putting his hands around my waist from behind. I get pretty confident when I drink, so I had no problem pushing him off me and announcing to everyone in a jokey way, "Yeah, this is the guy who has been following me around all evening. I don't know him." Even in this room with all of my friends' flatmates, I still didn't feel safe. He He stayed away from me, looking at me for a while from the other side of the kitchen, and I just ignored him. My friend could tell I was uncomfortable, so suggested we go and drink in her room. Around 30 minutes after going into her room, the door slams open suddenly, and Mark is standing there. He says, "Oh, I was looking for the bathroom, can I use yours?" She tells him to get the out, and he does. I'm honestly just bored of this guy's constant presence at this point, so we decide to just go to the club early. It's now 12, we grab our stuff, run past the kitchen door, and outside, my friend orders us an Uber, and we get in and go to the club. After a while, some of her flatmates join us, but Mark does not, thank the Lord. The people who had been in the kitchen said that Mark left shortly after he saw me and my friend leave, but there was no sign of him now. I just try and enjoy the night, but being a poor student, I can't afford any more drinks at the club. As I begin to sober up, I realize how shaken up and creeped out the whole evening made me, and I don't feel safe. It's now 2 at night. After only a couple of hours, I decide that I just want to go home and sleep because this whole experience freaked me out. I take an Uber back, use my key card to get into my apartment building, go upstairs and into my apartment. I stare giddy ready for bed, put on some pajamas and started taking off my makeup. All of a sudden, I heard a loud knock on my door. I had no clue who it was, but since it was still early for a Friday night, I thought my boyfriend maybe finally decided to show up. My door didn't have a peephole, so I walked to the door in my pajamas, unlocked it planning to open it a tiny bit to see who he was, and then the door flew open so fast that I was pushed backwards into my apartment and then shoved into my room, which was directly across from the front door. In my panic, I froze, then looked up only to realize that Mark was now standing in my apartment. The realization started to sink in. Mark had just forced his way into my room, and I was trapped here with him. He was visibly angry and very high. He locked the door behind him and began rambling about how I was so rude for not inviting him in with my friends, for ignoring him, for not letting him in the Uber. I was terrified, so ran over to my bed and grabbed my phone. He walked over behind me and began grabbing me, touching me as much as he could, so I shouted at him to get off. He saw my phone in my hand and immediately smiled and told me to open the camera. I was terrified, so did as he said, and he said he wanted a picture of us together. I did as I was told, and took a selfie with him while he posed with his arms around me and then kissing my cheek and my neck. He then screamed at me to unlock my phone, so I did. He made me open up my messages and send Jimmy the selfie of me and Mark sat next to each other on my bed, so I did. He waited for it to send and then grabbed my phone and put it down on the desk. He sat at my desk for the next 4 to 5 hours, talking at me continually, saying how I was so rude, I needed someone to teach me some manners, how I had to do what he said because he was older than me, how Jimmy wasn't good enough for me, how I was so beautiful, and how he knew that I needed to be with him. He told me that his girlfriend knew he had been at my house that evening and now she said he can't go home, and it was all my fault. The whole time I continued bargaining with him, trying to get him to leave, but it didn't work. Occasionally I would just lie down on my bed or sit and not speak. Each time I did, he would get up and wrap his arms around me or try and spoon me, stroking my face, trying to kiss me, and trying to take my clothes off and touch me. Every time I fought him off, and he would get angry again and go and sit at the desk and keep shouting. I knew that this guy has previously been in prison for some kind of violent crime, so I did not want to piss him off. I just sat there for hours and quietly sobbed, too scared of trying to leave because I would have had to walk past him to get to the door. I was out of options. I didn't know if I could get out without angering him. I couldn't call the police because he had my phone. My flatmates weren't, so my screams meant nothing. It was now 6 in the morning, and while he was sat at my desk, he kept smoking more weed or taking a line of whatever drug, so was becoming more and more out of it. He was becoming more sleepy as he smoked more weed, until I was able to speak between his ramblings, so I gently said I was going to the bathroom. I noticed he had his eyes partially closed and figured I only had one chance, so I took the opportunity and grabbed my phone off the desk as fast as I could, unlocked the door and ran out the apartment. The one thing I will always remember is being in tears, pressing the button for the elevator to come probably about 50 times because I was so scared that he was going to come after me. As I got into the elevator, I heard him come out of my apartment, shouting my name, but the elevator doors closed as he looked at me. I was able to get downstairs and out the building. I ran around the corner of the building in my pajamas and manically dialed the number for the police, told them what happened and that this guy had been in prison until recently, and next thing I knew, around 5 police cars showed up. I was in such a state and called my boyfriend to tell him what happened. He was still awake and hadn't come to visit the night before because he was with a girl who was a friend, and said that now he didn't want to come to be with me because he had some weed on him and didn't want to be near the police. I told him to get to my place right now, and he reluctantly did. This is the aftermath. The police had to force entry to my apartment because Mark had locked himself in and barricaded the door. They arrested him and he ended up going to prison for drug charges, but not for what he did and tried to do to me. The police said they couldn't prosecute him because I had willingly let him into my apartment earlier in the night, and he hadn't physically done anything. After after I had given my statements to the police, I went back inside to see that after I had escaped, my room was trashed. Mark had thrown things around and smashed things in anger. I'm so glad I got out when I did because I can't imagine what would have happened if I was trapped in the crossfire. I don't know what happened to Mark after that, but I moved out of that apartment a couple of months later and away from that city as soon as I could when the pandemic hit to make sure Mark could never find me. I actually stayed in my abusive relationship for another year or so until I realized that I was too good to put up with Jimmy's stuff. I couldn't go outside for months after, which messed up the whole of my first year at university. It has taken until now for me to be able to walk around at night, and being alone in public is still really difficult. If you take one thing away from this, stop being so polite. I was raised to be nice to everyone, and I realize now that being polite worsened everything. I wish I had never been polite enough to pick up drugs for my ex, or polite enough to let Mark into my apartment when he begged. So to Mark, let's not meet again. When I was a kid, my mom worked as a teacher and she was very close to a co-worker of hers who had a son around my age and of whom I, as well, was very close. When my mom or her friend would head out for the night, the other would take care of both of us kids, and basically it meant I spent half my time over there, and my friend spent half his time at my house, which was perfect and fun for us. We lived in different cities, but since that kind of system had been going on pretty much since forever, I grew up knowing my friend's city just as well as mine. His mom was well aware of that, so that being said, whenever we were going on a walk in their area, she'd let us wander around because she knew we'd always find our way back to her. My mom though was more cautious and always kept an eye on us, as she'd walk behind us to make sure she'd always be able to see us. I just wish her friend would have done the same. And one day, I had to be around 6 or 7 years old. We were going on a walk with my friend Marcus and his mom Katie. It was a very sunny day and I was wearing a dress with embroidered flowers and I had my blonde, long hair down. I often heard I was a pretty kid, even from strangers in the street, and besides making me and my parents somewhat uncomfortable, nothing bad ever happened. During that walk, Katie was walking ahead of us and I was chatting and just fooling around with Marcus when he suddenly remembered something urgent to tell his mom, as urgent as something could be for an 8-year-old boy. He ran up to her and left me strolling behind for a couple of minutes, just as it already had happened 100 times prior. That time though, we were circling around a big camping site and we walked by the white vans and camping cars. One of those vans had its back doors open and there was a man, probably in his mid-40s, smoking a cigarette and leaning on the vehicle. He locked eyes with me as I was approaching, then saw that Katie and Marcus weren't paying much attention to me as they were already a couple of meters ahead. Then he proceeded to pull me by my arm close to him, and so I found myself with my body touching his. So weirded out that I didn't even say a word, although I knew Katie would have heard me if I called for help. He leaned toward me as he was obviously much taller than I was, muttering something I didn't get, and he winked at me and kissed me on the lips and then pulled me to the open doors of his van. At this point, if he had pushed me just a little, I would have fell in the truck. At this point, I just was too scared to even lift a finger, and even though I didn't understand everything that was going on, I knew it wasn't alright. He put his hands on the doors as to close the vehicle and I felt my heart sink. At that exact moment, some other man jogged towards us, in his 40s as well, waving hello to me and saying something along the lines of "I lost sight of you for a bit." I was so scared. He had a very friendly look on his face and was staring at me with great insistence and with a huge reassuring smile. And the van man awkwardly laughed and yanked me out of the way of the car, slamming the door shut. I ran to Katie as I heard the van go off and just acted as if nothing had happened. To this day, I never told that story to anyone, not to Katie or Marcus, not to my mom, nobody. I am 22 years old today, so to the friendly guy who obviously didn't lose sight of me or whatever but just probably saw everything and wanted to interfere, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. To the guy who surely would have abducted me and who was strangely okay with kissing a kid in public and in broad daylight, I'm not even in the mood to add anything to what happened, but everyone thinks the same thing as I do and I wish you the worst, and let's not ever meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. This happened a few weeks ago. I work at a petrol station. I have years experience in a previous one, so getting this job was just piece of cake, I guess. Only this was different. It's low working. Can you imagine 8 hours entirely by yourself, especially doing late shifts? So my shift started early afternoon. About maybe half an hour into my shift, this guy walks in. I seen him before as he entered the shop the day before and randomly asked me if I had any shopping bags to spare. The guy was giving me some uncomfortable vibes, but luckily someone else was working with me that day for a short while, so I asked the them to deal with that guy. My colleague said we don't have anything to spare you and told him bye. The guy leaves. Anyway, back to this very day, that guy walks in and I thought, what does he want now? Another handout. Of course, he just walks up to the desk and just starts chatting to me. He was asking me some advice about his living situation as he told me he used to be homeless. Since to me it's not really my place to give advice, plus I just really didn't want to be stuck talking to this guy, I just shrugged and told him to just sleep on it and have a think about things. And of course he left. He didn't enter the store to buy anything at all, just a chat, but thinking back I remembered that he asked me what time I got off and stupidly told him 11 at night. I got on with my shift as usual up until 9:30 at night he returns, but with another guy who may I say look dodgy. All dressed in black hood up, the guy who entered the shop previously pokes his head into the door and asked if I do phone top-ups. We do, but something in my gut was telling me make him leave now. So I lied and told him we do not. So the guy and his dodgy friend hang outside the store for a bit while I was serving customers, then until the shop seemed quiet again they both entered the store and would look like they were looking all around the shop. I noticed the dodgy guy kept his hands in his pockets the whole time, and then that thought struck me, I'm getting robbed tonight. So I took some deep breaths and tried to keep calm and just thought of my training. I repeated in my head, just comply, give them what they want, then call police after they leave. But of course from the panic I thought to myself, better plan, so I stood ready with one hand under the desk hovering over the panic button. I thought to myself, the minute they pull a weapon out on me, hit the button as it's a silent alarm and show hands and comply and hope police arrive on time to catch them. Well, they just ended up buying a bottle of water, as of course I did notice there was someone still outside in their car. I felt a huge sigh of relief thinking they just wanted water, or they decided not to rob me because there's another person outside. They both leave the store but again hang around outside right by the door. Then I see the car drive away and I thought to myself, I don't want these guys in the store again, not while I'm completely alone in it. So I flipped the switch that automatically locks the main door. Half an hour passes. I had no customers and still the two guys are still hanging around outside. I called my boss to tell him what's going on and to give him a heads up that at some point I'm going to have to call the police and have them move them along as it's making me very anxious. Then another guy shows up and joins the guys all dressed in black and wearing masks. He also hands his friend's masks too, then he makes his way around the back of the store. Then I realized the back door, the one I go out from to puff on my vape. I ran to the back door, slammed it shut and locked it. At this point I was scared for my life as these guys stack around the place to which felt like an hour and a half. I hid in the office watching the cameras. I picked up the phone and dialed the non-emergency number for the police. At this point I was really freaking out, but of course I had to listen carefully. While a bit on the phone was going through those press 1 for this, I couldn't focus as the next thing a colleague calls me on my mobile to check in on me. I told him what's happening, then I came out the office to take a peek, and of course those guys were right up to the window knocking to grab my attention. And yes, they saw me with 2 phones to my ears. They saw me. I said to my colleague on the phone that I came up with an idea. I put the phone I had making a call to the police down and kept my colleague on the phone. I said, listen, I'm going to see what they want. Stay on the phone. I'm going to put you on speaker. Stay quiet. Don't say a word. Just listen. If you hear me say the store is slow, you hang up and call the police. I mean it, that's me telling you I'm in danger. So I put him on speaker and hide my phone in my bra. I head to the window. What's up guys? Can I help you? Guy, why is the door locked? That's because we're in night mode now. Door's locked but I can surf through the hatch. What can I get you? They just look at each other and whisper amongst themselves. Guy, we'll just take some smokes and a lighter. Sure, 1 moment. I grab what they ask for and they push a $20 note through. I quickly grab the 20 and of course check it. Then I rang them up, but as I had their change ready I saw one hand through the hatch. I dropped their change into that hand, avoiding contact. Okay, thank you, bye now. I stared them down. They finally leave for good. As soon as they were gone I fell to the floor and burst out crying after holding in that fear for so long. I demanded that my shifts are to be changed to morning shifts after that night or I'm quitting. In my late teens and early 20s, I was friends with a girl named Lucy. She was a very lonely kind of girl whose parents were, well honestly, really bad parents. Her mother was verbally abusive and her father really couldn't care less about anything. Because of the lack of love in her life, Lucy searched through dating sites for love and comfort from strange men, and she was not afraid of meeting them face to face even if they'd been chatting for only a few days. My friendship with Lucy was a strange one. I found her quite annoying sometimes, but I also felt awful for her because of her loneliness and lack of friends and love in her life. Sometimes I really didn't want to hang out with her, and some days I would accept her offer to hang out. When it was just her and I together, she was normal and okay to be around, but also very appreciative of having someone giving her attention. We had a small group of friends and she would try to get all of us together as often as possible, and honestly, the whole group together was really quite fun. When we were all together, Lucy was very hyper and you could just tell that she was happy to be around people who didn't insult her as her mother does. Suddenly, Lucy tells us she has a boyfriend. We were all surprised because we knew she met a lot of guys online, but we had never heard her say she was dating someone. A few days later, she sets up a day for our friend group to meet Trevor. None of us were looking forward to it because we thought he was going to be like all the others, a temporary boy toy. When we met him, we all felt awkward. He barely spoke a word. He wouldn't look directly at any of us at all. Lucy would try to be funny, but he would just give her dirty looks. Needless to say, we thought he was a weird one and could tell he didn't care much for her. As the days went on, Lucy kept telling me how much Trevor did not like me. This was weird because no one ever disliked me. I am always polite, respectful, and I smile a lot at everyone, but for some reason, he did not like me. She kept saying he thinks I abuse Lucy for her money. Not sure how he thought that since I paid for everything for Lucy. To keep this piece of the story short, I think he was trying to find reasons to convince her to get rid of me. I got a terrible vibe from Trevor. He dressed like he didn't care about life. He never smiled. He didn't shake our hands when first meeting us. He stank of weed and really had an overall uncomfortable feeling about him. After months of Trevor trying to convince Lucy that I am a terrible friend and she should not hang out with me anymore, she started to do as he said. She would start to hide me from him. If she and I were together and he would call her on her phone, she would lie and say I wasn't there. If she was with a group of friends, he would never swear I wasn't there. When he was going to be joining the group on an outing or just hanging out at her place, she would tell me I couldn't come. Lucy will do whatever a boyfriend says just to keep pleasing him so she doesn't lose him. Now here's where it gets scary. Lucy calls me one day and says she wants me to come hang out at her place. I agreed. She came to pick me up. We went to her house and watched television for a bit. We then decided since it's a nice day outside, we would take her two dogs for a walk to a nearby pocket park and would later return to the house to have lunch together. While at this park, she receives a phone call. Now, let me say that Lucy is not a private person whatsoever and has never ever walked away to answer a phone call until this day. She walked far enough away that she knew I would not be able to hear anything she said. This was suspicious to me, but not enough to question it. The call ends as she begins walking toward me with a look on her face as if she is trying not to smile. She tells me, "So, I need to bring you home now." I was slightly confused as we had only been together for about an hour when we usually spend the entire day together. She would never wanted me to go home. She would even frequently beg me to sleep over to avoid being alone. So anyway, I said okay and we walked to drop off her dogs at home and we got into her car and off we went. About 10 minutes into the car ride, I realized she isn't going in the direction of my house, so I questioned it. "Where are we going?" She smirked, but didn't respond. I asked again, laughing uncomfortably, seriously, "Where are we going?" She continued to smirk, but didn't want to answer me. I started to realize she was heading in the direction of where her boyfriend lived. "Oh no." I asked one last time with anger in my voice, "Where are you taking me?" Her only response was bone-chilling to me. "Trevor wants to talk to you." Nope, I wasn't having any of this. I insisted and demanded she let me out of the car, but with her evil smirk and same response, she said it again, "It's okay. He just wants to talk to you." I was furious at this point because this creepy guy who looks like he wants to kill someone, who also despised me, wanted to talk to me. Why can't he talk to me on the phone? Why do I need to go to his sketchy apartment? She absolutely refused to let me out of the car. She had the doors locked, as if I wasn't able to unlock my passenger door. I waited until she reached a red light. I grabbed her wallet from the back seat and took out her bus pass and bolted out of the car. I had no idea where I was or where the nearest bus stop was, but I was not about to let her crazy boyfriend do whatever he wanted to me. She yelled for me to get back into the car, but of course, I ignored her. She sped off furiously. I immediately blocked her number on my phone. I removed her as my friend on social media and immediately warned the group of friends not to talk to her because she has gone nuts. I have not spoken to her since that very day, and she also lost the other 5 friends of the group as well. After this situation, Lucy, I hope you're truly lonely now. I have a more or less unusual story that I would like to tell you. I have a clear memory of it. It takes place last year, in 2021. I was often driving back and forth from Montreal to Quebec City for my work and to see my family. It was late because I was driving almost at night, around 7. I was not on a highway but on a national road, not very busy, surrounded by forests and plains. I didn't mind driving at night because I had good vision and little fatigue, but halfway to my goal, in the distance, in the middle of the road, I realized that there was someone crouched down, who seemed afraid. I was close to a town, so seeing a person didn't seem strange. Obviously, I wasn't going to run over him. I stopped on the side. I realized that it was a woman about my age who was crying. I go to her and ask her if she is safe, if she is feeling well. After a few minutes of silence, she ended up telling me in a feverish tone that she was being followed and that she was very afraid. I didn't know what to do. The stress was building up. This had never happened to me on this road. I stayed close to her, but I could hear footsteps behind us coming up the side of the road. At first, it was just a vague and distant shadow from my point of view, then a silhouette of a tall, thin man. My brain quickly understood that this was the person the girl was afraid of, but she was paralyzed, still crouching, so I took her in my arms and put her in my car to take her to the nearest police station, so at least she would be safe and have a roof over her head for the night. I then started the engine and continued driving normally, but in the central rear view mirror, I could see the man more precisely. He was standing and not moving. He was dressed in an untidy way. To my astonishment, he got down on all fours as an animal would until the distance cut me off from his view. After this story, which was quite frightening at the time, I took the young woman back to a Quebec station and explained the situation. After a few days, I was able to get some information. This woman, who if I may give an anecdote is my companion today, fortunately I took this road that day. She had broken down in the middle of the road. A man had come to talk to her and offered to help her and invite her to his house. She refused, finding the man aggressive and insistent, but the man was not satisfied. He started to grab her hand and she started to struggle and run. I found her after she had run ahead of the man. She was having a panic attack at that time. The man then followed her until I saved her, as she says today. In retrospect, I didn't expect this man to want to hurt her. After all, maybe he was used to taking women to his house. Fortunately, my partner didn't go into his house a year ago. Maybe he was going to hurt her. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. Over 4 years ago, I went to work at a warehouse in a small town as a quality control technician. I decided to leave after my health started to get worse physically, and I was diagnosed with panic disorder and severe anxiety after the situation that I'm about to tell you. This changed the way that I developed friendships after that job, that's for certain. So I started this job on April Fool's Day of 2019, which was odd to me. I had no kind of high expectation of the job. All I wanted was to do my job, get paid, and go home, as I had 2 children at home and many things that I could work on there. The job wasn't hard and it made pretty good money for all duties considered, so I really couldn't complain. I worked second shift for about 5 months and I went to day shift. While working on second shift, I kept to myself mostly until one day I met someone from one of the lines after we struck up a conversation about gaming. For the sake of anonymity, we'll name him John. Well, John was a pretty good guy and we had a lot of things in common. I went home that night and he popped up as a suggested friend on Facebook. Again, another oddity, so I decided to add him. When I did, we started talking more at work until he suggested that we should hang out, so we did hang out pretty frequently. We were friends for a month at this point, and one day he decided that he was going to introduce me to his partner. She seemed decent at first, super nice, didn't seem to be a judgmental type, so I was cool with her. From then on, I would hang out with him when my kids were spending time with my mother. One time, we were talking at a restaurant and he started to vent to me. Dude, she's such a jerk sometimes. The other day, I forgot to take the trash out and she threatened to stab me if I didn't. I've never been in a relationship where someone's threatened me, but she's got good intentions. Dude, when he said that to me, I was concerned, but of course, we had only been friends for a month, so I thought that maybe he was being morbid jokingly, so I chuckled at him. He gave me a pretty serious look and said, "I'm not joking." She really did. That concerned me. Fast forward about 8 months, they're still together and we all hang out pretty regularly, forgetting the things he told me then. One day, we were all talking and he seemed a little off that day, so I asked him what was wrong in front of her. He flashed a smirk and said, "Nothing, dude. I'm just a little tired." He didn't have his eyes on me though. He had them on her when I asked that. When we went to work the next day, I asked him again, "Do you promise to keep this between us?" Of course, I agreed. He said that he was breaking up with her and she went a little crazy. He said that she grabbed her gun and pointed it at him and said, "If I can't have you then, no one will." He said that he diffused the situation and is trying to look for a way out. Not really knowing what to say, I just said, "You'll figure it out. Man, if you need somewhere to go then, you could come stay with me until you get her out of the house." Fast forward to another year. He finally decided to leave her. When he did, she flipped out again. This time, he told her over text. She said that she was going to find him and kill him, and he was actually out of work that day with a vacation day. He sent me a text that said, "Hey, let me know if she comes over to work looking for me." That struck me as odd because I had no idea of the situation that was unfolding. She actually did come to our job and she asked me where he was and I said, "I have no idea. I thought he was with you and you guys went out of town or something." All she did was roll up her window and drive off. I called him and told him that she came by and he called the police about it. They had found her up the road with a loaded gun in the car. 2 months later, he decided to talk to her again, and when he did, he had something to tell me. When he called me, he asked if I had seen her around and I hadn't. He said, "I would take some vacation days if I were you." Dumbfounded, I asked him why. He said to me, "Because she's out of jail and her cousins are in town trying to find the people she has personal vendettas with." Here one of them. At that point, I was terrified. I grabbed my kids and went out of town. Took 2 weeks off of work. Come to find out, that next day, her and her cousins went to the next town over and shot 3 people in an apartment and killed them. I got the news about it the day after it happened. The reason why he knew they were coming after me is because they made a Facebook Messenger group that he was included in and sent a list of names. Everyone regarded it as spam and decided to disregard the message, but he knew what it was. 3 of the names on that list were the people that they shot. The 4th name on that list was mine. After they found the evidence and he decided to go public about the group and screenshots that he had, they were all charged with first-degree murder. From then on, I was very careful about who I would stick my neck out for because, even though he knew the context of that list and her intentions, he decided to not inform anyone else on it. Needless to say, we aren't friends anymore and I dodged a bullet. Literally. I grew up in a small, rural town where nothing ever happens. The sort of place where it wasn't unusual to leave your doors unlocked and your closest neighbors are a mile or so from your house. Our family also had this giant old cat, Tag, who was a bit of a drama king, but we loved him. One summer when I was around 9 or 10 years old, the cat starts going ballistic. Tag generally slept in my room curled up next to me until I fell asleep and then would get up to doing whatever cat things he did at night. Occasionally, he would meow or try to wake me up on unfortunate nights when he could see the bottom of his food bowl and needed a midnight snack. Usually, if I ignored him, he would give up or rarely go try to wake up my mom instead. This night, however, he bangs against my parents' bedroom door until he gets in and is meowing loud enough to wake us up. Our bedroom doors were next to each other and I called a Tag to come to bed because it's about 2 in the morning. He is having none of it and is carrying on. My mom gets up, goes down to the kitchen, and then huffs back up with Tag on her heels still meowing insanely. She said his bowl had plenty of food and he just walked her to the door of the kitchen. Tag was an indoor and outdoor cat but had his own cat door through the garage, so there was no need for one of us to let him out. My mom said my brother must have left the kitchen door open and just the screen door was shut, but she wasn't holding it open forever for the cat to just stand there and not go out. She shut the kitchen door and went back to sleep, firmly shutting her bedroom door this time so Tag couldn't let himself back into their room. I always kept treats for him in my room and offered him one, but he was still meowing at their door, trying to get them up. I grabbed him and brought him into my room and shut my door to try to get him to sleep. I lay in bed trying to go back to sleep and Tag meows at my door wanting back out. I finally open my door and he bolts back downstairs towards the kitchen, and that's when I heard what sounded like a door slamming. I have 3 older siblings though, and someone is always up watching television or running to the bathroom, so I think nothing of it. The cat finally stalks back into my room, but instead of curling up in my armpit like usual, he sat at the bottom of my bed staring at my door. I fell asleep until morning when some commotion wakes me up and I pad down to the kitchen to find my parents on the phone with the police. They got up as usual to get ready for work, and while making coffee my mom went to grab her rings from the little jewelry dish she had by the sink because she would take them off in the evenings to rinse dishes and load the dishwasher, but discovered the dish was empty this morning. Small town, so the sheriff sends a deputy over, and when my dad walks out to meet them, sees the ATV is missing from out back. The key is off the key ring. My brothers are all up at this point too, and we are all freaked out that while we were sleeping some robber came in and removed the ATV key and saw an opportunity to take my mom's rings. They were asking if we had any clue when it happened and my parents say no. My mom asked my middle brother, who was a freshman in college and home for the summer, what time he ended up off the couch last night and if he heard anything. He said he went to bed at 10 or 11 and asked what she meant as his bedroom was in the basement and he wouldn't have heard anything in the kitchen. She said, "But you were in the living room off the kitchen when I went to feed the cat and shut the door you left open, and I told you not to sleep on my couch and go to your bed as I went back upstairs." He told mom he was in the basement since dinner and never went out or came upstairs again. He watched a movie in the basement living room before going to bed in his own bedroom. She goes white and realizes that the cat must have been trying to warn us someone came into the house, and the robber dove onto the couch and covered up to hide when she came to the kitchen and exited after she went back to bed. The cops said for someone to be so brazen, they probably knew our family, knew our habits, but didn't count on the cat being so overprotective and had probably intended to steal more but was afraid the cat may wake the whole house. It has been over 20 years since this happened and the robber was never caught, but it is unnerving to think it was probably someone who had been to our home before as a friend. Thank God for our cat. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. So this happened about 4 months ago now, maybe more, but I really don't know for sure. Anyways, I was 19 years old. I've turned 20 by now, middle of February. I was going home from university after classes. I usually take my keys with me, but around that time, I had lost them and my mom was yet to take me get a new copy. I remember I kept insisting, but she wouldn't listen, so what I did was knock on the door to get my younger brother's attention so he'd come and let me in, but my mom also took his keys and just left him there locked up as well. I asked my brother to pass me my charger from my room, and I called one of my aunts to see if I could go hang out at her workplace in the meantime. She said yes and then told me to call an Uber that she'd be paying for as soon as I got there, and that's what I did. Now, the Uber didn't pick me up exactly at home. It was in the house across the street instead. No special reason, it just did. The moment I saw the guy, he gave me kind of a weird vibe, but I also tend to be paranoid every time I so much as hop on a taxi, so I just got in, rolled down the window, and kept a grip on both of my phones. It all seemed relatively normal until we got to the area where my aunt's workplace was. This was a convenience store at our home in a housing. He just completely drove past it and claimed he was following the GPS when I asked him about it, but he wouldn't let me see said GPS. He seemed to know exactly where he was going. Now, I was kind of doomed from the beginning cause I don't know directions and I could only rely on the driver being a decent person and recognizing the area, which I did, but wherever he was taking me, I had no idea. I remember seeing this fountain that I could recognize from when mom drove to my uncle's place, but that was like way farther away from my aunt's place. By now, I was kind of thinking of what to do cause this guy drove past a ton of empty housings and a couple of them even seemed to be still under construction. Then he stopped near a place that looked like the end of civilization. We were literally on a hill and then he turned off the car. I got lucky in so many ways. Looking back on it, my phone had no credit. As soon as I thought of that, my aunt called me and asked, "Where are you?" And I literally felt my heart drop because I had no idea and this dude was just staring at me. I said I didn't know and asked him, "Hey, where did you take me?" And he replied with, "I wouldn't know what to tell you, kid." That was enough for me. I grabbed my backpack and opened the door real quick with a loud "That's fine." I'll see myself out and haul myself like I hadn't in a very long time. I remember even being afraid of carrying my backpack on the back in case he chased me and pull on it, so I was holding it in my hand with my hoodie wrapped around my waist as I thought of where to hide. I thought of knocking on someone's door, but for some reason that didn't seem safe to me at the moment. I remember telling my aunt not to hang up because he was still following me on the car. Then I saw an empty barren surrounded by concrete walls and a strong bar gate, except there was enough space under the gate to crawl in, so I literally threw the backpack and then crawled under. There was a huge electric control box and I opened it to crouch inside and hide. My aunt's still on the phone. She, my other aunt, and my uncle were all on a call with each other, putting credit on my phone and asking for my live location through WhatsApp cause I had no idea where I was, literally in the middle of nowhere. I waited there for like 2 hours and this guy wouldn't leave. I even had to go pee outside the box and immediately ran back inside. At some point, I'm guessing the guy left and my uncle got there in his truck. He didn't know where I was, so he kept honking and telling me to tell him when I could hear it closer. And then I finally did and got out. For a while, I thought maybe this had been a misunderstanding and I just jumped out of some guy's car like a maniac without even paying him. But then when I got home after staying at my aunt's pharmacy for a while until my mom, who still didn't know much about what had happened, picked me up, I checked the Uber app and not only did it say I had already paid, but it also said I made it to my destination, so I ruled that out. I had told my aunts not to tell mom about it because she goes insane at the minor inconvenience, so telling her this would only freak her out and she wouldn't be any help. I only let her know when I called her to come get me and on our way to get a copy of that key because of course something bad had to happen until she actually listened to me, and nowadays she always puts credit on my phone. It really could have gone terribly wrong. My parents believed this guy was a rookie who maybe felt sorry for me and let me go because if he had wanted to, he could have hurt me with some sort of weapon or just try to kill me right then and there. I don't even know anymore. I sent his profile to all the girls I know so that if they ever happen to get him as their Uber driver they can cancel. Since then, I don't take Ubers anymore. Wherever this guy is right now, I don't want to ever meet him again. Okay, I should start the story by giving a bit of background so that you understand the situation a bit better. I, a 4'9", 16-year-old girl at the time, had 2 dogs who were brothers from the same litter. Now, being boxers, they were relatively big and quite protective when need be. Vince was longer, much taller than his brother, and is usually the kind to sleep through a hurricane if we had one. His brother Maury was shorter but more muscled, stronger. Usually, these two were with me 24/7, as my mother used to work a lot and I was usually alone most of the day, sometimes even until until after dark. This never really bothered me. I'd been left alone at home like this since I was 11. It never struck me that I had a reason to be worried. One day that my mom was working later, I was doing some household chores, feeding the dogs, doing dishes, stuff like that. I continued doing what I always had, a routine of tidying the house I had done every day for years. As I went to take the trash out of the bin, I started walking towards the door when Maury stepped in front of me. I tried moving around him, telling him to get out of my way and sort, but he refused to budge. This was certainly odd, and looking back on it now a few years later, I realized he was probably trying to stop me from walking outside. We continued like this for a few moments, me trying to get past him and him, of course, never moving from this spot. He was quite heavy as a big dog. It was difficult to lift him and even harder to get him away from something. Now, in the time we had been going back and forth with this interaction, Vince stayed happily asleep on his dog bed. I should note that from my kitchen, you can see the living room and bathroom. Usually we use the side door from the kitchen to enter and exit the house since it attached to the carport. After a couple more minutes, I heard something I hadn't expected when I made one last desperate attempt to move Maury from his spot. He growled, which wasn't unusual as he had growled plenty in his life. What was unusual was that he growled at me. He had never done that before, not once. But for that reason, and that reason alone, I decided not to take the trash out that night. I simply tossed it in another room and left it be. A short time passed, maybe a half hour or so. I had gotten settled into my chair to watch a movie while I waited on my mom to come home. While I was watching the movie, I suddenly heard a quiet knock at the side door. As I mentioned earlier, you can clearly see the living room from the kitchen, so I heard the knock pretty well. It was already after dark, so I figured it was just my mother and she had somehow forgot her keys. I got up, went into the kitchen, and out of the corner of my eye I saw the hook near the door. The keys weren't there. To some people, that's not a big deal, but to me, it meant that the person knocking on my door was in fact not my mother. My mom is a bit of a routine-obsessed person, so if she actually had forgotten her keys, they would always be on the hook. I took a breath, preparing myself to just not answer the door, or if they didn't leave, to just tell them I wasn't interested in whatever was happening, and that they should leave. Thinking about it now, I really wish I hadn't even looked out the window on the door. I wish I had just sat back down, called my mom, and stayed out of sight. But of course, I walked in front of the door and immediately came face to face with a figure on the other side of the window. Now it was really dark, with just my neighbor's light shining from his porch, so I could only make out a couple things on this guy. He was tall, me having to peer up at him through the window to look at his face. He had long hair that looked like a shadow over his shoulders in the dim light, but the only facial feature I could really see were his eyes. God, I wish I hadn't seen them. I could see the spark of interest flare in them as he perked up when he saw me. They were wide and staring down at me. He took a step towards my door. Stepping up on the first of two steps, I heard him say something along the lines of my car broke down nearby. Could I come in and use your phone? Immediately, I thought of every bad thing that I had ever heard happening to a teenager home alone and tried to compose my nerves. I'm not sure what it was, but something told me not to trust this man standing on the other side of my door. I shouted back a quick no and an apology, hoping he was telling the truth and would just go to the next house over. But he didn't. Instead, he simply said it again, quite a bit louder. I thought for a quick moment he hadn't heard me, but then again, I know now that he most likely had. So I instead became a bit more confident. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Go to the next house. I shouted louder. For a moment he paused, as if contemplating what to do. Then he knocked again, louder than the first time I'd heard it. My heart rate increased as I stared at him. When I didn't react, he started to loudly bang against the door. I took a step back, praying to whatever god that he would either leave or my mom would be home early. I was usually a quiet girl, but my mom had a raptor knife. She could take him. He started to bang on the glass after a moment, my mind racing 1,000 miles an hour. Should I hide? Run? My phone was in the other room and I was scared to take my eyes off the guy. I was sure he would break through the glass. The banging was vibrating my eardrums, and apparently it was vibrating Maury's too. I saw him creeping up past the doorway, bending his head, teeth bared. He started to bark loudly. The guy stopped a moment, trying to see into the window at the floor where Maury stood. When he stopped barking, the guy mistakenly tried to jiggle the door handle. Now that's when Vince woke up. I swear to God, for a dog that was dead asleep 5 seconds prior, I'd never seen him move that fast. Ever. In only 2 seconds, Vince had his paws up on the door, growling like a hellhound at the devil's sight at this man outside my home. The guy jumped, fell back and bolted it. I heard him say something as he started to run and saw another shadow. My mom came home shortly after I had sprinted across my carport to my neighbors. They called the police after I explained what had happened, and my neighbor had dragged his shotgun out before they even got there. He had insisted on looking for the guy. The police had said someone tried to pick the lock on my front door, but there was a lot of stuff in front of it and it was really old, so it didn't open anymore. I went to bed that night, uneasy and so very thankful I had 2 dogs who were not only strong and big, but one that was vigilant and one that could practically kill if you let him. A few weeks went by and we hadn't heard from the cops, so eventually I stopped trying to think about it. Another month went by, and although I was a bit scared of being home alone, nothing else seemed to happen. Then we got another visit from the cops. What they told me made my heart sink in my chest and still gives me chills to this day. They had caught the guys and realized they were stalking me. Yes, multiple guys. There were 2 guys that had apparently been stalking me without my knowledge for months. They had several photos of me, words they had written over them, awful words. The police had been fairly adamant that I changed my locks since they caught 2 guys and there was evidence of a third. We moved shortly after that. I still pass by that house sometimes when I go to visit friends or do stuff around the area. A chill runs down my spine every time I do. To think that they never caught one of the guys was scary enough. The fact they tried to break into my house was worse, not to mention that I hadn't even known they were watching me. I still think about it even now a few years later. I dread what would have happened if my dogs weren't there, and I dread even worse about what they had planned to do if I had opened the door or they had successfully broken in. I suppose they weren't expecting my dogs since our backyard is fenced and they mostly stayed indoors since it was so hot where I lived. I thank the universe every day that I had them, especially now. My mom never worked until after dark again after that, which in all honesty was fine with me. So did the man they still haven't caught. Let's not meet. This is an old story, something that happened to me almost 20 years ago when I was 23. I was writing for a popular budget travel guidebook series and mainly worked in Central and Eastern Europe. Depending on the time of the year in which issues were being updated, I could be gone for several weeks or even several months at a time. I mainly traveled alone. I'd run into a few problems here and there, but my experiences were predominantly positive. I'd been working in the former Yugoslavia and was on my way to the Czech Republic from Sarajevo. It's a long journey by train, so I broke it up into several overnight stops. Zagreb first and then Budapest, making each leg around 8 hours. It was late January and bitter. There was probably a good 7 inches of snow on the ground, perhaps more in some places. I was exhausted and battling the remnants of the flu I'd picked up in Split. I left Zagreb in the late afternoon and expected to reach Budapest by around 10 at night. I bought my ticket in the travel center at the Zagreb train station. When I boarded the car, about half the compartments were empty, but there were definitely other people on it. Since the train wasn't crowded, I managed to find a compartment to myself, so I spread out a bit and prepared for a long ride. The first part of the ride was smooth. I worked on some guidebook stuff, wrote in my journal, stuff like that. However, a few hours into the ride we passed over the Hungarian border and things started to go awry. I heard them before I saw that they were a group of teen boys, about 5 of them that I could see, and they were loud. I could hear them running through the train car, laughing and cursing and banging on the compartment walls. They were loud and obnoxious, but it's not like the first time I'd ever been annoyed by a group of teenagers. I didn't look up, kept working on my writing, but as time went on they grew louder and louder. As they ran from car to car, they slid the train doors open with so much force that it sounded like a bomb going off every few minutes. And then the sounds got louder. That's when I noticed that they were standing outside my compartment, looking in at me. I could only see 3 of them through the small window, but there were definitely more. I'd seen them earlier. I glanced up at them, frowned, and then looked away. I learned that the best way to deal with that kind of thing was to ignore them. I didn't want to encourage their behavior, but ignoring them seemed to have the opposite effect. Girl, they hollered at me. Come have fun. My compartment door was closed, but they proceeded to mess with me by slowly opening it, pretending they were going to come in, and then shutting it again. It went from chanting girl to a much more ominous we're gonna screw tonight and you screwed us all, followed by a bunch of slang words for female body parts. Some of the more universal ones I had no trouble understanding. At this point I grew very nervous. How was I to know whether they were just messing around with me or serious? I couldn't exactly leave. To do so would mean walking through them. They were blocking my exit and my entrance, and then one pulled out a pocket knife. He stuck out his tongue, ran the blade across it, and then pointed it at me and grinned. The guy next to him made hand gestures towards me and laughed. I tried not to show anything, but in my mind I was quickly taking stock of what items I absolutely had to take with me if I made a break for it. My lack of reaction angered the one with the knife, so he switched from licking it to using it to penetrate the circle he'd made with his thumb and forefinger. He called out. If you die. Part of me figured that they couldn't really do anything. There were other people in the train car, after all, and they'd hear me scream. Surely someone would come and help me, right? The conductor hadn't come through since we did the border crossing, so he was due for a trip as well. I figured I only had to get through the next few minutes and they'd get bored and leave. It was at this point that I noticed the curtain on the door window. I know it sounds crazy, but that's when I lost it. I left the curtain open so that people walking by could see that the compartment was occupied, but now all I could think is that if they came in, all they'd have to do was pull the curtain and nobody walking past would see what they were were doing to me. At least one of them had a knife. They were all taller and bigger than me. I am 4'10" and weighed 98 pounds at the time, and they outnumbered me. I started to tear up. Would they kill me? Would I be seriously maimed? My day pack was in my lap, and the only things I had in there for weapons were a fingernail file and a butter knife. I reached into my bag and fumbled around until I had one in each hand, but just as they slid the door open and the first guy stepped inside, knife pointed at my crotch, another voice filled the corridor. I didn't need to speak the language to hear the anger. The guys ran from my compartment, one dropping the knife, and I watched as a middle-aged man dressed in blue stopped after them. A few seconds later, the train came to a grinding stop. The world outside was creepy. All I could see was snow and blackness. There were no lights in sight. After a few seconds, the train started back again. The boys didn't return, and I was just starting to feel some relief when the man in black returned to my compartment. He was a conductor. English, he asked, and I nodded. I made them leave. Dear God, and I thanked him, and he came into my compartment and sat down across from me. It felt good having another adult, a male, in there with me, especially an official one. I felt safer. It's okay, he said again. God, thank you, I replied again. I was scared. He nodded knowingly and then leaned back into the seat. It happens, he said. Sometimes we get this. They can't hurt. I honestly felt like I was going to pass out from emotional exhaustion, but just as I was starting to let my guard down, the conductor leaned forward again and said, "You need the fee." "Oh," I said. I produced my ticket and showed him. "Here's my ticket to Budapest." He looked at it, shrugged, and handed it back to me. "This is a ticket." "Yes, but there's a fee for Hungary. You didn't pay." This was the second time I made that route, and I never had to produce anything extra on the train itself. Now I started feeling sick to my stomach. "How much?" I asked. I had very little cash. I was planning on taking money from the ATM in Budapest. He quoted me a number that was around 50 USD. For what it's worth, that's $10 more than when I paid for the actual ticket. I knew he was taking advantage of me. I wanted to argue, but then he said, "If you don't pay, then you have to leave now." We were literally rolling through the blackest night I'd ever seen. The snow looked like it would come to my knees. I didn't want to be dumped in the Hungarian countryside like the boys who were harassing me. I felt like I didn't have a choice. "I don't have any Hungarian money," I said. "I've been in Croatia and Bosnia." He shrugged. "I will take." He waited while I rooted around in my backpack and produced $30 in a combination of Czech, Bosnian, Croatian, and Slovenian bills. I left myself $20. "I don't have enough," I said. He shrugged again. "It's okay. I'll take." With that, he took the wad of cash and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he left. Once he was gone, I gathered my day pack and headed to the bathroom. I had to pass by the other compartments as I walked down the corridor, and it was at that moment I realized I'd been wrong. There were not other riders in the other compartments. They'd all left at some point. I was the only person in my car. If the guys had come in and attacked me, then nobody would have heard me scream. I'd have been on my own. I cried for 5 solid minutes into the tiny bathroom and then threw up in the metal sink. I never want to meet those guys or anyone like them again, and I could do without meeting the conductor again as well. So this event happened to be back when I was 20. It was going back from my aunt's house where I gave lessons to my little cousins each week. I was a student back then, and it happened in winter when it was quickly dark around 5 in the afternoon. I must also say that I am a woman. I was going back to the train station to take the direction of my home because I lived quite a few stations away from my aunt. At that time it was around 6 in the afternoon and it was really dark and cold outside, and I remember being quite tired that day, so I didn't give much attention to the direction the train I was waiting for was going to. As soon as the train came, I went inside, but it was really crowded, so I just stood up for quite some time, and that didn't help much with how tired I already was. After some time, a seat was cleared, so I went as fast as I could to sit there and let out a sigh that attracted the attention of the people beside me. I was a little ashamed by it, so I just looked at my phone and didn't pay much attention to others the rest of my ride. At some point though, I noticed the guy in front of me looking really intensely at me, but again I was so tired I didn't give it much thought and just continued watching whatever was on my phone at that time. As we arrived to a station, the train stopped and the driver informed us that it was the last stop. I had my headphones on, so I didn't hear all the message, but I deduced that I had to stay on the same train and it would just go back on the same line after some minutes. So while everyone went out, I just switched place to go somewhere with no one besides me on the wagon to sit comfortably near the window. But then when the train was soon to start again, the man that was looking at me earlier went straight in my zone and sat right in front of me. I was so focused on my episode I didn't pay much attention to it back then, but it was really strange because the whole part of the wagon was empty where I was and there were a lot of seats empty where he could have sat, but he chose to go exactly in front of me. The train started again and I was happy to finally be able to approach my home, but then as some stations passed I noticed something odd. The stations were the ones I already passed before. In fact, the train was going back to the direction of my aunt's house and not where I lived. I didn't hear that message right at all. I was a little pissed, but more importantly I laughed at myself because it was the first time I did such a mistake, and as I was smiling of my foolishness, I started looking around me and I saw the man that sat before me. He was also looking confused while switching his gaze to me in the windows. I laughed and gave him a smile because I thought he also got the wrong direction since he was in the same train for a long time now with me. But he didn't smile back at all. He stared right at me and seemed angry. I remember getting a chill at that moment and my senses finally woke up to make me realize something was wrong with this man. I stopped the video I was looking at and started thinking I had two options. The first one was to just stop next station and change side to take the train that would really get me back home. That was the most logic and normal option. But I don't know why something in my gut told me that I shouldn't go home tonight because of the man in front of me. So I decided to stay in the train and see if he would go off before me or not. After all, I was sure that it was not his direction too, so I stayed and at least 4 stations passed, but he didn't move at all. Instead, he seemed to get a lot more confused and angry each station. He was also staring at me a lot and switching to the windows each station as if he was waiting for where I would go down. The way he was looking at me too was really scary, so I tried to avoid his gaze as much as possible so he won't think I noticed him. At some point, he started giving me little pushes with his leg against my leg. It's like when the train is riding fast and because of its movements, sometimes you touch people near you and bump slightly on them when it's crowded, but of doing it was not natural at all because the train was not crowded and he had space to seat away from me. So after some time I was getting really awkward because of this, and even when I changed positions to be away from his legs, he would change too to touch me. It pissed me off, so I looked straight at him and then I knew I was in danger. He was looking at me with a big smile on his face as if the situation amused him. I was terrified, and when the train stopped again at a station I didn't think and just jumped off my seat and went out. But he followed me. I was really scared and didn't know what to do. I really didn't want him to follow me home because I lived in a really secluded place, and if he were to follow me at some point he could have done anything to me near my home as there would be no one to hear me or help me. I was thinking fast and then I got an idea. I stayed near the train before the door closed and walked near it like nothing happened. He was still following me and looking at me, but I tried to remain calm. Then when I heard the sound of the door closing, I jumped inside the wagon again, and because it was right when the door was closing he couldn't get in on time. I saw him looking at the doors in shock, and then he looked at me like he wanted to kill me. I went to sit back and kept looking at him to see what he would do. He seemed so angry I was scared he would just break off glass and jump right at my neck. The train finally started again and it was gradually getting away from the platform, but he kept looking at me with furious eyes and following it the whole time. When the train finally passed that station I started breathing normally again. After that I stayed on a few stations and finally got off and changed sides to take a train in direction of my home. I was looking behind me the whole time and ran home as fast as I could, and only when I was in my room I realized what just happened. That event was really a change for me as I was really carefree when I took the train or the subway, but from that time on I started being a lot more cautious of my surroundings, especially when going home at nighttime. So to the man I met in that train, let's not meet ever again please. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. So this happened to me when I was 11 or 12 years old, over a decade ago, and I still remember it vividly. At the time I lived in a semi-detached house with my mom, dad, and sibling. It was decent sized, but the most impressive part was the garden, which essentially had 3 levels. The first level was concrete, the second grass, and the third, also grass, had my trampoline on it. At the very end of the garden was a tree embankment. The area I lived in was somewhat hilly. One morning I woke up to a cracking sound, like a snapped branch, and I was worried since a week earlier a tree from the embankment had fallen into our neighbor's garden. My bedroom was at the back of the house overlooking the garden, so I opened the curtains to see if another tree had fallen. Instead, I saw a guy hiding in one of the trees in the garden. He was pale with blonde hair and wearing all black clothing. He was looking directly at me, presumably because he saw the curtains move. He started sparking and moved his finger in a come here motion. I totally freaked out and shouted for my mom and dad to come into my room. I was so scared I physically felt like I couldn't move. This was super early in the morning, by the way, around maybe 5. So it took my dad a good 30 seconds to get in my room, at which point the stranger had hid behind the trees. I remember being really shaken up. I was crying whilst I told my dad what happened. He went out into the back garden to see if he could spot the guy, but he was gone by that point. A bit of time passed and I'd started to forget about it. Then about 3 months after, my mom and I were watching television together after I'd finished school. The doorbell rang and my mom went to answer the door. I looked out the window of the living room where we were sat and saw a white van parked outside. It was the same van as my uncle's, so I walked out of the living room and into the hallway to greet him. When I got to the porch where my mom was stood, I realized it wasn't my uncle. It was the same guy I had seen in the garden a few months prior, and it really freaked me out. He noticed me as I walked behind my mom and gave me the same smirk as when he was in the garden. I wanted to say something to my mom, but I couldn't. I was freaking out inside. Anyway, he just asked my mom if she wanted work done on the drive. She said no, and he left, got back in the van, and drove off. He didn't give her a business card or anything. The van didn't have any company branding, and he didn't knock on any of the neighbors' doors. I told my mom that it was the same guy as soon as he went, and she started to feel uneasy about the situation too. A month or so after that, I got my first job doing the paper round. I had to deliver over 300 papers with my best friend at the time. It was getting towards winter, and it was dark by 4:30 in the afternoon. We'd been doing the job together for around a month when the one evening after school it was super dark and rainy. We were halfway through delivering the newspapers and a van started following us, driving really slow at the same pace we were walking. We clocked that it was following us after about a minute, and we started to panic as I noticed it was the same guy again. We left the newspaper trolley and started walking quite fast up the hill. We were about a 10-minute walk from my house. I rang my mom, who made me stay on the line while she left the house to meet us. She told us to go to the corner shop that we were about a minute away from. When we made it to the shop, the van sped off really fast. The police were called, who came to my house for a report. We told them everything. That was the last time I ever saw the creepy stranger, but I still remember what he looked like so vividly. Hi, me, my sister, and my mom have been trying to make sense of this for the past couple of hours, and the facts get less comforting the more we compare our experiences of that night. So last Friday night, I, a 17-year-old dude, was home alone while my family, besides my sister who is 21 who was at work, stayed in their cabin a few kilometers away. I'm used to staying home alone as this exact scenario is very common in the summertime, especially while I'm working and can't travel from the cabin and back. I'm not usually jumpy or afraid while home alone anymore, used to the odd creaks and settling noises of our old house. I was especially comforted by the fact that my sister's dog was also in the house with me that night, and most noises could be attributed to him, and if anything were to happen he would act as a guard dog of sorts and alert me to anything odd. At the same time, however, he is the type of dog to bark at any noise or person walking past the door or windows, so I'm used to hearing him bark or growl at night. Even so, this past Friday the sound of his barks at nearly 12 in the morning were disconcerting, to say the least. Despite my comfort with staying home alone, I am still terrified of the premise of a break-in or some other uninvited human interaction at midnight. I let him bark for a few seconds, telling myself it was just someone walking past our glass door in the adjacent alleyway, and he would quiet down once they passed. Needless to say, that's not what happened. He kept barking and growling for a few moments too long, and I finally got out of bed. I sleep in the basement. I walked upstairs to check it out, as I'd suspected he was standing alert at the glass door. I was comforted for a moment until I walked over, ready to close the curtains and go back to sleep, and saw the door open about 2 or 3 inches. I froze. I had let Bosco, the dog, out earlier that night, but I know I closed the door. I have never left this door open. I am a paranoid person with bad anxiety, especially concerning break-ins and the like, so I would never, home alone, forget to close the door. I am 100% certain. But at the time I didn't let myself think about these facts or even acknowledge that I could not have left the door open, because I knew it would send me into a spiral, possibly even an anxiety/panic attack if I didn't explain this away. I closed and locked the door, double checking that it was certainly locked. Using the flashlight on my phone, the lights were all off. I looked around the entire second floor of my 3-floor house, including closets and other reasonable hiding spots, just to put my mind at ease. Upon finding nothing, went back downstairs to my room. As I was down there, trying to push away the fear, I could hear Bosco walking around on the floor that doubles as my bedroom's roof. I thought I was overthinking it when it started to sound like human footsteps accompanied by Bosco's footsteps. He walks around for about 10 minutes before I put in my earphones and talk myself down until I can fall asleep. At 2 in the morning that same night, my sister comes home from work. I woke up a few minutes before this to Bosco in the basement, which he never does. There's even a gate to stop him from getting to the basement. Bosco is whining at my bedroom door. When I got up to let him out, my sister walked in, and we let him out the front door rather than the glass patio door, letting him in the same way. We talked for a while before I went back downstairs and my sister went to the bathroom. I forgot about the door, busy with work for the next few days, and forgot to mention it to anyone anyone until tonight. My sister and mom were home with me for a movie night while my dad and brothers stay at the cabin. I remember the door situation when we were picking out horror movies to watch. I was sharing it as a creepy, almost funny story before my sister spoke up, saying that the same night, an hour or so after they got home, the door was open again, the same door that was locked from the inside and not open since earlier that night. My stomach dropped and I started shaking the second this was revealed. We first started trying to explain it away. Maybe she had let Bosco out and forgot to close it until we both recalled that we'd used the front door. Then we were trying to justify a reason someone would break in to not steal anything and proceed to stay for 2 hours before leaving. Ultimately, I realized that I quite possibly locked someone in the house with me, then forced them to hide upstairs while I searched the second level of our house. Then this hypothetical person would be trapped up there now knowing that this house, that appears empty with the rest of my family gone and all the lights off, was not empty, and there was a dog who would bark if they showed themselves again, alerting me to their presence. Then, when I was in the basement and my sister was in the bathroom, they ran out the glass door, which is timed perfectly to when they found the door open once more, much wider than when I found it, as though they were only in a hurry on the way out. Perhaps they left it open the first time for a quick escape, or to stop the loud sound of it meeting the door frame. Either way, it ties together too perfectly for me to reasonably brush it off. I know it's unlikely, especially with nothing missing, but in this small town, there have been many reports of break-ins with nothing missing, vandalizing, or just breaking and entering many times, so it's not as unlikely as it may be in a bigger city. I can't make sense of this, and I'm shaken up thinking of the possibility of someone being in my house while I was asleep, alone in the basement. There's a part of me that doesn't believe it, but I can't shake the too many coincidences that all tie together to make this as concerning as it is. I certainly am glad that my searching came up empty that night, and I did not meet this person face to face. In the summer of 2020, my friends, Alex and Violet, and I decided to go on a mountain vacation. Pandemic cabin fever had hit us hard and we were desperate to get out. We settled on a mountain estate and planned to camp and hike at several different locations. For one night, we thought it would be fun to book a cabin in the woods. Violet's parents had rented a fire tower once and loved it, but a cabin beside a fire tower was all we could find. It was cheap, clean, and secluded. Excited to have a night where we could be as obnoxious as we wanted, we booked it. In the weeks leading up to the trip, we decided it would be a great idea to drop acid at the cabin. Violet bought an entire sheet in preparation for our arrival, and it was tucked in her bag as we pulled out of the driveway to make our way to the cabin. I remember this knot in the pit of my stomach, this achy feeling that gnawed at me. I told Alex and Violet that there was no way we could drop acid that night. Violet was pissed. We turned around and got into a massive argument, but I stood my ground. I just knew that we had no business tripping that night. Finally, the fireworks settled and we were off. The cabin was roughly 30 minutes away from the nearest town. It sat atop a mountain. We held our breath as we rounded the busted road that spiraled toward the top. There were no pull-offs, no other campsites, just a long, windy road that led us to the cabin at the peak. We settled in and started a fire to keep warm. As dusk gave way to night, we heard the unmistakable noise of an engine on the road, then the flash of headlights. A side-by-side with 3 kids arrived and our nerves settled. They smiled, gave us a wave, climbed the fire tower, and left. We'd heard there may be occasional visitors to the fire tower, but they were the only ones who'd come by. We doused the fire and moved inside, heated some hot dogs until they were lukewarm, ate them fast, and sat in the silence. You don't know how quiet it is until you're in the middle of nowhere. You can hear every rustle of the leaves, the whisper of the wind through their branches. You get so used to white noise. Living in the city, there's always the hum of an air conditioner or the dim roar of traffic to focus on. Here, the closest thing to white noise was the sound of our own breathing. We jumped at every noise, too frightened to speak to one another, and finally, I'd had enough. I cracked a few wine coolers, passed them to Alex and Violet, and slapped a board game down on the table between our bunk beds. It didn't take long for us to loosen, and we were laughing, having the raucous good time we'd envisioned. Much sober than we thought, but enough that we were able to ignore the rumble of the woods. Later, we'd all recall hearing noises in the background. The snap of a twig, the dim rumble of an engine. None of us wanted to rupture the air of nonchalance between us, so we ignored it, until a human hand reached up to the window between us and slapped it 3 times. We were screaming in an instant. Alex called the cops, put them on speakerphone, and handed his cell to me. He grabbed pokers from the fireplace and passed them out. Violet started calling family members and saying her last goodbyes. I held my breath and listened for any more noise. Whoever this was, whatever this was, would have heard us call the police, and now they were being careful to make a silent retreat. Dispatch arrived 20 minutes later, a lucky thing for a 1 in the morning emergency call, and had their dogs comb the mountain. Nothing. They suggested it may have been a bear, but I could tell from their faces that they didn't believe that for a second. We barely cooked those hot dogs, and why would a bear smack the window by a couple of screaming kids rather than the one closest to the pan we'd used to cook? Why would a bear knock on the window like a human? Why, when we screamed, did the bear make a stealthy retreat? They had no answers, but they had one anecdote. As they'd sped to us, they'd come across a car at the base of the mountain, but that was the only sign of life they'd seen. I remember my blood ran cold, but Violet and Alex were too frazzled to absorb the weight of what they'd said. And dizzied by a new horror, Violet's car, thoroughly dusted by our drive up the mountain, was covered in handprints. Handprints that didn't match ours, that touched places we hadn't. We grabbed our stuff by the armful and threw it inside, eager to remove every part of ourselves from this mountain. We followed the police, grateful every pothole found us further and further from that wretched cabin. We made it down in record time and found lodging at a seedy hotel that reeked of cat urine. I couldn't sleep. The thought of that car on the road rang in my head. Remember, there was nothing else on that mountain. It was a narrow road to the top. No pull-offs, no other campsites. There was the fire tower. Maybe a visitor decided to spook us during their late night excursion. But the kids from earlier, we'd seen their headlights. Whoever did this had stopped their vehicle further down the road and hiked the rest of the way. They didn't want to be spotted. They wanted silence, secrecy. Whoever this was hadn't been looking for a cheap scare. They planned this. I don't think I'll ever know what the person on the mountain wanted from me. I don't know if it was a practical joke or the beginning of a night of terror. I'm grateful for Alex's quick wit in calling the police. I wonder if our visitor knew we had service. It had certainly been a welcome surprise to us. Perhaps that was a wrench in his plan, enough to spook him before he could make things ugly. In truth, I don't know if I want to know. I think I'm just content to say, midnight stranger, let's not meet. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. At the time of this story, I was 21 and living in a major Midwestern city, attending the university there. Having lived there for only 1 month before my story began, I had witnessed a train stop stabbing, been yelled at by a crackhead, had a homeless guy followed me and threatened to choke me outside the physics building on campus, and watched a 13-car cop raid on a drug house just across the street. The area around the university is known for being rough and has a notoriously high rate of crime. We would get a few texts a week from the campus police saying things like there had been a robbery, a break-in, an assault, stalkings, attempted kidnappings, that stuff. I always ignored these texts, thinking foolishly that I would never be a victim because I was quote-unquote smart enough to stay out of trouble, not go out alone late at night. All the cliches. I seriously regret this behavior now, and to anyone listening to this, please never think that you're 100% safe, no matter your level of preparedness. Always do your best to stay observant and careful. The first incident wasn't too unusual. I was just a block or two from my apartment building one day in the early evening. It was still light outside. I was walking my dog Sesame, a cute Shiba Inu who just looks like a fluffy goofy puppy and has never been frightening or particularly protective in his life. As I was heading back home, I passed a small parking lot and entered a large van. I could see a man in his early 60s sitting in the driver's seat smoking a cigarette. He was staring at me. As I passed, he actually leaned out of his car and called out to me, "Hey, you there? That's a cute dog. What's his name?" I should mention this isn't even my first story like this. I have a pretty intense fear of strangers because of other incidents in my life. Being pretty wary for this reason, I ignored him and just walked faster. I heard a car door shut behind me and turned quickly to see that he had gotten out of his van and was slowly walking toward me. He called out to me again, "Hey baby, I just want to see your dog. Come back." His phrasing pissed me off and I gripped my dog's leash and started to speed walk away from him, starting to feel nervous. My heart was beginning to pound, but I kept telling myself over and over that I was overreacting and it was just my paranoia acting up and there was nothing to worry about. Boy, was I wrong. I managed to turn the corner and was about to cross the final park before getting to my apartment. In my fear over the van guy, I wasn't paying attention as much as I usually do to what was in front of me. I looked back over my shoulder and the guy had stopped following me. He was, however, standing in the middle of the sidewalk with a huge creepy grin on his face. I whirled back around with my eyes glued to my building. I only needed to walk another half a block and I'd be home. I was going to get away from him and his creepy van. Just when I thought I was safe, a group of 5 or 6 men came from the side of the park I wasn't watching. They were all tall and intimidating in stature and all of them were laughing and looking right at me. Out of the corner of my eye, the van guy had started walking towards me as well. I remember he was whistling. I again picked up my pace and desperately searched for my keys in my pocket as I hurried to the door. The group of men then veered towards me, partially cutting me off, and in all my stupid politeness I stopped. They grinned at me with sick, perverted smiles, obviously checking me out, looking up and down my body. It made me sick. I tried not to panic and inched closer to my apartment. "Hey, what's your name? Where are you going? What's your Snapchat? Is that your apartment? Can we come over? Do you smoke?" They all barraged me with questions one after another. I tried to refuse them, stammering no thank you. I saw saw the van guy come and join their group, leering at me. While I inched away, they inched closer. One of them then reached out for me, his fingers actually touching my arm. I leapt back, trying not to start crying, but Sesame suddenly lunged at them, his teeth bared, a horrifying snarl ripping from his throat. Every bit of cute Shiba personality was gone, and he looked like he was wanted to tear one of these guys' throats out. It startled them enough that I was able to turn and sprint the final distance to my building, locking the door behind me. I fell to the floor inside my building, hugging Sesame. However, the entire front of my building was glass, and to my horror and disbelief the group of men came and stood in front of the windows, grinning at me, laughing, and making kissy faces and lewd gestures at me. The apartment manager came out and called the cops on them, but they ran away. I made it back home and scrubbed myself in the shower, crying and shaking with fear. Sesame got a special dinner that evening, and I kept telling myself that they just wanted to mess with me and I was never in any real danger. Stupid of me, I know now. About a month later, when I had finally managed to be able to walk outside my apartment without severe anxiety, I was actually planning on moving a bit farther away from campus. It was still going to be in a sketchy neighborhood, but the thought of those men knowing where I lived kept me up at night. My apartment actually hired a security guard to be there 24/7 after someone had broken into the building, smashed all the windows, destroyed some of the furniture, and stolen a bunch of bikes. Of course, my bike got stolen anyways. I was heading home from class, and it was a beautiful day. I actually felt pretty happy for once and popped my earbuds in on the last few blocks before I got home. Stupid, I know. After a block or so, I started to feel like someone was watching me. My palms started sweaty. I glanced behind me, trying not to look obvious, and a tall man was about 20 feet behind me, staring straight at me. I snapped my head back around and ripped out my earbuds. Though, I thought, it can't be one of them. I was just jumping to conclusions given my anxiety disorder and paranoia surely, but there was something familiar about him. My heart started racing, as I hoped to God the others weren't waiting for me around the corner of my building, ready to jump me. I walked faster, wishing Sesame was with me. I was too afraid to look back at him as I fumbled with my keys and wrenched the door open as hard as I could. This turned out to be a crucial mistake. As I ran to the elevator, trying to breathe a sigh of relief, I saw with absolute horror that the man had caught the door I had thrown wide open and was slowly coming into the building with me. He paused, standing away from me, but close enough that I could hear his ragged breathing and smell of alcohol coming off him. My heart was thudding in my chest now, and I struggled to think clearly. The apartment manager was already home for the day, and I was completely alone in the lobby. There were no other doors out of that room, and a stranger was blocking my way to the door. The security guard supposed to be keeping an eye on the building was nowhere to be seen. The elevator came, and I tried to run into it and slam my hand over the door close button as fast as I could. I pushed my floor button and huddled in the far corner of the elevator. I started to once again try to catch my breath, but right when the door was almost closed, he stuck his hand in. I couldn't believe it. He waited until the door was just about to close, and then he stopped it. He was standing close enough that there was no way that was a mistake. My stomach dropped and a suffocating sense of dread crept in. I kept my head down as he joined me. My desperate hope that he was just a dirty Druka resident of the building was dashed when he didn't press any buttons. I don't know why I didn't run out of the elevator or try to leave the building again. I was paralyzed with fear, and all I could do was watch as the door closed and sealed my fate. The elevator was filled with the stench of alcohol and body odor. If I wasn't so terrified, I may have gagged. It was nauseating. I couldn't look at it. I couldn't move. I tried to scream at myself in my head to press the wrong button and try to escape him, but I was completely petrified. He leaned closer to me, and I heard him breathe in deeply and very quietly sigh, like he was content. I felt tears well in my eyes, and the seconds it took to reach the top floor where I lived felt like hours. I saw no way I could escape the sick, drunk guy who was smelling me. In the reflection of the elevator walls, I could make out his disgusting smile. He was staring directly at me, his hands in his pockets, clearly holding onto something. I'm not religious, but I prayed that I would make it to my door in time. I realized he probably wasn't going to attack me in the elevator. There was a large camera in the ceiling. I looked up at it, feeling a tear spill out of my eye as I did so, hoping that whoever saw the tape eventually would identify this man. The worst part of all of this is that I've trained in martial arts and self-defense since I was about 8 years old. I thought of myself as stronger and braver than I was acting. I should know what to do. I should be strong enough to do it. But no matter how many times I had disarmed, thrown, or choked out attackers in the studio, nothing totally prepares you for the dread of a real-life situation. As the elevator reached my floor, I managed to snap out of my stupor long enough to dash through the door and run to my apartment unit. I nearly missed the keyhole, but I threw open my door. I was nearly through when my backpack snagged on the outside handle of the door, trapping me. I heard the man walking quickly to my door, a low chuckle building in his throat as he watched me panic and struggled to get free. I felt like a mouse being watched by a cat, trapped and helpless, so close to escaping. I finally gave up and shoved my arms through the straps, abandoning my backpack. As I did so, the man suddenly reached out for me. I was able to slam the door shut, deadbolting it. The gust of air from the door slamming brought his disgusting smell in with me, and in my terror and disgust I retched violently. I looked through the peephole. He was staring right at me, pressing his forehead against the door, his mouth bent in a furious scowl. He swore at me and ripped my backpack off the handle of the door, slamming it to the ground. I winced as I heard my laptop thud. I was still too terrified to say anything, but I grabbed the knife I kept by my door in my hand, ready if he tried anything. After a few minutes of staring at my door, jiggling the handle, licking the peephole, and making obscene motions at it, he unzipped my backpack, dumping its contents on the floor. He picked up my bag, sniffing it and leering at the peephole as he did so, like he knew I was watching him. I couldn't look away, again paralyzed in fear. Finally he left, using the elevator visible from my door like nothing had happened. I continued to stare out the peephole for what felt like an eternity, and then finally called the apartment manager, feeling my anger sinking and that the security guard hadn't been anywhere in sight, not paying attention. It turns out he had fallen asleep eating Taco Bell and watching movies on his phone. He was only 10 feet away from the elevator the entire time, sleeping in the office behind a closed door. They fired him, but the creepy guy was never caught, and neither were any of the others. I don't even know for sure if this man was part of the original group. I was honestly too terrified to look much at their faces during the first incident. I moved out of my apartment a week later, staying with my boyfriend at the time for the remainder of my lease, and keeping Sesame with me at all times when possible. A few more things happened while I lived in that city, from having to call in a gunfight from outside my new apartment window, to having to pick up my friend who was being followed by a van, to having to evacuate during an arson incident. There are nice things about that city too, but during my time there, besides learning the police department was absolutely useless and corrupt, to nearly escaping with my life multiple times, I couldn't be happier to be far, far away from there, and doing a lot better with my fear and anxiety. I want to start by saying that this isn't the first bad experience I've had dog sitting, but it's definitely the worst. So I started dog sitting back when I was 13 and made good money doing it. I'm currently 19 and this happened when I was 18. I set up an easy way for people to contact me about dog sitting. I put out a post on Facebook and Instagram about it often and would get people in my messages asking to dog sit. I got a notification from Instagram one day stating someone was trying to message me. I accepted it and the message said that me and my wife are looking to find a dog sitter while we go away for a week to Florida. You will have to work the 4th to the 11th this month. We will pay you $300 for the week. You're welcome to stay at our house or go back to your own home. I started talking back and forth with this man and we're gonna call him Mr. Brown for the sake of privacy. So I agreed to take the gig and told him I would stay at his house for the week. Once I got to his house, I was introduced to his two dogs, Mina and Letty. Mina was a little Yorkie and Letty was a blue hound. I was shown around his house, which was surrounded by 76 acres. I live in a farm town and live on 32 acres myself, so staying here didn't really freak me out. The closest neighbors were pretty far away and you would actually have to drive there if you wanted to talk to them. They told me the rules and when to feed them, stuff like that. Then Mrs. Brown told me about the nearest neighbor. In her words, she was a nice person, just a little drugged up and confused. She mentioned how sometimes she would pull into their driveway instead of hers and would end up mistaking Mrs. Brown for her dead daughter. Hearing this made me feel pretty bad for her, and I know all too well how hard it is for parents to lose their child because of how my parents were after losing my brother in a car accident. Mrs. Brown said she shouldn't do anything bad though, and if she came up to the house, just play her back home and she should leave with no problems. After they left, I was down to watch movies and just chill with the dogs. The first 2 days were fine with no hiccups. The third day, however, the old woman who I'll call Ms. Rose did pull into the driveway. I came outside as she was getting out of the car. She looked up to see me and immediately she got back in her car and left. I chalked it up to her realizing it was the wrong house when she saw me and went back inside. Later that night though, I got a call from Mrs. Brown asking if I was okay. I said yes and asked why. She then went on to tell me about how she got a call from Ms. Rose and that she said there was a robber at their house. I explained what happened and she just laughed and said she must have been confused and forgot that they were out of town. I ended the phone call making a note to go over there tomorrow to clear the air about me being a robber. Once I went to bed that night though, things got crazy. I woke up at around 2 in the morning hearing a light scratching sound that almost sounded like ticking coming from outside the window. At first I thought it might have been a bird or some sort of night creature and left it alone, but as the noise kept me from falling back asleep, I wanted to scare it away, so I got up and went to open the blinds but screamed when I lifted the blinds at the sight of Ms. Rose trying to pry the window open with a pair of pliers. Once she saw me though, she started banging on the window with the pliers. The dogs started barking now and I quickly got up, told the dogs to to follow me, grabbed my phone, and ran to a room with no windows, which was the bathroom. I locked the door in case she got in. I called the cops and explained the situation, quickly giving them the address from what I could remember. She said that police would be there in 10 minutes, which for the area I was in is pretty good considering their house is in a pretty rural area. I had gotten the dogs to be quiet and put them in the closet connected to the bathroom to make sure she didn't hear them. I was trying to stay calm and I could still hear the pounding on the window as I continued to talk to the operator, and then I heard glass shatter. I cursed under my breath, trying not to cry. I was really scared and pretty much ready to cry from the fear of being beaten to death by someone who was clearly not in the right state of mind. I was whispering what was happening to the operator hiding in the back of the bathroom in the tub. After about 4 minutes of pretty much silence, I heard footsteps and I could see feet under the other side of the door, and I cursed to myself again. I then see Ms. Rose get on her hands looking under the crack, and I mistakenly let out a gasp. She gets up quickly, pounding at the door. I can tell she's still using the pliers. I am at this point crying, asking the operator where the police are, to which she responds 3 minutes. Those 3 minutes felt like forever. I screamed at Ms. Rose to please go away, and she screamed back that I shouldn't be here. Once I heard the sound of police cars, and about a minute later of them trying to kick the door down, though I felt a little better. I was told to stay on the line until the intruder was caught, and that police were not trying to get into the house. Eventually they did get into the house, and I yelled to get their attention, not that they needed it. She was still banging on the door. Once they got into the room, she was told to drop her weapon, and she obeyed, saying she didn't do anything wrong. They got her in cuffs, and a police officer told me it was okay to unlock the door, to which I slowly got up and unlocked the door. After being taken to the police station and giving them my story for their report, I went to my parents' house. I was just too scared to be alone. The next day, I called Mrs. Brown and explained the situation. I got full payment even after telling them I wasn't going back to the house. They called me a few days later saying that Ms. Rose was under the influence of drugs, and in her words, she told the police she decided to take care of the robber, which was me, herself, and that she did nothing wrong. She was charged with breaking and entry, which is kind of ironic. After that, I quit dog sitting, and I am a lot more paranoid and always make sure my doors and windows are locked. So Ms. Rose, let's not meet again. This happened years ago. I was walking through the hills of a provincial park with my dog during winter, so the sun set much faster than I expected, and before I could get back to my car. Once the sun was gone and all you could see was darkness, I was walking slowly through a field when out of nowhere I had, to this day, the most gut-wrenching, undeniable feeling I was being watched. I turned around, and in the distance, I saw a figure standing there, darker than the night sky around us. The instant I saw him, my stomach dropped, and my body literally froze. I knew at that moment, somehow, he was coming for me. I grabbed my dog's leash and we booked it. I mean sprinting, full speed, up and down hills, around trees, down embankments. I was running so fast as if my life was dependent on it, and to this day I'm sure it was. I make the 30 to 45 minute trip in 10, and all that stands before me in my car is this switchback you have to go back and forth up if you want to reach the top. So once again, I am giving it all I got, running up this switchback as fast as I possibly can, and once I reach the top and look back down, who else but this person chasing me? And does he go up the switchback like how any sane person would? Of course not. He starts sprinting right up the middle of this switchback, headed straight for me. I scream at him, "Screw off," and he doesn't say anything, not a single word, just continues running right at me. I am so lucky my car was at the top of that hill, because as I ran towards it, I dropped my keys and are fiddling with him trying to open the door. Just in time, I get the door open, throw my dog in, and shut the door behind me just as this guy reaches us. Best part is, there were no other vehicles parked anywhere around us, but where did this person park? Yeah, right next to me, of all places. Now this guy literally jumps into his truck so fast, and to this day I have never seen a better example of speeds out of there, like a bear on cocaine. He guns the engine so hard, black smoke is blasting out the back as he swerves out of there, leaving skid marks behind him. I sat in the back of my vehicle for hours afterwards, shaking and crying, knowing I was this close to whatever he had planned for me. And that's why I'm sharing this story, in hopes that people won't ignore that gut feeling, the little voice in the back of your head that tells you to run. If I did that day, I never would have noticed him in time, and would not have had the head start I needed to escape. Always trust your gut feelings and intuition. It might really be the deciding factor in if this is your final day on Earth or not. Gin, smokable stimulants, and sleep deprivation, the perfect ingredients in a recipe for disaster, especially when the pot they're brewing in is a mentally ill squatter that likes to wave around big sticks when he's mad. The man described as Darrell, my dad's old high school buddy, the 40-something-year-old antagonist of one of my life's more traumatic events, which took place back in 2015. It was a warm, fragrant springtime afternoon, and I was an 18-year-old kid coming home from a day of class at the local community college, coming home to my dad's anarchist trap house that my friend and I decided to move into as roommates a year before. It was a small, one-story downtown house in an upscale neighborhood, and it had 5 to 7 vagabond guests or couch surfers at any given time. That's up to 10 people under one roof, or 2 if you count the shed. Conflict was inevitable. I entered in through the side gate, from the well-manicured, street-facing front into the neglected, junk-filled back. There he was, sitting at his crooked, worn-out metal table placed right in my path to the bent-up screen door. Darryl was dressed in his finest filthy, brown jacket as he carved his latest piece of stick art. He looked up at me with glazed eyes and an absent expression. This struck me as odd, since, although he was weird, he wasn't usually this weird. When I looked closer at his table, I saw why. Along with his usual random pieces of metal and rocks he used for his wands, there was a blackened glass tube, a lighter, and a 4/5 empty gallon jug of rock gut gin. The gin I had watched him bring home with him the night before. The night before, he had been partying, having fun, and acting fairly normal, but the presence of the charred, straight-shot glass pipe on the table explained how he had stayed awake this whole time. I gave Darryl a modest greeting, to which he responded with an awkward head movement and unfriendly grunt as he continued to aggressively carve a stick. This body language gave me a dark vibe, full of animosity. What I experienced while walking it was unusual, but nothing too crazy to me. I had seen worse in that house, and had such a chip on my shoulder, I was almost itching for some kind of altercation to take my anger out on a daily basis. If this was my opportunity to protect my territory, I would do it with pleasure. I was a massive stoner and a bit of an alcoholic at the time, and upon arriving home, I usually would have stopped by my friend's room to say hi and smoke a bowl or two, but he was at his mom's house that night, which meant that, unfortunately, he was not able to witness the events that would be taking place over the following couple of hours. Although I had substance issues, I was still an honor roll student, so instead of smoking a bowl, I just went straight back to my room to get some economics homework done. I had worked for about 45 minutes before focusing became impossible due to loud noises and yelling coming from the kitchen, which was just beyond the hallway entrance, mere feet from my bedroom door. This was simply not something I would tolerate, so I grabbed my 2009 digital camera, I didn't have a smartphone, and made my way to the heart of the commotion. Holding my camera, I entered the kitchen to find my dad and his 2 tough biker friends huddled together near the sink. Darryl had, more or less, quartered the dent. His arms were outstretched, making his jacket appear like brown wings as he held up his largest stick in one hand, like Rafiki's staff in The Lion King. When I had walked in, I said nothing to alert him to my presence. I simply held up the camera to record him as he verbally spilled his darkest demons on all of us. He was belligerently screaming at my dad and his friends, but his biggest target was Joe, our lovable old biker dude who has been my dad's friend my whole life, and who never treated Darryl with anything but friendliness and respect. Darryl was screaming about how he was a racist, while Joe continued to deny it, raising his voice to match. While I can't speak for Joe's personal beliefs, I will emphasize that Darryl did not face any sort of discrimination under our roof. He may have felt disrespected at times, but his behavior was often unacceptable and any confrontation was well deserved. During one of his loud, drunken, barely coherent rants, Darryl had begun hitting all the wooden cabinets with his stick, pairing his screaming with the crazed rhythms of a wild man. I continued to hold the camera out towards him, making no attempt to hide it or leave the room, all while he creeped his way towards me, whacking each cabinet along the way. You may see me as naive and crazy to do this, but I was filled with excitement. My desire to record him was mainly for evidence. He turned his head to face mine at an unnatural speed. His face squidged into a scowl as he laid eyes on me and my camera. With his rock gut gin breath, he got up in my face, waving his stick around in his hand as if to threaten me. "Get that camera out of my face, boy," he slurred. I cursed back at him in defiance and held firm as he tried to grab it from me. We wrestled back and forth from my green digital camera for about 10 seconds as it continued to record. Fortunately, I was able to get it back, and as I did, he moved to get close and intimidate me again, more aggressively now. Even though he was 10 inches taller than me, 18-year-old me had a tendency to be numb to situations like this, and my fear response had lessened with time. As he towered over me, my right hand rested around the closed lid of an empty cookie jar sitting on the kitchen table. At that moment, I knew, if he got out of hand, that jar would be my last resort. I loosened my grip on the jar, pushed Darryl away, and watched him move back from me and make his way back to torment my dad and his friends again. I took this opportunity to put my camera back in my room, and came out a minute later to find that my dad and the biker dudes had gone to my dad's back room. Darryl had gone back to his dirty mattress in the dark shadows of the living room in the front of the house. things had lulled, and I still had homework to do, so I went back to my room. After about a half hour, darkness had fallen outside, and things were too quiet. Something had to be wrong. I wanted to check on my dad and his friends, so I left my room and found myself alone in an eerie, grimy kitchen with the lights on and dark windows facing the night. There was a soft mumbling to my left. Darrell was kneeling in the dim rays of light, cast from the kitchen to the contrasting darkness of the living room. He was holding 2 billiard balls he had taken from the pool table, one in each upward facing hand, and outstretched arms. His head rolled back to face the ceiling in a perfect position to channel demons like an antenna. Like his head, his eyes were rolled back, with only the bloodshot whites being visible. As his head gently jerked around with his satanic mumbling, the dim light reflected off his bald scalp, shaven smooth with a razor. His unkempt salt and pepper goatee was specked with foamy dribble. Seconds after I saw him, he jolted into life like an animated corpse. His face contorted into a hatred I haven't seen before or since, as he lodged toward me from his kneel position, still holding the pool balls in each hand. Thinking quickly, I grabbed the cookie jar and, with Darrell close on my tail, retreated to my dad's room. Fortunately, the lights were on here as well, and the room had a door connecting to the backyard. He caught up to me there, so I pushed him back into a ragged wooden table in the corner, which broke under his weight. He quickly recovered, and sneered back at me as he bolted up from the wreckage. As he did so, I stumbled out the back door, tripped backward down the 2 concrete steps, and landed on the cement patio bordering the grass. Time had condensed in that moment, as all of this occurred in just a few seconds. When I landed, the cookie jar in my right hand had broken and I was bleeding heavily from a large gash on my palm, caused by the broken porcelain, but there was no pain. I wound up my pitching arm from my position on the ground, and as he was about to make his way through the back door, I launched the jagged remnants of the cookie jar, which still weighed at least a pound or 2, through the air. Lucky strike, the cookie jar crashed through the glass window in the back door and hit Darrell squarely on the forehead. He went limp and collapsed onto the floor of my dad's room. He didn't get up. It was his turn to bleed. Having faced this entire situation alone, I made my way to the shed to find my dad, his 60-year-old biker friend Joe, and Joe's other biker friend. I opened the shed door and there they were, all sitting in a close circle, whispering to each other. Tough men, cowering in this tiny one-room living space in the corner of the yard. These 3 grown men left 18-year-old me alone to fend for myself in a house with a violent psychopath. But I forgave them. They genuinely seemed terrified, and I was thanked profusely by all of them for solving their problem. I appreciated the ego boost, but we still had 2 problems. I was bleeding heavily, and Darrell was unconscious and bleeding twice as much as I was. I was advised to wrap my wounds, get in my car, and drive the 25 minutes to my grandma's house in the woods. I bled in my car all the way to grandma's house. When I was there, I soaked my wounds in soapy water, hoping to avoid getting stitches, since I still didn't know if I was considered a criminal or not, and wanted to lie low. About 20 minutes into soaking, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I had a feeling it was related to the event that had just taken place, and I was correct. It was a deputy from the sheriff's department at the scene of the crime. I was quaking, but explained to her exactly what happened in complete honesty. Her response filled me with lightness like a helium balloon. It was self-defense, she had said, and Darrell was obviously blacked out and having a psychotic episode. According to the police, Darrell was found lying in a pool of blood on the front porch. A neighbor had called the police, and when they arrived, Darrell had woken up and begun to attack them, screaming about racism. Apparently, he believed the police were racist and there to harass him. He believed he was becoming a victim of racist police brutality and decided to attack the police before they attacked him. He attacked a female police officer too. Not cool. After learning that, I got back in the car to drive myself to the emergency room and continued to make a bloody mess of it for the whole 25-minute drive there. That night, I stayed over at my grandma's house. When I went back to my dad's house the next day, I learned a few details from my dad about what happened after I left. Darrell had bled so much that my dad and his friends were unable to absorb it faster than it was coming out, even after using all the towels in the house. It was at that point that they dragged him onto the front porch. They wanted to be done with him and let society deal with it. Darrell got treated at the hospital himself that night and spent the next 2 weeks in jail for disorderly conduct. I'm happy to say that he never came back to our house and I never saw him again. In a sense, my dad and his friends were right. I did solve a problem. The guy was a squatter and a menace, and now he was gone. This part, he was so messed up on drugs, he could hardly remember what happened. He thought it was Joe the biker who hit him. He has no memory of fighting with me. Now, 7 years later, this event still stands out to me in the story of my life. I learned a lot from spending a year living in an anarchist trap house, but the biggest thing I learned is to stand up for yourself and your territory, even when it makes people not like you, and to always watch out for tweakers when they drink cheap gin. For some context, I'm a 32-year-old female. This happened to me when I was about 25 or 26. I work full-time as a researcher at a university, which is where these encounters took place. I'm not a professor or anything, and because of my age at the time, I could have easily been mistaken for just another student wandering around campus. On some days, when the weather was nice, I would prefer to spend my lunch hour strolling around the university grounds outside, or sitting underneath a shady tree on a bench, enjoying the time I was not sitting in a cramped corner of the lab. On one of these days, I was sitting on a bench enjoying the fresh air, and a male student walking by asked if he could sit next to me. I'm a pretty shy and awkward kind of person, so even though I really would have preferred sitting alone, I said, sure. He initiated simple conversation, to which I obliged, but being careful not to be too forthcoming. He mentioned he had seen which departmental building I came and went from, which slightly alarmed me, given I had never seen this person before in my life. But I pushed the thought from my mind. After all, the weather had been decent lately, and I had spent nearly all my lunch hours for the past week outside. He asked if I was studying within the mentioned department, to which I told him that I was not a student, but rather I worked there. He told me he was an engineering student, and then followed up with asking me out to coffee sometime. I apologized, and told him that I had a boyfriend and would have to decline. We parted ways after that, and I assumed I probably wouldn't see him around again. About a week or two went by, and I was spending another lunch hour outside on campus, sitting on a different bench somewhere. Seemingly out of nowhere, the same man from before asked if he could sit next to me again. Admittedly, I don't remember what he started talking to me about at first. My mind was reeling, and I was rather uncomfortable having to potentially turn this guy down a second time. Sure enough, he asked me again if we could go out for coffee sometime. I apologized, and reminded him that I had a boyfriend and would not be meeting him for coffee. And again, he left after that. I was feeling rather anxious now, but it still hadn't reached a level where I felt I had to be too concerned. A few days later, I had finished work and was leaving the building to walk to where I had parked my car. The university charges a fortune for parking passes, even if you're employed by them, so I had always opted for free street parking about a 10-minute walk away from campus. My walking route would take me down several quiet residential streets with minimal car traffic. Even pedestrian traffic was pretty sparse on the busiest of days. It wasn't until I was about halfway to my car, down one of these quiet back streets, that I noticed someone walking directly across the street from me, but keeping a few paces behind. I noticed him from my peripheral vision and didn't want to flat out turn around to stare at him. It wasn't uncommon to see someone else by any means. I was just always trying to be aware of my surroundings when walking the streets alone. I had to make a few turns coming up anyways, and the chance that they would be going the same way as me was slim. But he did. He made all the turns I did, still walking on the sidewalk across from me, a few steps behind. I still did not want to look at whoever this was. I didn't want him to know that I was aware of what I thought he was doing. I quickened my pace to a speedy walk. I was approaching the first of two busier streets before I would reach my car. His pace quickened to keep up with me. That was the moment I panicked, the moment I was sure that he was indeed following me. After that, I started a full-out jog across the first of the busier streets. He ran to keep up behind me and was now on the same side of the street I was. I was now nearly at my car. I had to cross the last busy street and get about 100 meters and I would be there. But it was crossing the street that worried me. I often had to stop and wait a good minute or so before it was clear enough to do so. If this were the case, he would catch up with me, as if the stars aligned. As soon as I made it running to the busy street, I had a gap to cross. I booked it as fast as I could, finally turning around once I had made it to look and yell at the man who had been pursuing me. It was him. I could have suspected, but now it was confirmed. It was the engineering student whom I had turned down for coffee. Stop following me. I yelled at him from across the busy street. Can I just talk to you? He yelled back. I didn't even answer him. I mean, the answer should have been obvious from the start, and I was certainly never going to give my time to anyone who had just followed and then chased me for about 1 kilometer. I keep moving quickly to my car, so determined to get out of there that I didn't even care if he saw which car was mine. He had given up following me and never tried to cross the road to my relief. I got home and broke down. I mean, worse things had happened to other people, no doubt, and I was not harmed, fortunately, but I was shook. I had some anxieties walking to and from work after that. It wasn't long before a coworker and I would walk most of the distance back to our cars together after work. I'd even changed where I started parking for a time. A few weeks had passed since the incident, and I had not seen him around campus at all. I had started spending my lunches in the lab instead of outside, but occasionally I would go to the student center to buy lunch instead. This one particular day, the food court in the student center was packed, almost shoulder to shoulder. I was standing in line at a burger stall, and I heard a guy try and get someone's attention through the crowd. I look up, and it's him again, waving to me and trying to make his way through the people. I panicked, and even though I'm terribly shy, I started a scene and yelled to him to leave me alone. His face dropped instantly as people stared at us, and he slinked back into the sea of students. My heart was pounding, and I was shaking. I don't even remember if I ended up getting food after that. I went back to work, and from then on, was even more focused on my surroundings than I ever was before. It's been 5 or 6 years since then now, and I still work at the university. I am so relieved to say I never saw him again after the food court, and haven't had any other harrowing accounts on campus. I am still diligent about being aware of my surroundings, especially when I have to walk to and from campus alone. I never asked the guy his name, so I couldn't even report an incident to campus police or anything. All in all, I'm just glad I never saw him again, and I can only hope he never did this to any other girl before or after me. I was 17 when this story happened 3 years ago now. I was working at an old pizza shop right on the edge of my town. For context, the town I was in is an affluent, suburban town surrounded by a bypass which loops around the town. Around my town is some farmland and main roads where all of the blue-collar workers moved to after the town was gentrified 10 to 15 years back. This pizza shop was around for 20 years and was very catered to these same blue-collar workers. It's around 9 at night and a call comes in for 2 pizzas and a 2-liter of soda. I'm the only driver in, so I have to take the delivery out. It's about a 10-minute drive to get to the location. There I have to drive up a long, gravel driveway that took 5 minutes to get up. My car really couldn't handle the gravel and how rough it was. Arriving at the place, I see a nice house and 2 barns plotted across the land with weak 5 to 6 feet tall surrounding the whole property. I've always been really anxious around farms because of how creepy I think they are. Being at this place when I felt truly all alone really started to make my anxiety flare. I decided to call the number on the order because I have no idea where this guy wants me to go and drop off his food. After about another 5 minutes of absolute silence, the man picks up. He had a very deep and raspy voice, like he's been a career smoker, which didn't do anything to help me feel better. I was told to meet him at his truck at the far barn on his property. I am now properly pooping myself as my mind races of all of the worst possible things that could happen to me. I pull myself together and muster further into this guy's property. I see the man's truck as I round one of those cylinder storage units where I see his truck and him inside. Instead of getting out, I call him and ask him how we should do the transaction. In that same deep voice, he instructs me to get out of my car and put all of the food onto his truck bed. Since he paid with his credit card already, I thought this would have been over in 10 seconds. I do what he tells me to do and walk over to the passenger window so that he can sign his receipt. The man looks to be around in his middle 40s, heavy set, with a scraggly black beard and a trucker hat. I'm a pretty skinny guy, so with my mind already racing on the being kidnapped or murdered, I really don't feel safe around this guy. I ask him if he has a pen on him because I forgot to bring one. I was pretty bad at my job and he did not have any cash on him. He stares at me with these cold eyes and points into the back of his truck, saying to me, if you ask me for a tip, I'm going to be sticking this tip down your throat, where he has a double barrel shotgun just in the back of his car. I'm frozen in fear as I'm registering that this man has just threatened to kill me. Not only that, but this is the second time this has happened this shift. Yeah, I kid you not. The first time was because I messed up the address for a house and a man in his 60s wearing a cowboy hat comes outside and says he has the right to shoot trespassers when I was just trying to see if I was at the right house. The only thing I can muster out is okay, and I get back into my car and I get out of that farm. I was going so fast that I screwed up my car from my car bouncing around on that gravel path. I go 80 all the way back to the pizza parlor where I tell my coworkers what happened. None of my coworkers took me seriously and just thought I was playing this up for a joke. I go home and forget about it pretty quickly, but a year later I'm working the lunch shift and the same man calls in and orders a pizza. Now at this point I am refusing to take this order, but this was during the pandemic and the place was on its last legs already, so management forced me to go in anyways. It was only 1 or 2 in the afternoon on a Sunday, so at least my fear of the dark would be covered. I get there and the man is waiting for me at his actual house. He recognized me and out of all things started apologizing to me for what he said. He was excusing it, saying that he just started going through a divorce and was struggling with his emotions. I just wanted the whole thing to be over with, and he gave me $60 for what happened. Still, to the man on the farm, I hope we never meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. So, I'm of the mindset that everyone should know a little bit about cars. I've always been mechanically inclined and I think that may have saved me. I was using dating apps a few years ago, met this guy, he seemed super nice. We talked for a few weeks before I was willing to meet with him. His dad owned a local gun store where I would go get my target stuff. I used to be in a woman's league for competition shooting, so I had seen this guy around and had a decent impression of him, but wanted to be safe. He invited me to a concert at a local town site. It was a concert I really wanted to go to, and I figured it would be safe since it was at a well-known place with a lot of security. I let him pick me up because he had talked about mechanics and cars and he wanted to show me his Mustang. He bragged about how well he kept it running and how he babied it. I was into time trial racing at the time, so I was interested to see what he had done. He picks me up and we start heading to the event. Right before the exit, he says his car is acting funny. I was watching the dash, and if you've been in racing, you know our cars and trucks usually have extra accessories. Whether it's aftermarket racks and gauges or switches, there's usually something aftermarket inside the car. There was nothing extra. The car felt like it was shifting correctly. There was no shudder or noise, nothing to indicate any problems. I was like, that's weird, and all I said was we should try and limp it to the concert venue. It's less than a mile away, and it's better than being stuck on Interstate 15. He agrees and drives us very carefully the last mile. We get to the concert, and things were okay. He kept watching me and buying me drinks. I refused to drink, so every time he gave me what I would make up an excuse and go to the bathroom and flush it. He kept making comments about how well I was handling my alcohol. I was super uncomfortable. The concert ends and it's time to leave. For context, this concert happened at the local reservation town site, and at the time the res did not have great cell service, so I couldn't get a hold of anyone to come get me. I decided to bite the bullet, and I talk him into taking the old highway instead of the 15. It sounds silly, but when you take the old highway, even though it's slower, people are more willing to stop and help you than they are on the freeway. I figured if he was having car troubles it would be safer, and we wouldn't have people flying by us at 80 miles per hour. We make it halfway between the town site and our town, and he says the car is acting funny again and pulls over. I'm stone cold sober and didn't notice anything wrong, so when I get out of the car to check it out with him, he starts making comments about how I'm drunk and I should wait in the car, and that it's safer because you can't trust drunk Indians, especially with a little girl like you. This dude had no idea that I'm actually native, and I just had an albinism. The hair on the back of my neck are standing up, so I checked my phone. I just barely have service and start texting my dad. As I'm walking away from the engine compartment, I noticed he was watching me, so I started acting like I was trying to get cell service to get help. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched this man take the spark plug wires off the distributor cap and switch the order. Your spark plug wires connect to the distributor cap based on the order your cylinders fire in, so doing that will either make the car run terrible or not even turn on. I managed to send my dad a picture of what he's doing, and my dad tells me to start walking. As I go to walk away, this guy gets back in the car and opens his glove box, which exposes a pistol he had. He tells me not to worry and we will be safe. I probably broke a world record for how fast I was texting my dad. He says to start walking and tell the guy that he is on his way and that our friends live up the road. So I do. I start walking with a purpose and take off as quick as I can. The guy is yelling after me and I yell back, the wind is too loud and I can't hear you. I'll be back with our friends. I'm scared out of my mind. We are 10 miles out of town with no one around. The closest road actually leads to a cemetery, so there is really no one here to help me. I get a really bad feeling the farther I get from the car, so I turn around and look. The hood is closed. His lights are on, so I decide to hide in the farm irrigation next to the road. I keep walking towards town and text my dad what's happening. I hear a car slowly coming up behind me and see a flashlight, so I press against the side of the ditch and wait for it to pass. Once I can't hear it anymore, I crawl out and just kind of keep walking along the weeds. My dad texts me that he sees me, so when he pulls up I run to the truck. As we make it towards town, we pass the dude, and he's got like 3 cop cars around him. My dad tells me not to worry about what happened. I heard through the grapevine later on he had been charged with violent crimes in the past, and that he had been arrested that night for concealed carry without a permit. The police never talked to me, but I haven't seen that guy in town since. If I didn't have experience with cars and didn't know what he was doing, I could have been dead in that ditch instead of hiding. Most communities have where you can take basic car care and maintenance courses. I highly recommend everyone takes them and at least know the basics. This dude knew I knew cars, but his whole goal was to get me so drunk I wouldn't realize what was happening. So let's not meet again, fake car troubles guy. I got a new job, and at my job, there was this guy who used to watch me whenever he was around. We didn't work together, but we worked in the same department. We did sometimes work together, but it was rarely. All the weird stuff started a few months after I started a new job and moved within walking distance to my new job. One October night, I was walking home when a tall man wearing a hoodie came suddenly out of some bushes as I was walking by. I found this bizarre, so before I entered my apartment, I looked back and saw him standing by some trees watching me. When he realized I saw him, he jumped behind the trees to hide. I told my boyfriend and he thought it was drug dealer. Anyway, I started walking through a different trail when a month later I saw the same man. This time he was crouching by the trailer of some parking lot. He got up and started walking away from me but kept watching me. After a week, he showed up again, but this time I was halfway to my home and he came out of hiding behind the trailer and started walking towards me. I beelined for my apartment's door and ran inside. This time he knew that I lived in which apartment, as the previous times I would walk around the front door so that he wouldn't know which apartment I was in. He seemed like he was trying to figure out where I lived, as he could have attacked me multiple times. It doesn't end there. I got laid off and got a new job. After 3 weeks of working there, I was getting on the bus when this guy who looked similar to the guy in the parking lot was watching me get on. I quickly hurried to the back of the bus. When we got to my stop, he pulled the string and got off. I got off as well, but then decided to wait for this guy to keep walking, but unfortunately he slowed down his pace, seemingly waiting for me to pass him. I ended up walking behind him until we got to some lights and he wouldn't move. I decided to walk fast and hide from him in case he was looking for my new job's location. During the time I worked there, I saw my ex-coworker on the train when I was heading back from my interview. He saw me going in the same direction as him and started running. He ran pretty slowly, like he had a limp or something. It was kind of strange, but anyway, I also saw him hanging out the mall when I was there with my mom, but this doesn't really matter as it's a popular place. Anyway, I got laid off from this job due to the pandemic and had a month where I did not go outside much. After a month, I got a new job within walking distance. After 1 week, I was leaving work when there was a guy just watching me again, and he looked similar to the previous guy watching me when I was walking home. So I ran away and got to some lights and didn't see him. For a month and a bit, I didn't see anyone. One night it was relatively warm. I was closing close to midnight and was walking home when I saw a white car parked behind some store, seemingly out of view of any security cameras. I was suspicious of it as it had its headlights and it seemed like someone was sitting in there. I'm walking by it and keep looking over my shoulder at it until I decided it was probably safe. Anyway, not a second goes by and I get this feeling I should look behind me. I look and I see my ex-coworker walking towards me. I start running as fast as I could and the adrenal helped me get away. I didn't look back until I cleared some space between us and I didn't see him. Luckily, there were some men waiting for the bus at the end of the road, so I wasn't too worried he'd come running for me as I've seen him running. So a month goes by and I didn't see him, but I assumed he was on vacation as he showed up approximately a month later. Anyway, one night in early May, I was walking over to a grocery store to pick up some groceries I really needed after work as it was only 9 at night. So as I'm walking there, some guy wearing a hoodie comes up from behind me. He starts walking towards the bus terminal, but I guess he overheard my conversation to my boyfriend as I was telling my boyfriend that I was going to the grocery store to pick up some stuff and walking home. So I get to the grocery store and get my stuff. When I'm about to start walking home, I see some old looking guy dressed like a teenager standing outside of the grocery store. He was wearing the same clothes as the guy I saw earlier and he was watching me and trying to get close to me. I start telling my boyfriend to get me Uber instead and I walk over to some bags of fertilizer to hide from this guy, but he goes and starts looking for me. I stare at him, letting him know that I know he is up to something messed up. He stares back with these soulless eyes and luckily then my Uber showed up and I hopped in. I'm not sure if this guy has anything to do with my ex-coworker or if he was a random psycho, but I do know that it helped me look out and it ended up saving me as I made my boyfriend meet me after work. After that, I was extremely paranoid and always on the lookout for creeps, and I made my boyfriend meet me after work if it was dark out. A few days later, after no bizarre events, my boyfriend comes and meets me when I see some car with its headlights on parked in front of a store we had to pass. We start walking by it when it slowly starts driving away, seemingly watching us walking away. We get to some lights, and I see the same car now in another plaza driving slowly and watching us. Freaked out, I tell my boyfriend and he gets scared. I assumed it was my ex-coworker as the car this time looked like his mom's car. I saw his mom come to pick him up at work once and she was driving a car that looked like this one. The next night, we also saw some man with a black van with the passenger door wide open hovering around it. When we passed him, he started to follow us, so we started to run a bit until we got farther away. 10 minutes later, I saw some guy wearing a hoodie hiding behind some building with his back against the wall. I don't know if the last two incidents are related, but it sure terrified me and my boyfriend. Mind you, I used to walk home by myself for a month without incidents, so I'm assuming once it was warm out, whoever had been watching me was planning something terrifying. After this, I changed my hours at work even though my managers gave me a hard time despite all the insane stuff I was seeing at night. I got my managers to give me rides home anytime I had to close or I would would get Ubers, but I never walked again at midnight or after 10 at night even with my boyfriend. Anyway, I ended up seeing my ex-coworker's car multiple times in May when my managers drove me home. Eventually, I stopped seeing his car as he realized I would never be out again at midnight. Anyway, I started getting morning shifts at work and I finally don't close anymore at work. However, I don't know if I'm done being stalked or not. Last month, the sun was starting to set at around 9 at night. I was walking by myself to the grocery store when I saw my ex-coworker drive past me. I ignored it as I've seen him in this area and it's probably unrelated. Anyway, 30 minutes later as I'm walking back with my boyfriend had gone to a store so my ex-coworker might have thought I was alone. I see the guy who was watching me in the parking lot in the same parking lot. He's back and lurking around. He sees my boyfriend and me and starts walking away but keeping an eye on us until we get into our apartment. Unfortunately, due to having in-person classes at my university, I'm back to working until 10 at night. But I have my boyfriend meet anytime I do. I'm worried it's all going to start back up again. I'm genuinely scared to be honest as this has been going on for almost a year. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. This happened in 2000 or 2001. I had just moved to Southern California for college. My roommate and I, both males, early 20s, thought it would be fun to drive into Mexico because it was not that far away, maybe a couple hours, and we had never been. One set late morning, we made the drive into Tijuana, parked, and immediately hit a bar/restaurant. It was around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. We ate tacos and drank a lot of beer and tequila. We got pretty faded. I think we had cigars too. After a couple hours, we exited onto the street pretty drunk and in very good spirits. It was still daylight, maybe in the middle of the afternoon. I think our plan was to hang out a while longer and then drive back home at dusk once we sobered up a bit. We were approached on the street by a very friendly Hispanic male. He was very short, maybe 5'2", in his 30s in age, and stocky. He was literally dressed like Louis from Revenge of the Nerds, white dress shirt buttoned up all the way, tucked in, trousers hiked up high, floating socks showing, the whole thing. He was very friendly and presented himself almost as a tour guide. Hey, you guys not from around here, let me show you the local spots, kind of presentation. My first impression was very friendly and we disregarded him and said no thank you. I did notice that although he was dressed like a stereotypical nerd, he had some pretty hardcore tattoos on his neck. Still was not scared of him, just didn't care for his service. We kept walking and were in a busy part of town with a lot of people, so really we're not concerned about him at all. But he kept on us just following us around trying to make chit chat about what bars or clubs were the best. It just seemed like he was a promoter or something. We were kind of aimlessly walking and he began to recommend different strip joints which we also disregarded. Slowly it seemed we were walking more into the outskirts of town unknowingly. I don't know how this happened, but he was always right there following us. I don't recall how, but he was finally able to get us interested in a strip joint. He pointed it out and said it was the best or something. Maybe just because he was relentless we agreed to walk over and go in. Oddly, we couldn't get in as my roommate didn't have his identification on him where we had just been drinking without issue. We ultimately walked away from this place and the follower began to ask if we had any interest in drugs and he rattled off the name of a few. This was the first time he had mentioned drugs. Like an idiot, I said I was interested in a drug he mentioned. He said follow me and then led us towards a nearby bar which was now really on the outskirts of town. On the walk over, my roommate quietly asked me what was I doing buying drugs from this guy, but we continued. I told him it was fine. We walked into this bad 2-story bar and he told my roommate to wait at the bar. He and I walked into the bathroom, but I recall going into a bathroom stall with him and him asking how much drugs I wanted. I said $20 worth, which was all the money I had on me. I gave him the 20 and the bathroom door opened shortly thereafter. Some other random guy came in and gave the tour guide a small bag of drugs, which he then gave to me. I looked at it quickly and it seemed legit. I put it in my pocket. Well, I guess it's time to get out of here, right? Well, this guy is kind of in my way, so I make a move to pass him and say thank you. He said something like hold on a second, what about the 20 you owe me? I said I already gave it to you, and he reached into his pocket, I remember this clear as day, and pulled out a pathetic crumpled $1 bill and said no, you just gave me a $1 bill. I got really scared. I told him I didn't have any more money, which was true. The bathroom door opened and my roommate walked in and began to use the urinal on the other side from us. I felt relief he was nearby. The tour guide was telling me something about does your friend have money? I told him I didn't know. The tour guide suggested that we go to the ATM. I agreed and told my roommate to follow us. We were now back on the street in daylight, following him to an ATM. My roommate didn't understand what was going on. I was whispering to him to give me $20, but he was saying he didn't have it. He may have suspected something weird was going down. We were getting back into a part of town with more people on the streets, which was comforting. I kept asking my roommate to just give me $20 so I can get this guy off our back. He finally gave me the 20 just as we were nearing an ATM. I turned confidently to the tour guide, partly because there were more people around now, and gave him the 20 with a remark like, "Here is the 20, now screw off." He immediately grabbed the 20 and shoved it into his pocket. He demanded more money. We began walking away from him in another direction, but towards a populated shopping area. He stuck right behind us and was saying scary things I can't remember. He seized my right wrist where I had a watch on that cost about $150. I wrenched my arm away from him and we kept walking away at a brisk pace, now with a lot of people around. I quickly took the watch off and put in my cargo shorts pocket. We passed by a market and 2 Hispanic males exited in front of us and we passed them. The tour guide yelled to them and spoke to them briefly, and then all 3 were suddenly running at us. They pinned me to the wall off the sidewalk, and the tour guide approached and put a ballpoint pen to my neck. It hurt. One of them began looking for the watch and I stopped him and simply retrieved it and gave it him. Once this happened, they fought for it and my roommate, and I ran away. I looked back over my shoulder and they were literally fighting each other for this watch, a metal Swatch watch. We got to our car, tossed the drugs, and drove back across the border safely. Many years ago, before kids, rescue animals, a mortgage, and a husband, I was a travel writer in Europe. I did most of my trips alone, and this story is about the first time I visited Prague. I had never been to Prague and the trip was last minute, so I had little time to prepare. My travel partner had dumped me in another country and I was determined to make the best out of trip by visiting a place I'd never been. Upon arrival at the train station, I visited the accommodation office and asked for a hostel not far from the center. In my early 20s, winging it was part of the fun. These days I'm far less adventurous. The hostel they sent me to was a sprawling, crumbling, slate gray, art decoration building on a nondescript street about a 10-minute walk to Stairmesto. The inside was probably beautiful at one time, but by the time I checked in it was full of shabby, mismatched furniture and cheap stained carpet. Most of the light fixtures were broken, leaving everything but the lobby dark and gloomy. It smelled of standing water and dust. I found my room, a double for $12 per night, and made note of the fact that I had a roommate. She wasn't there, but on her side of the room there was a suitcase, dressed neatly folded across the back of a plastic chair, a scattering of makeup containers on the beat-up desk, and a stack of German fashion magazines on the bed. As I had no plans or goals on this impromptu trip, so I spent the afternoon exploring Old Town Square, the Jewish Quarter, and Wenceslas Square. I purchased some Czech crystal from my mom and painted eggs from a street vendor for myself. I also made reservations for a sunset dinner cruise at 1 in the afternoon. At around 6 in the afternoon, I returned to my room to shower, change clothes, and unload my purchases. When I left my room about an hour later, there was no indication that my roommate had returned at any point during the day. After the cruise, I stopped at a tiny bar on Tinska and had a glass of wine. I'd heard horror stories about the dangers of Prague, but I felt no more trepidation than I did in any other large city. Sure, the cobblestone streets, fog rolling off the Via Tava, backlit Gothic architecture, and winding alleys made me think of Jack the Ripper and Dracula, but in a good way. It was nearly midnight when I returned to my hostel, so I was surprised to find that my roommate still hadn't returned. That wasn't uncommon though. Backpackers are a fickle lot. She could have gone on a short overnight trip and just left her stuff behind, hooked up with a guy or girl, and was holed up at their place or hanging out at another hostel. So I was surprised but not concerned. I took another shower before bed, however, and was surprised to find that things in the room had changed up in my return. Her bed was neatly turned down, the magazines had moved to the nightstand, and the dress was gone. The strangest thing, though, was the addition of a pink silky nightgown spread across the bed, my bed. Maybe she thought she still had the room to herself. I didn't see how though. My shopping bags, clothes, and toiletries were in plain view. I gently moved the nightgown over to her bed and then settled it for the night as I wrote in my journal. I assumed she was in the shower or somewhere nearby, so I expected her return shortly. After about an hour though, her side was still empty. I needed to use the restroom before I went to sleep, so I made one last trip down the hall. The building was unusually quiet. There weren't the regular sounds of chatty backpackers, the clinking of glasses, or music that would normally leak through the walls. There was nothing. It was hushed, like a church after the congregation has left. I found myself practically tiptoeing back. My room was near the end of the hall, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the corridor was darker than before. The few working lights were blinking as they struggled to stay lit, and it reminded me of a funhouse. A tightness began to fill my stomach, and I subconsciously quickened my steps. There wasn't a soul behind me yet. I kept glancing back over my shoulder shoulder, convinced I'd see someone gaining momentum on me. The only sound was the soft thud of my flip-flops as they struck my soles. I was flooded with relief as I flung open my door, but it didn't last long. Everything was exactly as it left it, except for the silky nightgown, which was now back on my bed. Sleep came in fits and starts. I left the lamp on for a while, still convinced my roommate would be right back, but the shadows it cast made the room even spookier. It was too dark with the light off. I'd finally slipped into a deep sleep when I suddenly heard the door open. A man stood in the darkened doorway, the hall light behind him showing just enough for me to see his contorted face. I didn't mean to. He sobbed, "You have to help me." Too confused and disoriented to be scared, I sat up, scrubbed at my eyes, and reached for the lamp switch. But once the room was light, I saw that the door was closed. There was no man in. I quickly bounded off the bed and went for the door. It was locked. Nobody could have entered without a key. And the hallway, empty. I passed the rest of the night fully clothed, sitting up in bed and with the light on, though I'd paid for 2 more nights. At 7 in the morning, I gathered all my stuff and went down to the reception desk to check out. By the way, I said to the 20-something-year-old receptionist, my roommate never returned. I'm a little concerned. She picked up the room key, looked at it hard, frowned, and then glanced at her computer. What room were you in again? When I repeated it to her, she looked back at her screen. Ma'am, that room's been empty for 3 weeks and it's been cleaned since then. We only have 6 people in the whole building. The hostel has since been renovated and is now a luxury hotel. I realized that we didn't physically meet, but I thought it relevant since I seemed to have met someone. Someone entered and left my room. I live in a medium-sized apartment building in a fairly major city. While the neighborhood I live in is more on the safe side, gun violence is very high in my city as a whole and we have a big trafficking problem. Despite this, I feel pretty safe going out, especially close to my apartment building where it is mostly well lit. And I am friendly with a few of the regular homeless people. Last night I got a reminder that my safety isn't guaranteed, and I have been pretty shaken since. Last night at around 12:20 I asked my partner if he wanted to share a joint with me, and when he declined, I locked the apartment and went downstairs myself. The exit I take spits me out on the main street where there is still the occasional car driving by at this time. Usually this type of human presence comforts me walking late at night, but tonight a lone black and dark blue van approached in my peripheral, and started to drive slowly, matching my walking pace until I rounded the corner and the van was stopped by a stoplight. I found it very strange at the time, but the van was on the other side of the street and there were 2 other cars, so I brushed it off. Around the corner there is a little food truck area with a bunch of picnic tables. They have like Christmas string lights hung up and a few other ambient lights that are kept on the whole night, but it barely illuminates the area. As I'm walking past the picnic tables, I notice a large man dressed in dark clothes sitting alone at one of the back tables. He was wearing a hood or hat, so I couldn't see his whole face, but his eyes followed me as I walked the border of the picnic area. My usual smoke spot is behind a fence on the other side of the picnic area. I was a little shaken by spotting that man, and also didn't want to upset him by smoking near him, so I chose a slightly further spot against the side of a construction vehicle. I lit my joint and start puffing away and reading something on my phone. I soon start getting this really uneasy sensation. It felt like all my hairs were standing up and I got the most intense goosebumps I've ever felt. My phone was still playing music, and as I turned it off I heard this shifting and rustling of gravel on the ground behind me. I swung my head around and saw a man reaching towards me with huge hands. I only caught a glimpse of his face before I fell to the ground. His eyes were wide, bulging, and extremely dark. They terrified me. His mouth was agape and he was basically snarling at me. He scared me so bad I fell to the ground, stumbled, and broke into a run all in like 1 second. I ran for a few seconds before I peeked behind my shoulder and saw him a couple yards behind me. At this point I saw it was definitely the man who was sitting at the picnic table, and I now saw he was wearing what looked like a dirty bucket hat slash fishing hat. He had shoulder length dirty light colored hair and was way taller than me, so at least 6 foot. He was definitely gaining on me as I had lost ground by turning around, and I am not in the best of shape to begin with. I was about to reach the first entrance to the building, but the issue was one, there were double doors at this entrance that closed quite slowly, and 2, the only way up was an elevator, so if he got inside with me I was out of luck. I kept running, taking my chances with my running ability versus quickly opening doors ability. I kept running along the other side of the building to get to the second entrance to the building. This one is just 2 single doors which open to the stairwell up to my apartment. It's above the 2nd floor, that's all I'll say because I'm still scared. As I'm nearing this entrance, I see another man who appears to be speed walking directly towards me from the opposite direction. I should note that throughout this I have been hearing the growling slash snarling of the first guy behind me, and as the second man gets closer I hear he is also growling. I reach the keypad, unlock the first door, and quickly slam it closed behind me until I hear the lock click again. The second man reached the door first, and I saw his face more clearly as it slammed against the glass window of the door. He was also tall with longer hair, and I remember he was wearing overalls. But I mostly remember his wild eyes and his teeth that he gnashed at me right before I turned away, opened the second door, and booked it up the stairs. I didn't even stop until I was in my apartment, had all the doors locked, and was under the covers. I think in retrospect I didn't hear any sign of them following me up the stairs, but I was so convinced they were still on my tail. I think the only reason I got away from them was that they didn't know about this side entrance to my building, so they didn't expect me to keep running past the first entrance. I got up to get my inhaler, was having a near asthma attack at this point, and peeked out the window. My heart sank. I saw the same van that had creeped me out earlier parked across the street from the entrance to my building. The entrance is like right below my apartment window. I then looked down to see 3 men pacing along the side of the building, including the 2 that had chased me. I ducked down fearing they would see me. A few minutes later they start shining flashlights into the windows of apartments. At first I think of course it's only my apartment, but after a while it's clear they're just searching for me. At this point I try to call my building manager to let him know about the situation, and he sent out a text alert to our all building list. I was so paranoid another innocent person would be accosted by them, so I called the police. They told me they were on their way and to stay out of the window in case they were armed. A few minutes later the men are spooked by a faraway police siren and get in the van and peel away. I think it was from a different police call though, because when the officer arrived to our building the siren wasn't on. I spent a long sleepless night thinking they'd come back, but they never did. Definitely going to avoid being alone at night from now on. I asked one of the homeless guys I am friendly with if he saw anything suspicious last night, but he said he hadn't. They couldn't have been residents because they didn't leave after management sent that alert to us. The part that sticks with me the most is the growling and intense look in both their eyes. I don't know if they were on drugs or what. They never said any words to me or each other. Haven't heard any updates from the cops, but it's only been a few hours and they didn't seem that interested in my statement as the van had disappeared when they left. To the 2 men who growled at me and chased me into my apartment, let's not meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I went on a Tinder date some time ago while I was adjusting to a new city I had moved to. I didn't really know anybody there, so I used some online dating apps to see the dating scene around town. I landed one from a girl that seemed just like an artsy hippie type of girl. We had a few exchanges through the Tinder app and then decided to meet up for a drink. I picked her up at her house and she greeted me at the door and gave me a hug. She said the name of a local bar she wanted to go to for us to chat and get to know each other. I told her I would drive and proceeded to my car. The first red flag I noticed was when I walked to my car and opened the door, she had just followed me to the driver's side and was standing behind me staring. I looked at her blankly for about 15 seconds and asked her if she was going to get in. She said sure, I would love to. It went the long way to the passenger side around the back of the car. Since I had just met the girl, I figured she had just maybe smoked some weed or something, as I had kind of got the vibe she was a bit of a stoner. As I was driving to the bar, she talked in a very low voice, almost as if she was trying to whisper. I am not hard of hearing or anything, but I had to ask her to repeat herself several times just so I could make out the full sentences she was saying. When we got to the bar, I made sure we got a seat closer to the back away from most people, just so it could be a little quiet in order to hear her. The conversations honestly carried on as normal from this point, and it was actually a fun time for the time being. We talked about different things we were interested in, and she did bring up she did recreationally use weed and a few other tripping substances, like shrooms and such. I am not much of a fan of these, but it at least made me relax in the back of my mind to think maybe she was just high off marijuana, and that rationally explained some of the weird stuff of her behavior. Granted, I had a few drinks at this point, so I was honestly not thinking straight. I asked her if she wanted to go to my place after drinks and she agreed. When we got to my place, we had a few more drinks, then she started talking about her jewelry. This is where it gets weird. She told me her jewelry was her big secret and it defined her. When I asked her why it was so important, she said, I'm actually Anastasia. I was never killed in Russia. My jewelry is my link to my past. It was hard for me to take that serious at this point with how much I drank, so I kinda challenged that statement using the little bit I knew about history. At this point she freaked out and started yelling at the top of her lungs about how I don't respect ancestors and history. Then she got quiet and tiptoed right up to me and grabbed me by the neck. She then brought my face eye to eye with hers while still holding my neck. She says at this point, I am a shaman and I will curse you. My ancestors have destroyed many people and you do not respect that. You are from oppressive ancestors and they will be punished. Then she put her hand in a whiskey glass and made a cross on my face and kissed my forehead. At this point, I started to sober sober up a little. I talked her into calming down, telling her I was only joking. Then she slowly started getting back to normal. Then she started talking about her cat fetish. She tells me she has a list of people who she tames to act as cats. I am not about judging people on their fetishes, so I listen in. She then tells me all the things she does to them and starts acting like a cat in my living room. If she had not yelled at me earlier on, I might have almost been turned on by it. My red flags in my head were tingling like crazy at this point, so I just listened and tried not to set her off. She noticed sage on my kitchen counter and asked me to let her light it and bless the house. Side note, I use sage to make my house smell better occasionally. It's kind of a ritual I like to do, but it's mine and mine alone, something I take very personally and like to do myself. I tell her no, she can't light it and that it's my thing to do on my own. Then she freaks out, telling me I am a horrible human being and screaming all over the place. I tell her I can take her home now, and she runs to the door and goes outside. As I get outside, she is screaming at the top of her lungs that I am a horrible person and I should go die. I tell her she can walk herself home then, and I go back to my place and lock the door. She then starts banging on the door hard for about 10 minutes, saying she left her phone in there. I grab her phone off the kitchen counter and open the door to hand it to her. She tries to barge inside and I block her with my forearm. She then acts like she is about to punch me. I just hold my ground and tell her she is not coming in. She screams she wanted the whiskey bottle we were drinking from. I told her no, because I paid for it. I slam the door at that point and lock it. I hear her bang on the door for a minute. I then hear her footsteps going down the stairs. I waited about an hour and then went walking outside to see if she was still hanging around. I didn't see her, nor did I ever see her again after that. I hope to never see her again. In 2019, I bought my sister and I tickets to see 21 Pilots in Oklahoma City. At the time, I was a 20-year-old petite woman. I am a super fan of their music, so made my sister pack and be ready to line up at the venue around 2 to 3 in the morning to get decent spots in the pit. We got there and were greeted by other fans and had a pretty good time. I was able to park my car in a lot pretty close to the venue and got away with it until about 5 to 6 in the morning when police/venue management, I can't remember which, told us that anyone parked on that lot would be towed if not moved in the next hour. At that time, the venue management had made an actual line clear up to the door. My sister didn't have her license at the time and we were able to become acquainted with some of the people in line, so I felt comfortable for her to stay in line while I found somewhere new to park. Fast forward to me finding a Sonic that was close by and I figured I could get away with free parking. I started the close to a mile walk back to the venue. I then found an alleyway that looked to be one of those nightlife streets that are connected to bars. Since it was broad daylight and I knew I would save time going this route, I wasn't apprehensive about taking the alleyway back. About halfway through the alleyway, I saw a thin man no later than his 40s sitting at one of the bar's back patios. When he saw me, he made a joke about a pillow I was carrying. My sister had texted me and asked me to bring one back so she could take a nap before the concert. He then asked me where I was headed, in which I stupidly told him the concert downtown. He asked me if I wanted drugs, in which I replied no, and then asked if he could come with, which I lied and told him it was sold out. This entire exchange I kept walking while he was talking to hopefully shake him off or show no interest in the conversation. When I had reached the end of the alley, I had a bad feeling that I was being followed, so when I turned the corner I quickly jogged to hopefully gain some distance between us if that was the case. Unfortunately, I was correct. I remember hearing fast footsteps follow me behind me and then abruptly stopping when I turned to look behind me. It was almost like a movie where he would rush behind something when I turned, thinking I didn't see him. At this point I panicked and started trying to spot the closest store to me. It was around 5:30 to 6 in the morning at this point, so anything I did pass was closed, plus I was in a suburban area with more apartment buildings than stores. I turned another corner and saw a man was coming out of his home. I hurried up to the man and remember asking him if he could help me because I was scared and felt unsafe because there was someone following me. At this point the scrawny man from the alley had gained on me and was a few feet away from us. The man following me then began telling the guy I was asking for help that I was a liar and don't listen her man. The guy coming out of his home then looked at me and then the creep and told me, "Sorry, I can't help you," and proceeded to close this door in my face. I have never to this day felt so utterly helpless in my life. I turned to the creepy guy and pled with him to please leave me alone. He kept telling me that I wasn't going anywhere and I wasn't going to no concert and a bunch of other threatening comments. By some luck, I was able to spot a group of people in 21 Pilots march across the street and sprinted across and started walking next to them. I quickly told them what was happening and if I could walk with them to the venue, and they told me yes. I think the creepy man lost interest in me and I saw us walking slowly back in the opposite direction. I was able to make it back to the venue fine, fine but immediately broke down upon seeing my sister. I thanked my new acquaintances and called the cops. I was told he does that a lot and he's not harmless. I was told by the venue's bodyguards that they would walk me to my car after the concert, but upon returning to the same spot for them to do so, they weren't there. To say I was pretty disappointed on how it was handled is an understatement. It still freaks me out to this day how easily I could have been taken, or if I'd even be here to tell anyone this story. A couple of years before the pandemic started, a friend of mine, Mary, introduced me to a guy. He wasn't really my type, but she's one of those people who turns into a matchmaker when she's in a relationship, so I agreed to go on a couple of dates with him so she wouldn't feel as worried that I might die alone and so on. The first time I met up with this guy, it was a group date with Mary, her boyfriend Tim, and another friend and her boyfriend. This guy Mary was trying to set me up with, Joe, seemed alright. We talked, traded jokes, that sort of thing. I was comfortable with him because I wasn't interested in him. At the end of the night, he asked if we could meet up again sometime, and I agreed. Afterwards, I told Mary and she was delighted. Her boyfriend Tim was not very happy though. Tim's training to become a doctor. He's a very smart guy, and my friend said I greatly value his opinion. There's something off about Joe, Tim said, and I agreed, and Tim and I talked it over for a bit, but neither of us had seen or felt anything worse than a bit of weirdness. Be careful with Joe, Tim said when I hugged my friends goodnight at the train station. Joe and I texted for a couple of weeks before we met up again, and those exchanges only cemented my first impressions. I just wasn't into him, and something about it was off. He began to reveal a side of himself that was less friendly as well. He had very low self-esteem and was always looking for reassurance. At first that wasn't so bad, but it turned toxic pretty quickly. He seemed to get off on that sort of attention. I didn't really want to go out with him again, but Mary was really invested in the idea of Joe and I getting together. Mary is a sweetheart, but she doesn't really have any instincts. Occasionally that gets me or someone else in our friend group into trouble. Mary's cute and everyone wants to make her happy. She has good intentions, but because she has no instinct she can't sense danger and sometimes drags people into dangerous situations unwittingly. I was hoping this was not going to be one of those episodes. Anyway, Mary was excited about the next date and Joe kept asking when I was going to meet him again, so I invited Joe to an event my hobby club was holding. I figured that was safe because we'd be surrounded by people I knew well. The evening was alright. Joe wasn't as creepy in person as he had been over text messages lately. After the event, we walked along the river for a bit, on a walkway crowded with families and tourists. We parted ways at a busy train station. I figured I'd just gently push this thing further into the realm of platonic, and everything would be alright. Then, on one night a couple of weeks later, Joe called me and told me he was going to off himself. I freaked out and tried to calm him down. I stayed up all night talking to him, from when he called around 10 at night until the sun rose. Every time he calmed down, I tried to say goodbye, but he kept saying that if I hung up he would off himself, so I stayed on the line, talking him down over and over again. Something about the situation felt wrong, but what else was I going to do? I wouldn't leave anyone to end themselves. As I sat on my patio, watching the sun rise over the forest behind my house, he finally let me off the hook. He said thank you, and for a moment I felt that I'd done the right thing. Maybe I'd just saved a life. Then, Joe said, with a voice full of glee, that was the best night of my life, and hung up. I was stunned, but had this psycho really kept me up all night, knowing full well the next day was going to be busy for me, just to get off on the attention. I decided there was no way I was ever going to see this guy again. I told Mary what had happened, and she was very apologetic. She agreed that Joe was a complete psycho, said she was sorry she had set me up with him, and told me to call the cops if he came to my house. I didn't think he would. Joe didn't have my address, and neither did the person Mary had met him through. I don't give out my address to anyone but trustworthy family members because I don't want my abusive ex-step-parent to find me. That precaution probably saved me from a much worse experience. As it was, when I broke it off with Joe, he took it pretty badly. He threatened to end himself again, so I messaged Mary and she contacted her and Joe's mutual friend, who kept an eye on Joe for a few days. Not long after that, I started getting creepy phone calls after midnight. They were often at 2 or 3 in the morning. The caller never said anything, just breathed heavily down the line. It was so unnerving. I blocked the number every time, and Joe must have gone through 4 or 5 numbers before he switched his phone to a private number to get around caller identification. I couldn't block him anymore. I didn't know what to do. For more than a year and a half after Joe got a private number, I was forced to answer every one of his calls. A whole branch of my family had private numbers because one of them was scammed a while back. Luckily, the police caught the scammer and they didn't end up losing any money, but unfortunately for me, that meant that if I received a call from a private number at night, I had to pick it up, just in case something had happened to a member of my family. On one particular night, my phone went off at 3 in the morning. It was a private number. I knew it was probably Joe. I was staring at my phone, trying to work work out what to do. I never let the calls go to voicemail because apart from the whole family issue, even if he didn't know where I lived, he certainly knew where Mary and Tim's house was. I was afraid that if I didn't play along, he might go after my friends. The phone was still ringing and I reached out to swipe up and answer the call, then paused. I had an idea. Back when I was in high school, my dad would sometimes call early in the morning. If no one else was in the house, I'd be woken up, stumble over to the phone half awake, and answer it with a slightly croaky voice. I have a low voice for a woman, so every time I answered the phone like that, my dad would mistake me for my brother, John. I realized that I could use that. I cleared my throat, dropped my voice as low as I could, then said hello. I was delighted with the result. I sounded exactly like John. It was uncanny. It made me a little sad, really. John died about a year before I met Joe. It was a bit of a jolt, hearing something so close to his voice again after almost 3 years. I quickly grabbed my phone before it could ring out, tapped the answer button, then said that deep hello again. This time there was no creepy heavy breathing, only silence. I said another deep hello. After a moment's pause, Joe hung up on me. I was overjoyed. Every other time, I'd had to hang up on him. No matter what I said before, he had always wanted as much of my time as he could get. I let myself feel a flicker of hope. Maybe I was free. It's been over a year now, and it looks like I am free of Joe. I haven't gotten any creepy calls since I pulled out my John impersonation, and I can only guess that Joe thinks I've changed my number, or given it to someone else. Joe never met John, so when I said hello, he probably just heard a young man's voice. If John were still here, I know he'd approve. If I could tell him now, he'd be very happy to know a part of him could still protect me, even so many years after he was gone. I've heard from mutual friends that Joe has said some awful things about me. He's told some people he slept with me, which he didn't, of course. Who would sleep with someone that creepy? Worse than that, Joe and Mary's mutual friend has said that Joe told her he wants to kill me. Mary and I were horrified by that. The friend has since told him I've moved to another city, so that might be enough. She's very close to him, distantly related actually, so he believes what she tells him. When I'm done with my studies, I'm going to move across the country. Until then, I'm keeping my head down. My campus and Joe's are a 30-minute train ride apart. That's nowhere near far enough away, but it will have to do. There is one positive thing that has come out of this. Mary is now completely cured of any desire to play matchmaker. Oh, and Joe, let's never meet again. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. The following events took place over the space of a year. It took me a while to link them all and realize what had happened, so I'm going to try and relate it as I experienced it. I'm 31 now, but this took place when I was roughly 18. For the majority of my career, I've been a support worker. This involves supporting adults with learning disabilities / health issues in their own homes and out in the community, basically with all and any aspects of their lives. The job involves long hours and often sleepovers or waking nights. In this case, the other 2 staff members went home at 8 at night or 10 at night depending on if the service users were overnighting at their parents', which was a regular occurrence, and the sleepover would stay with the remaining clients in case they had a health concern or needed support with something overnight. At the time, I was working in a service with 3 young men who were very active within their community. This meant I was also very active in their community, out and about all the time helping them to and from work during college / work / recreational. We got the bus a lot because they had concession passes. I live in the United Kingdom and can't drive, so I commuted to and from work on public transport. Keeping watch, the service we worked in was based across the road from a nursing home or possibly a respite center. To this day, I'm unsure what it actually is / was. This building had parking spaces outside it intended for that facility, but after certain hours, anyone could use them. At 10 every night I was on shift. Whether I was a sleepover or finishing for the day, a car would park across from us and shine its high beams right through our window. This would also light up the adjacent front door, so anyone interested could see who was leaving. Even though the clients were in bed by this time, there was still a lot to do for the remaining staff member, like ensuring the property was secured and the fire doors throughout the house were closed. Just general health and safety things. So a car across the road blinding our staff as they left was low down on the list of concerns. Personally, I assumed that it was also the facility staff going home. 10 at night is a normal finishing time in the care sector. This went on for a few months before one eagle-eyed colleague told me this only happened on days when I would come into work. We made a joke about how I had a fancy man picking me up, but I wrote it off. Charting my movements, not really an event, but whilst out and about with the people I supported, they would often say my name, "That man is looking at you." My service users were young men who liked a joke and had limited mental capacity, so often their jokes did not seem like jokes but were intended as such. This started with one client specifically. I worked with him more than the others because I was his key worker, which meant I had additional duties relating to that client. which included arranging special outings/events. But before long they were all telling me there was a man who was staring at me/following me. They often said this in crowded public areas, and because they struggled to communicate they could never describe him fully, but one of them said it was always the same man, and they gave the odd vague detail which we pieced together into a wider description and will be relevant later. Again, the other staff found it odd this behavior was only directed at me. They never said this to anyone else, though they did say it in the presence of other staff if I was part of the group. The escalation, this event had such an impact that I still don't use public transport alone in the evening. I got a call from the mother of the person I was supporting that day. He had earlier gone for a visit to his parents and his brother was home from university, so they decided he would sleep over so he could spend the following day with his brother. It was 7:30 in the afternoon and dark because it was winter. I had worked over my contracted hours that month as we were short-staffed, so I called on our call manager who offered me an early finish. I did all the admin care quality commission work required us to do daily, cheerily said goodbye to everyone before leaving to catch the 8 at night bus. It had been laundry day, so I had been ironing and hadn't eaten the food I had brought with me. I called my partner at the time, and because I had to pass through the city center I decided to grab us a chicken bucket and pick up the newest Dance of Dragons book, which I had pre-ordered from Waterstones as it was December and the shops were open late for Christmas. I got off the bus, wearing my headphones as usual, picked up the book, walked down to the fast food place to get the bucket of chicken, which was next to the metro, underground/subway station, got my food and was on my way down the steps to the ticket barrier. Halfway down the steps I had a tap on my shoulder. I had my hands full of chicken, so turned, unable to take my headphones out to see a man who I assumed was asking about which line he should be on or something. Anyway, I tried to brush him off, but he followed me to the barrier. He bought a ticket, but I had a pass, which I scanned, but he ran down the escalator to catch up with me. As I was sitting on the platform, he sat next to me. It was late and people were sparse and spread out. It was super uncomfortable that he had all this space and chose to invade mine. Having a seat for my chicken, I took a headphone out because he seemed angry with me. He was rambling, but in a nutshell he told me he has seen me about often with different men, people I was supporting I assume. Sometimes I'm in a group with people much older. I assume my co-workers as I was the youngest employed there. He said a lot of odd things which didn't actually register as creepy until I got home. He said I live on road I work on and often go between 2 houses. At the time we had another service a few doors up again with 3 young men. That was my original service, but it was better conditions at my current service, so I had hopped over when they needed staff. It was ran by the same company. As I knew the service users, I'd often cover there if they needed me, rather than call agency staff. He described my commute, including times, the clothing I wore, which was dress code, that I was either with someone or had headphones in. He said my hair changed a lot. I had semi-permanent colors that I changed regular. There was a lot that looking back indicated he had been watching me a while, but I was tired, and he was rambling, and I wanted him to go away. He was inexplicably angry at me, and saying he just wanted to look after me, and I kept ignoring him. This was the first time I had ever seen the man. I can't remember how I responded exactly, but I basically told him he had the wrong person. However, it did freak me out enough that I changed lines in metros a few times. I was on the phone to my partner the whole time after I got on the metro. He followed me at first, at a distance, next car over, but eventually lost track of me. He was unable to describe anything I did after the city center, so I think this was the first time he had followed me beyond my changeover from bus to metro. I did end up safely at home that night, but over an hour late with cold chicken. I told my manager about this as she gave me a personal alarm. I hadn't yet connected it to prior events, so I just let it go thinking it was a one-off. Final event. I was either not at work or on annual leave and only have a vague recollection about hearing about this event. In fact, I had forgotten it entirely until a coworker at the time, a current friend, reminded me. It took place at a vulnerable person's home. 2 of my coworkers were upstairs sorting out medication. They came down to find a man the same ethnicity, and later we confirmed it was the same general description as my stalker. He was sat at the table. The guys we supported were in their rooms, so downstairs had been empty. As you can imagine, they were quite shocked. This was a secure service that protected vulnerable adults. He had managed to bypass multiple doors, all of which were both locked and alarmed. He was just sitting in silence looking around the room. We still don't know how he got in, but he didn't respond to their questions and after a while just got up and left without saying a word. This obviously got reported, but nothing was really done about it. The company was one of the first I worked for, so I didn't know better, but it's just generally bad. At the time, the other staff assumed he was an agency staff member who maybe had the wrong house and was meant to go to the other service a few doors up. but he didn't present them with identification when asked. I'm not sure why they didn't call the police because I would have. Shortly after this event, I got offered a new job in a different city, meaning I left the area entirely for about 5 years. I now live back in the same vicinity but different area and with a different name through marriage. I also look a lot different now. I have never seen the man again. I can't prove these events were connected, just that the description of the man was consistent across them all. After the metro incident, I started getting taxis home because I was so afraid, which I still do if I'm out late. I'm now also extra vulnerable as I myself am now disabled. Luckily, I work a 9 to 5 job which is based at home since the pandemic. I have the worst luck and a good bit of traumatic experiences I've dealt with throughout my life. 2022 was no different, and the year started out awful when the heat lamp from my pet frog caught on fire and started a nasty fire in my bedroom. Due to the smoke damage throughout the house and me having nowhere to sleep, my parents and I were put into a 2-bedroom suite at a residence inn in the next town over, a quiet medium-sized town with little to no crime while the house was gutted and renovated. We lived in this hotel from January 5th to late October. It's actually a town known for being a more wealthy, stuck-up type. The hotel was nice, but I am used to living in a pretty woodsy and rural neighborhood where I don't hear too much going on. I'm not used to apartment living, but having access to a pool, hot tub, fire pit, and nice propane outdoor kitchen that people rarely use was very nice. About a month after the fire, I ended up getting a part-time job 5 minutes away from the hotel and started dating my coworker. The story starts that my boyfriend and I got out of work around 12 at night, and then hung out with our friend until we decided to all head home at around 12:50. My mom texted me asking where I am, which I didn't reply because I would be there in less than 5 minutes. It was driving, and she would probably see me before I could even enter the hotel through the door near our room because most nights she would stand out there on the phone with a friend or on Facebook drinking a Truly and chain smoking. She mainly did this because she's a night owl like me, and the walls inside the hotel room were like paper. My dad had to get up every morning at 5 for work, and we would both give her an ear for talking on the phone late at night with friends or watching videos, as no matter what volume she talked at, we could hear her. When I pulled into the parking spot, I walked up to my mom and she starts telling me off for not replying to her quickly enough because something was going on. I asked her what happened because of course we already had witnessed some weird behavior at the hotel before. Basically, when she had gotten home, due to most of the parking spaces up against the building being taken, she parked in the overflow lot for the hotel in a car that was sitting there peeled off as soon as she went in park, with their lights off. She went inside, dropped off her purse and other items, and went outside to smoke and noticed the same car was again parked next to hers. Eileen. She told me she had been standing there, drinking her drink, leaning up against the wall, watching videos on her phone when she heard footsteps approach. She looked up and there was a man there who was staring at her, and she stared back. He ended up walking a little bit down the walkway and then raised his fist up at a first floor window and smacked it, possibly attempting to break it. My mom, who unfortunately is not afraid of anything but spiders, yelled, "Hey, what are you doing?" And he said something about trying to open a beer bottle. He had no bottle in his hand, and alarm bells were going off for my mom, so she just yelled, "Okay, I'm calling the cops." And he started sprinting down the side of the building away from her and around the corner. My mom started to follow him once he rounded the corner of the building, and when she got to the corner he was gone. There was an older couple, probably late 50s or early 60s, who would frequently sit on the curb by that door that he rounded the corner on drinking, and the woman asks my mom what she thinks is up with that guy, and my mom was like, "I have no clue. Did you see him doing anything?" And the lady then told my mom that he had sat down with them for like an hour, basically being like, "Oh, I have nowhere to stay tonight. I have nowhere to go. I have no money." It was trying to convince them to let him stay in their hotel room tonight. She basically said he was acting cracked out of his mind. Only like 30 seconds has passed when my mom hears his car start and he peels out of the overflow lot again. This time lights on. She walks back over to the door closest to our room and continues smoking. Not even 3 minutes later, he pulls into the overflow lot again and starts walking down the walkway and passes my mom, staring at her. My mom said something like, "This is getting ridiculous. I'm going to call the cops on you." And he just said okay. He kept walking past her. This is at the point where I had pulled into my parking spot and my mom was telling me all of this. I hear footsteps in the parking lot and I see a tall man in khaki shorts and a hoodie walking into the overflow lot, and my mom is telling me that's him. That's him. So I take a video of him in case I need evidence or something. He had apparently been walking around the building again, then got in his car and left again. My mom had called the non-emergency number because we were on the ground floor and she didn't want it trying to come back and break one of our windows for our room. The police department is actually across the street from the hotel, and they said they would come by and take a look, yet no one has come. I use weed to help me get tired and a bit less anxious for bed. I decided to go to the door on the other side of the building, which was a bit more sheltered, and also because I didn't want my mom to see me smoking weed. Even if she knew I was doing it, it felt weird to be doing it in front of her. I sit down on the curb of the walkway and light up, texting my boyfriend about all of this when I hear a car door close behind me. I look out into the lot and don't see any headlights or anything, but I'm not too worried because again, it's a hotel, lots of people get dropped off and come by late at night. I start scrolling through Twitter and hear a loud roar from a bed. I get up, already shaking, and look around, and I see his Volkswagen Golf parked about 10 feet away from me. The lights in the car are on, and there's a bunch of smoke in the car. He's rooting through stuff in his backseat, making sounds like an animal and just talking gibberish. I immediately call my mom and start walking down to the other end of the building where she is, and she's looking at me head on and tells me to run through the phone and don't look back. Apparently at that point he was walking behind me quickly. By the time I get to her, I turn around and he's already walking back. I'm so shaken my mom said screw this and calls the police this time, because it's now been around 35 minutes and no officer has come from just dialing the police department. An officer comes 10 minutes later, which I recorded on my phone, and tells us that she actually had responded to the first call, and at that point he had gone to an ATM, gotten cash, and bought a room for the night at our hotel. She said she personally talked to him herself. She has a bit of an attitude with my mom. I'm now listing this completely based off of the recording, who after my mom had said do you not see the odd behavior, and the cop literally went it's not illegal to have odd behavior ma'am, he is a guest to her, and my mom says he's acting like he's on drugs, and the cop said he may be. It's not illegal to be on drugs, it's only illegal to possess them. That was the most outrageous thing I ever heard. If he's high, it's only if he's possessing them that I can take criminal action. To which my mom replies, well clearly if he's high he's most likely got drugs in his possession, don't you think? The cop then basically said she understood my mom's concerns, and while his behavior is a little bizarre, the attempted window smashing is a he said she said, and because he is now a paying guest she cannot go against the matter any further and leaves. My mom and I are inside for the night in our room, and in my bedroom I kept the window cracked because the air conditioner wasn't the best, and I heard him walk around the building time and time again until I eventually fell asleep. When I woke up around 7 in the morning, he was gone. I have so many other creepy stories staying at this place, and it really is shocking if you knew what town it was. I would witness drug deals going down at 3 in the morning when we first started staying there, and I lived on the 3rd floor, people engaging in affairs. One night I had gone over to my aunt's house, which was about 35 minutes away, and on the way home had a friend on the phone to keep me company. I pulled into a parking spot right at the door, and it was around 9:30 at night. I was just sitting there for about 5 minutes when I saw a man's silhouette walking down the walkway slowly, coming closer to my car. I didn't think much of it because people walk their dogs a lot at night or go out to smoke, but then he slowed way down as he got to my car and stood directly in front of the hood, staring at me through the windshield. I stared back, but I couldn't see anything besides the black silhouette and the end of the cigarette lit, and just said to my friend there's a guy just standing, like right outside my car staring at me, and she yelled text your dad. Text your dad right now. I'm assuming he had heard my friend, because he then swiftly walked around the corner and disappeared. My dad came running down the stairs. Bless him, because at that point we were on the 3rd floor, and by the time he had come running out the man was gone. At that point, my parents wouldn't even let myself out at the pool and hot tub area by myself anymore because they noticed that the hotel was being used for human trafficking with pimps and so on. They wanted me to text them as soon as I arrived to the hotel and not dilly-dally in the parking lot. Just get inside and keep a close eye on my surroundings. Again, really surprising for that area. I'm thankful I'm back in my house, where the only sounds I hear at night are bears or raccoons trying to root through my trash, and I hope I never have to live in a hotel ever again. Background information: this happened at a travel hockey tournament. I've never had an experience like this before, so it was shocking as somebody who has been playing for 13 years. At the time I was a 13-year-old girl. However, at 13 I gained the privilege of being able to walk around in public without having an adult's eyes on me 24/7. In hindsight, probably not the best decision of my dad. I was on a team this year and all of the kids were 13 to 14 years old. We were headed down nearby DC for a tournament in December. Our team manager booked a hotel that was in the projects, stairs. I'm talking hearing a gunshot and seeing abandoned houses nearby when I pulled into the parking lot of this hotel. This was already a red flag, but I continued to unload my suitcase from my dad's truck and grab my backpack too. As we were headed towards the doors of the hotel, I heard a man behind me calling some girl's name. I think he was screaming Annie or something that sounded like that. I turned around just to see if he was anywhere near us, and he was standing next to a large pillar connected to the hotel. This man had bloodshot red eyes. It was definitely on some sort of substance. I decided to start walking faster, and my dad must have thought the same thing as me because we started hightailing it to the hotel doors. Less than a minute had passed once we reached the hotel doors, probably about 10 seconds. I decided to look back to see if this man was still there, but he disappeared. Eventually my teammates all texted the group chat saying they had arrived and they were hanging down in the lobby. I rushed to the elevator to go join them. I clicked the start button which leads to the lobby, but when the door opened, it wasn't the lobby. The elevator had taken me to the basement. I was frightened because it kind of looked like the back rooms except tile flooring, with some 60s music playing faintly. I took a peek outside the elevator door and there was absolutely nobody in sight. I tried the start button again, absolutely horrified from that. I didn't feel myself go up or down. The door opened to the basement again. I figured maybe the start button was the basement and it was just different from other hotels. Maybe I just had made a mistake and was supposed to press floor 1 to get to the lobby. I hit the floor 1 button. This time it took me to a hallway. The button led me to the first floor of hotel rooms, still not taking me to the lobby. At this point I started to get confused and an eerie feeling overcame me. I decided to head back onto the elevator, go to my floor, the 3rd floor, and walk down the stairs. I knew my entire team was roomed on the 3rd floor, so I felt more comfortable walking down the stairs from there. I went up to floor 3 and got off of the elevator. On my way to the stairs, I saw weird crumbs in front of a hotel door and bent down to take a look at what it was. It was weed on the floor. I was kind of taken aback a bit and fell back. The person on the inside must have heard me because the door opened. The crazy man from the parking lot was the one behind the door. After seeing this, I bolted to the stairwell and ran down the stairs. I was running so fast that I was skipping some steps. I even ended up accidentally tripping at one point, but I got up as fast as my little legs could carry me. I made it down to the lobby and my team saw me in a panic. They all asked me what's wrong and I explained my story. I got a few looks from them and they probably thought I was delusional, but one of the boys convinced the whole team to follow me onto the elevator so I could show them in person what happened. I clicked the start button and lo and behold, the door reopened without any movement from the elevator. This was the same elevator and same button I had pressed previously. I still have no explanation behind this. The weekend ended up continuing but being completely normal until we had to leave for our last game. We all were standing in the lobby about to leave. We walked out into the parking lot to see that one of the cars had been broken into and it was my teammates. This car had a back window that was pretty big so you could see what was inside of the trunk. Well, turns out that somebody had broken into the vehicle thinking it was full of something valuable. The only thing left behind in the trunk was both of my teammates' sticks, so he definitely wasn't looking for equipment. Jokes on him though, because hockey equipment smells absolutely rancid and he probably had a not so nice surprise when opening up the bag. The hotel workers actually checked the cameras and guess who it showed? The crazy man from the parking lot. So crazy man, let's not meet. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I've been holding onto this story for years now and would like to finally get it off my chest. So my sibling and I lived close to an elementary school where we would often go to walk our dog in the playing field in crop of woods, or we would let our dog roam around while we played on the playground or made pretend in the woods. I think I was around 14 when this happened, about 10 years ago. This schoolyard had a playing field, a playground near the building, and a playground farther away from the building in a crop of trees. We were swinging on the swing set at this more distant playground, but from this play area you can clearly see residential streets and the parking lot of the school, which kind of all wrap around the crop of forest. As we are swinging, I see an SUV drive up one of the roads and pull into the parking lot. It's a weekend, so there is no other cars around and not very many people, maybe the odd passerby also walking their dog through the school grounds. The SUV is about 40 meters or 130 feet away from where we are, and I wear glasses, so I can't see very well what the people look like as they exit the car, but I can see some distinct clothing pieces. There are 3 people. 2 look older and are dressed as if they are older middle-aged, like in their 50s. I remember one of these people was wearing a wide-brimmed women's sun hat. The 3rd person looks like an older teen or young adult in his 20s and is wearing a green and white striped jersey and cleats. It is not uncommon for people to walk or drive to the school to use its field for play or sport practice, though looking back now I realize it is odd they parked in this lot and not on the side of the road nearer to the field. which is on the opposite side of the property. In any case, I think okay, just some grandparents and their grandson going to practice in the field and go about playing with my sibling. I remember watching the trio walk away around the school building, completely opposite to where we were on the property. We have our dog with us, and after a time we decide to stop swinging and take the dog on a walk through the trails in the forest brush. Maybe 15 to 20 minutes have passed since the car pulled up. The brush we are walking in is basically in the very corner of the school property. There is a metal chain link fence in front of us, and beyond it is the sidewalk, a residential road. To our right is another fence which separates people's backyards from the school grounds. These homes all have tall trees growing along the school fence for added privacy, so it's almost impossible for anyone to see into the schoolyard. My sibling and I were just at that age where playing pretend didn't really feel genuine and spur of the moment, like we were about to grow out of it. I'm feeling bored but don't want to go home yet, so I pick a branch of these red berries that grow in the schoolyard and say to my sibling, hey, wanna play a game? Which was our code for let's play pretend, and I bend down to offer the berries to my dog as a starting point for the game. They've never heard her. I'm still speaking to my sibling, who is walking in front of me as I bend down, but my voice trails off as I see my dog's behavior. She is completely ignoring the berries and me, and is instead moving past me slowly, ears back and nose pointed, as if she is approaching something. I follow her movements, still looking down, and when I finally look up, there are the three people from the SUV not 2 meters, 6 feet in front of me. They are certainly not a couple of grandparents and a kid, but 3 grown men. I remember the faces of the 2 older men pretending to be grandparents. The foremost man had short white hair and a white scruff of facial hair. His mouth was open in a faint shape as he breathed quietly and focused on keeping his steps light. The other man was extremely thin, his cheekbones popping out in shoulder length. Greasy brown hair hung around his skeletal features. They had crept up behind my sibling and I silently and remained just as quiet as they all turned their backs quickly and pretend to point off into the trees like they were bird watching or something. It was bizarre how silent the whole encounter was. I immediately realized we need to get out of there and turn my attention back to my sibling as I grab my dog's collar and get her hooked up to the leash. My sibling is about a foot from me but seems oblivious still to the 3 creeps in the woods right behind us. I tell them over and over that we need to leave, but they become wrapped up in the imaginary game I proposed moments ago. Finally, they see the men. I never look back at the creeps, only to my sibling. My sibling also stops talking and starts walking with me. Thankfully, an opening in the fence between these now haunted woods and the road is only a few meters ahead, and we get some distance and obstacles between us and these creeps. To my frustration, my sibling wants to stop on the sidewalk and pick some more berries through the fence, and I frantically tell them to come on. Let's go. I still never look back towards the men, my vision tunneling to the safety of the open roads and sidewalks and homes in front of us. We get home without incident, at least to my knowledge. Had the men followed us on foot, going back to their car and followed it, or simply gave up, I didn't care. I just wanted to get home, which was only a couple blocks away. When we got home, I broke down as I told my mom what happened, and I remember her reaction being kind of nonchalant. I had always been an anxious child, and she had developed a habit of downplaying things in a kind of exposure therapy way. I realized I still didn't feel fully safe with this reaction and retreated to my basement to cry alone. In recounting the story with my mom years later, she said she did call the police, but nothing came of it. I am also very thankful for my dog, as it is likely she saved the lives of myself and my sibling that day. This story happened to me back when I still lived at my parents' house. I was commuting to college at the time and had 3 siblings that also lived at home, my brother and 2 sisters. For some context, we lived on 5 acres in rural Ohio, surrounded on both sides by woods and farm fields. Additionally, during the week, my dad normally left for work at 2 in the morning, so I had always felt like it my job to be the man at the house because he was gone during the times when you would imagine something sketchy happening. However, on this night, because it was the weekend, my dad was home. I woke up to the sound of my brother's voice trying to get my attention. We had separate rooms upstairs, and coming out of our rooms you could look down over the banister and to see our front door. When I woke up, it took a few moments to get out of the haze and realize what was going on. I looked at the clock and it was around 2:30 in the morning, and my brother told me there were 2 men at our front door. Now this really woke me up. We quietly walk out of my room and peek over to look down at the front door. When we looked, there was no one at the door, but I noticed my parents off to the side, out of view of the glass on the front door. I whispered down to my dad, and he told me there were 2 guys who had been talking to each other and knocking on the door. Hearing my dad say this freaked me out even more. I went back into my room and grabbed my pistol, quickly shuffling down the stairs after looking to make sure they weren't at the door. If they had been, they would have easily seen me coming down the stairs as it is in direct view of the door. My brother is right behind me as we head over to where my parents are, whispering to try and find out what is going on. My parents had awoken to the sound of our dog barking and had come out to find these 2 men knocking loudly at the door. At this point, the men returned return and begin knocking again, despite the fact that no one had come to the door and our dog was still actively barking. The fact that they were there at this time in a location where houses are spread out hundreds of yards and still knocking with a dog barking made the situation even more terrifying. After a couple of minutes, the men walked away and we all shuffled across the kitchen into the family room to peek out the windows into our driveway, which is lit up by our outside light. There was a black Cadillac sitting there, but no one was inside from what we could see. Immediately the question was, where did these guys go? They weren't in their car and they were no longer at the front door. Unfortunately, we figured out the answer when the handles on our back French door started jiggling. They were actively trying to enter the back of our house, which enters into the kitchen. At this point, I just remember my mom frantically saying David to my dad as pure terror overwhelmed her. Then two things happened. Adrenaline filled my body as I prepared my handgun, horrified at the very real possibility that I might have to shoot these men. Secondly, my dad finally grabbed the phone, called the police, and calmly told them what was happening. Thankfully, after a minute of jiggling, they stopped at the back door and disappeared again, only to return to their knocking at the front. However, at this point, several minutes had gone by and suddenly we saw the local police fly up in multiple cruisers with their lights on. As they whipped into our driveway and front yard, the two men bolted away, attempting to run the long way around the house across the driveway. One of them disappeared out of our view, but the other one was intercepted by an officer yelling for him to get on the ground. He didn't, and he was immediately tased and fell on the ground. Some of the officers went around the house after the other guy, and one of them came to talk to my dad and I as we came out the front. They ended up finding the other man hiding in my sister's little playhouse in the backyard. It appears both of them were drunk and or high, as the one who hid had cocaine on him. While they were both arrested that night, we never did find out what they were charged with or what happened to them. Needless to say, the whole experience wasn't fun. So, random men at our door in the middle of the night, let's not meet again. My parents had purchased a condo about 10 minutes from their home around the time my older brother was born, with the intention that my siblings and I had the option of renting it when we become of age. I moved in alongside my brother a few weeks after my 18th birthday, exhilarated by the freedom from our childhood home, which had become laden with traumatic memories over the years. The move took 2 or 3 days, and we had a U-Haul coming in and out of the driveway during that time. My first day of college occurred a few days later. I had a full schedule 3 days a week, which I would later regret, with my last class getting out at 6 in the afternoon. The city I live in is notorious for heavy traffic, and I would not get home until roughly an hour and a half later, despite the university being less than 15 miles away. The sun was mostly down by the time I turned into my street, and there were a few people, some accompanied and well low, taking their evening strolls. There was nothing remarkable about it. The driveway was occupied, so I parked on the street and made my way home. The following day, I got off my closing shift at 9 at night. It was dark by the time I got home, and there was a man walking on the strip of sidewalk that faces the condo. I would not have noticed that he was the lone man from the evening before if it was not for him wearing the same outfit: a bright yellow hoodie, black nylon track pants with white pinstripes, gray Nike trainers, and a tan baseball cap. As I got out of my car, we shared a quick glance and continued on our ways. 2 days later, I got off my closing shift and picked my, now ex-boyfriend up for a date. We went back to the condo so that I could change, and in the dark, I saw the man again, wearing the same outfit and on the same strip of sidewalk. It's him again. I sounded more surprised than suspicious, and my boyfriend was confused. I explained that I had been seeing him walking around and that he was always wearing the same thing. We got out of the car and stared at him, our bodies turned toward him. He ducked behind a car. Now properly freaked out, we got back in my car and watched him get into his and drive away with his lights off. It was too dark and he was too far away for us to catch a license plate. At this point, I was not sure if this man even lived in the neighborhood. We went about our night, and I dropped my boyfriend back off at his parents' house. He told me to call him and or the police if I saw the man again, and I agreed. I got home around midnight. The man was a street away from his usual spot, crouching below a tree and hugging his knees under his chin. I drove past him and noticed a different man in a blue flannel and jeans approaching a street light. He got under the illuminating glow and pulled his phone out, attempting to make a call. I was unsure if the two men had any association with each other until I looked back over at the yellow hoodie man. He was no longer under the tree. He was also under a street light a few meters away from the tree. His back was turned to me, but it appeared as though he was taking a call. As I looked back and forth between the two men, it became pretty obvious that they were communicating with each other. I drove away and called the police. They told me to stay where I was or go to another safe location, and that they would contact me when the matter was taken care of. I dozed off and was awoken maybe an hour later by the promised phone call. I was told that neither of the two men were residents of the area and that they were simply told not to come back on reports of suspicious activity. After being advised to call again if they came back, I went home. I was tired enough that I had no trouble sleeping for a little while. Around 4 in the morning, I was sharply roused by the metal screen door rattling against its frame. The force slowly grew in intensity and eventually the walls and floor were quaking. I peeked through the blinds at my second-story window, which overlooks the front door, and of course saw the man in the yellow hoodie aggressively attempting to open the screen door. I was shaking in my boots on my mattress, which was still on the floor as I had not yet purchased a bed frame. I received a call from my equally bewildered brother who was in his room. I told him to call my dad while I called the police. It has now been almost 4 years and I can assure you all that my street smarts have markedly improved. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. For context, I am now 26 and I met my stalker at 14 to 15. So when I was 14, I decided to take ballroom dance classes. That was kind of normal for teenagers in my generation and my country, though you had to change partners each song, so every girl would dance with every boy. In my group that consisted of mostly teens between 14 to 17, there was a really tall, almost 2-meter tall guy who was 21 years old. His name was Philip. We had a nice chat with the times we danced, but he seemed weird because I was young and naive, and that's how I normally made friends. I told him where I lived when he asked me, so the stalking began. At that time I did not realize that it was stalking. I just thought he had a lot of time on his hands and that he was annoying. Philip would ride on his bike from his house. He lived one town over to my house and asked if I wanted to spend time outside with him and play. After doing that for a few times, I asked my parents to tell him that I was not home when he would come over. Both my parents and I were very oblivious about his actions for a very long time. At one point in time, the stalking ended for a few weeks and Philip also did not come to dance classes. At that time I became a part of a friend group of a boy I liked. For some months he had a girlfriend, but they split soon after and I became his girlfriend. Unfortunately, Philip was also friends with the best friend of my boyfriend, so he was also a part of the group. They told me Philip was in a mental hospital. In the span of his stalking, Philip was in mental hospitals multiple times, and every time he was, I was glad because then I had some peace. When I was 16, my family and I had to move because our landlady had thrown us out. She wanted to live in the property herself, so we moved one town over. We started living 2 streets apart from my stalker, and every time Philip was out of the hospital he would be at my house. At my father's birthday he rang again, and because my family had guests they told me to open the door, and there he was looming over me like a dark menacing shadow man. I told him to leave and I tried to close the door, but he blocked it, so I was standing there afraid and begging him to leave. At one time I even ran inside to get my dad to send him away, but my dad said he is your friend, so it's your problem. So I went back to the door and I begged and pleaded that Philip please leave. At one point he was kneeling / sitting in my doorway. After almost 2 hours he finally left, and at that point it was obvious for me. Finally I had realized what type of behavior it was. He was a stalker and he was fixated on me. The next day I sat down with my parents and told them that I was afraid of Philip, and my dad also apologized to me for putting me in that situation and not helping me. The next time Philip came to my house, my dad was there and told him that I do not want any contact with him, so he left. After a few more incidents like that he stopped showing up at my door, and I thought we got rid of my stalker, but every time I started to live happily, starting to forget my fear of him, a letter, an email, or a gift showed up, it would send my back into my fears. At 20 I was out of school, and to pass the year I had to wait to start my job. I worked in a grade school in a voluntary after-school care club for grade schoolers. After a month or two my mom woke me up in the morning and told me to get dressed because she had called the cops. Apparently Philip was at my house again every morning at our door and asked for me, and my parents didn't tell me so I wouldn't get scared again. Finally, after the cops told Philip 3 times to leave and he ignored them, they arrested him, and he screamed and screamed my name and that he was burning for me and that the cops heard him. My parents and I were standing in the kitchen listening. The situation was so absurd and so much for me that I started laughing hysterically. We filed a report at the police for stalking and trespassing, but the officers said that they could not do anything because he hadn't hurt me physically. We tried to get a restraining order, but it didn't go through. A week later, Philip had sneaked into our garden and like in a movie, he threw rocks at my window. Idiot me opened the window but did not see anything until it clicked, and I ran downstairs and told my dad that my stalker was in the garden. Philip escaped. A week after that, I was in the kitchen cooking when Philip rang the doorbell again, and because we have no way of seeing who was at the door, I opened. And there he was again telling me that he missed me and saying that he had peeked through the blinds of the windows in the living room the past week to see if I was there. My parents were not home. If they had been, I would have ran. But like this, I had to swallow my fear and stand in the doorway listening to Philip talk until my boyfriend came in. I had sent him an SMS and he was on his way. After my boyfriend arrived, he told Philip to leave and he did. Philip mentioned in passing that he now also has a girlfriend. After that, I did not see Philip again for a long time. A friend told me that he was taken by the men in white coats because he had believed that his mom was possessed by the devil. I was glad. It wasn't until 2 years later when I got a letter from court. I was a witness and was told to attend in the case of an assault related to Philip. Apparently, after coming out of the mental hospital, he had a big fight with his girlfriend and hit her, and because she was scared, she played dead. Philip called an ambulance and the police finally had something against him. After the hearing, he was admitted again to a mental hospital. I finally was able to get a restraining order and he was ordered to stay at least 30 meters away from our property. I was so glad. The restraining order also implied that if he broke any of the requirements, he would go to jail. So it was over. 2 years ago, I also moved out of my parents' house. I, a 29-year-old woman, grew up in a nice suburban neighborhood. I lived in the same house my entire childhood and only left once I moved out as an adult. I always felt safe, leaving our doors unlocked, window open, going for late night walks as a teenager. I was around 17 when I noticed strange things started happening around my house. My house was also haunted, so weird noises and things moving on their own were not a new thing. This is probably why I and my family dismissed my experiences for too long. As a teenager, I worked in a movie theater and I did not work until the afternoon and would get off very late at night. I turned into quite the night owl, and it was normal for me to stay awake until about 3 in the morning. It started off as my dog reacting to things outside. I would peek outside my window and I would never see anything, so I assumed my dog was just hearing noises and overreacting. Not too long after this started, I was outside and noticed there were handprints and a mark between them on my window, as if somebody was pressing their forehead against the glass. At the time, I just dismissed it. I had plenty of friends coming in and out of my house and they would knock on my windows sometimes as they arrived. My window was by the driveway as you walk to the front door. The weird thing is that this window is very large. The window would start about 3 feet from the ground. It went at least 8 feet high and was about 4 feet wide. I lived in a 1-story house. The forehead and hand marks were at least 6 foot 5 feet high from the ground. I definitely did not have any friends who were that tall, and everyone in my family is less than 5'6". Soon after that, I woke up around 5 in the morning to my car alarm going off. Again, I did not think anything of it and dismissed the situation. This happened a few more times within the next few weeks, always between 4 or 5 in the morning, but the last time I noticed handprints on the top of my car as if somebody was trying to crawl through my open sunroof. After that, I made sure to close all my windows and lock the doors. Again, I dismissed it thinking just some hoodlums were trying to get into unlocked open cars. Not long after the car incident, things started to escalate. One morning as I was leaving to school, I found a small stepladder outside of my window, leaning against the house as if somebody was looking through my window. I had blinds that would move from the top and bottom. I normally had the blinds closed on the bottom and left about 2 feet open on top to allow sunlight in, but still have privacy. When I looked at my window, I could still see the handprints and forehead mark were placed right above the opening of my blinds. This means they were able to use a step ladder to get a good look into my room. With the ladder against my window, I started to piece together the events over the last few months and realized I had a peeping Tom. I brought this up to my parents, but they did not seem to worry and made no effort to do anything about it. Over the next year, I found the ladder against my window many more times. This person would use an old step ladder that we had in the side yard that was unlocked. I would continuously put the step ladder back in the side yard, but it would continue to show up next to my window on many mornings. I don't know why I did not just put the step ladder in a place that was not accessible. To be honest, I was a teenager smoking a lot of weed at this time, so I feel as though I was not using very much critical thinking. I have 2 other sisters who lived with us, but they did not seem to notice anything weird happening. About a year after I noticed the occurrences, we found my sister's bra was out in the yard and we did not have any explanation. This made me think that somebody may be trying to actually get in the house when we were gone with success. I became extremely paranoid. Again, my parents were aware that all of this was happening, but did not care to do anything about it. The last incident before we called the police was after a rainy night. We found bare footprints outside of my sister's window in the mud. The screen had been fiddled with as if somebody was trying to get it off of the window. Once this happened, my parents started to take it more seriously. It's funny because they did not care what incidents were happening directly to me, but the moment my sister had this experience, they decided to report it. The police could not do anything about it. They offered to send police every once in a while to fill out their paperwork in front of our house to make it seem like there was a police presence. This only happened one time and they never came back. My older sister made her boyfriend aware of the situation, so they decided to sit in the car all night and watch for the pervert to show up. Every time he would try to pull an all-nighter to watch for this person, no one would show up. Looking back now, it makes me think that someone very close to my house must be the Peeping Tom, because he must have been close enough to see we had another person watching out for us. After a few years of these experiences, my sisters and I all moved out and we have not noticed anything weird happen since. It still bothers me knowing that this person was never caught and that we still have no idea who it was. It makes me frustrated knowing that it could be a next door neighbor who we thought was normal, but was actually a pervert. This all was happening around 2010 to 2013. It was before we had easy affordable access to security cameras, such as Ring and Blink. I wish we had cameras so we could know who this person was, but there is no point in dwelling over the past. All I know is now that I am an adult, I will always have security cameras around my house, especially if I have young daughters. I have also bought my parents some security cameras. They still live in the house. Maybe one day those cameras will catch the Peeping Tom, but I don't think he will come back now that my sisters and I are all moved out. My story takes place 2 years ago, between the two first containment in France. I was home alone in my small apartment, working on something for my internship that I was stressed about. It was the beginning of the afternoon at 12. Someone knocked on my door, but I wasn't expecting anyone. I went to open up, and it was a guy I knew. Let's call him Jim. Jim and I had slept together a few times a few weeks before, until he pushed me away without explanation. We were still friends, but I was a little hurt. Was I that bad? Had he gotten what he wanted, I wasn't interested anymore. I didn't dare ask the question because I was getting a little attached, and I preferred to wait for it to pass, especially since we were bound to run into each other again. Indeed, Jim had recently got a room in the flat of a friend of mine. The situation was quite funny because he had stumbled upon the advertisement without knowing that I knew the other tenants, and my friend didn't know yet that I knew the new roommate. I was going to tell her about it in person when we met again in college for our middle terms, so I knew I was going to see Jim again, but I didn't expect to run into him so soon after he moved in, let alone during a surprise visit from him to my apartment. I asked him what he was doing there. He said he was bored at the dormitory and was just passing through. I invited him in. I was a bit uncomfortable because I still liked him and we had left without any explanation about his rejection before he moved in with my friend. We talked for a while about trivial things, but strangely enough I still remember the main points. Then he wanted to show me a new kind of massage against my stress that he had seen on a video. I hesitated a bit as I was still uncomfortable. Do you trust me? He asked. Yes. I sat on the floor and he touched my back for a while, then did it once I was lying down. I don't remember everything except that at one point his arm was around my neck and I thought I'm not sure I can breathe. And then blackout. Of course the memory of choking didn't come back right away. It took several months, but I'm trying to tell you the story in chronological order. When I woke up, it is dark. I was still on the ground, bleeding. I don't remember if I noticed the injury right away, but I had a large hole in my right side with many cuts underneath. The events are pretty fuzzy in my memory, but I wondered where Jim had gone and why I was alone. I went to look in the hallway, but my keys, which are normally always in the lock, were missing. I found the spare and looked outside. No one was there. Then I had my first stupid reflex. I thought I'm hurt. I need to disinfect and started to take a shower. I think I fell asleep and had nightmares of being tortured and kidnapped in the shower, probably a way for my brain to try to warn me that something bad was happening. I then looked for my phone, which was also missing from the apartment. I was confused. Probably drugged, I realized later. I decided to go to bed to resume the search after resting. I told myself if I'm still hurt when I wake up, it must be real. It seemed very logical in my mind at that moment. When I woke up, my mind was already a little clear, but I was still not totally myself. It was 8 or 9 at night, I think. I was still bleeding. I looked for my phone again, and I started to panic as I couldn't find it. I tried to calm down. I told myself that it was probably there somewhere. I just had to ask someone to call me. I contacted my best friend, let's call him Tom, via messenger through my computer. I still had a hard time unlocking my computer. I couldn't type my code. I think I was still drugged. Luckily, Tom was online. He tried to call me on my phone, but no ringing could be heard in the apartment. I think he figured out that I wasn't in my right mind because he called me on Messenger to see if I was okay. It was he who gave me the details of our conversation. I have almost no memory of it. I said, if you think you've been hurt, do you call the fire department or the police first? He freaked out and asked me to explain what was going on. I was very confused, but I think he got the gist of it. He asked, did Jim do this to you? I don't know, baby. I was still in denial at that point. Tom called the police on me. He couldn't come to help me himself because he was studying in another city. As I waited for the cops to arrive, I began to realize that I had completely messed up the crime scene by touching everything looking for my phone, not to mention the shower and the nap, which could have killed me in retrospect. I was still in no pain though. The hole in my side started to hurt when I was taken care of by the paramedics that the cops called when they saw the extent of my injuries. I had to undergo surgery as a result of this assault, which took me months to accept as an attempted murder with a knife. I had a hole in my liver and was bleeding a lot. Luckily, my other organs were not affected. While I was in the hospital, the cops came to take my statement and took Jim into custody. Imagine the surprise of my friend and her roommates when they found out that the new roommate not only knew me but was also accused of assaulting and robbing me. 1 week after the assault, when I got out of the hospital, the first bad news was that the cops had not been able to retrieve the recordings from the surveillance cameras in my building, which had already been erased because the procedures had been too long. The next day, the policewoman in charge of the investigation told me that, of course, Jim denied having been at my place that day, and nobody was at the flat to confirm if he was indeed at home all day. That's it for now. Go home to your parents and get some therapy. Right. Big up to my psychologist, who is an incredible person and helped me a lot. And then I waited for a long time, and I had to have the seals from my building analyzed for Jim's DNA. Without video or witnesses, it was the only way to prove that he was my attacker, or at least that he was in my apartment that day. It took a year and a half to get the prosecutor's verdict. No further action. No identifiable DNA other than mine had been found at the crime scene. I probably destroyed everything with the shower. So there you have it. We can't pursue the investigation. I could never prove it was Jim. I don't have any memory of the assault itself. I don't think I'll ever find them, but I have no doubt that Jim did this to me. If you're liking this video, all I ask is that you make sure to subscribe to my channel and like this video. Thank you. I just remembered a fun encounter that might serve as a warning to those working late at night. I was 24 at the time, working at a nightclub about a 10-minute walk from my home. I used to close on Tuesday nights slightly earlier than most nights, as it was generally our slowest night of the week, closing around 12 at night instead of keeping customers until 2:30 at night. Usually I'd be the only one left, as I'd start cutting staff as the night went on, and since it was a slower day of the week, we didn't have security on. About 2 months in of regularly closing at 12 at night, I was walking home. I used to bring in bulkier clothes to hide my figure when leaving alone, as I've been followed/chased home multiple times before, and we'd often get men waiting after hours for us girls to come out, knowing we'd eventually come out after closing and didn't want to attract attention to myself. I also used to walk home as I didn't have a car and had a few terrifying experiences with Uber drivers not actually driving me home, turning out to be fake cabs/Uber drivers, or harassing me until I pretended to show interest or give them some way of contacting me, to which Uber would just give me a $5 coupon for the trouble, but that's a story for another time. The bar was located along a main road that was home to the majority of the other bars and restaurants in the city downtown. Often at this time I'd maybe see a handful of people, but the streets were generally empty. I'm walking and notice a parked car about a block away. The driver noticed me and U-turns around to be on the same side of the street as me. Now he's catcalling me and trying to get me to come into his car. I don't engage and keep walking. We're maybe a block or two past the initial spot I saw him, and he's been slowly driving alongside the sidewalk. I'd crossed the street but didn't want to get near his car. He keeps this up until about the halfway mark, when he takes off in his car, and I'm just relieved he's gone. Psych, this who comes blasting back down the road. He does. Now my walk has turned into a light jog, which then turns into me full on running. I'm running behind closed bars and businesses, now trying to find a back route to get home without him seeing where I live. At one point I'm running through bushes and mud. No matter what street I end up on, his car is waiting for me. Eventually I run right in front of his car while it's parked on the side street beside my place, and run into my house through the back entrance. The back entrance is obscured by plenty of trees and car, and the surrounding houses are multiple unit homes, so I was confident he didn't see what door I got in through. Fast forward to the following Tuesday and I'm walking home. Guess whose car is parked at the halfway mark? This went on for the next 4 Tuesdays, except he started parking on the street in front of my house until I begged my manager to take me off closing that specific shift. The last time I saw him, one of the apartment buildings along the way had a few cop cars and cops standing around the entrance, and I stayed with him, which led him to drive off for the night. A week passes and I'm no longer on that shift. A coworker of mine sends me a news article via text. I open it and see that the man who's been following me was arrested for doing this to multiple girls in the city along the street my work was on and that I lived on. He got caught because he'd followed a university student up to her house and wouldn't drive away. She called the cops and he was still there by the time they came to arrest him. He got out the next day, I believe, and was arrested a few more times and was put on restrictions. Couldn't be out of his parents' house between certain hours unaccompanied by either parent before he was deported. I've also heard he didn't actually get deported, but I moved away shortly after and didn't keep up with the news on him. I don't live there anymore and wouldn't be giving myself away. So did the creep in the car who used to follow me and multiple other young women home. Let's not meet ever again. Quick backstory, I've had a stalker for about 4 years. He was never aggressive or sent any proper threats, so stubborn as I am, I did my best to ignore him and not give him the satisfaction of showing him any fear. To be honest, after a while I also wasn't scared anymore since he almost never came close to me. I know being stalked can affect people severely even in a case like mine, and that's totally valid. But I guess I just got lucky and was never really psychologically affected by it. His stalky behavior mostly just consisted of sending me letters and gifts such as photos of my own apartment building from the outside, things he dug out of my trash can, and so on. I called the police many times but they weren't able to, or really tried to be honest, catch or identify him. About 3 weeks ago I discovered the German version of r/IMA, you know the next word here, and thought that people might want to know about what it's like to have a stalker. Since I barely use any social media aside from Reddit and have no personally identifying information here, I didn't think he'd ever see it. One person even asked, does he know you're putting him on blast on Reddit, and I answered maybe. Maybe it would make him angry, maybe he'd be turned on. Don't know, don't care. Well, I know the real answer now. He did see it, and he did not like it. Like I said, he was never aggressive and never came close to me. The closest I know of was when he sent me a picture of myself unlocking my apartment door, taken from the corner of the steps above. Sorry if that makes no sense. I don't know how else to explain it, but I consider myself a pretty vigilant person, and I'm thinking that he might have hid a camera there instead of being there to take the photo himself. I think I would have noticed him if he did. I don't know how he got wind of the posts I made, but he did. The next week was quiet, no letters, and I didn't see him anywhere. Then he left me letters with printed out questions and my answers from the post I made. He also left me a long hateful letter towards my boyfriend about an issue I had posted on the subreddit. His letters were never hateful like that before, though he never seemed happy with my boyfriend. He wrote about how I should share the spotlight with him since I got so much attention thanks to him. A few days later I got a gift, but this time he didn't leave it in my mailbox or at my car like he usually did. No, this time he left it inside the apartment building right in front of my door. I didn't take it inside my apartment but opened it outside. It was a pretty big box, which was also unusual, and it was taped shut. As I'm typing it out I realized that wasn't a good idea at all and could have ended badly for me, but luckily he didn't send me a bomb or anything. He did, however, send me several zip ties, a roll of tape, the kind you use to tape off walls when painting nothing you could use to restrain someone, a television remote with most buttons picked off, a pack of band-aids with a few used ones, not actually, just made to look that way according to the police, and a framed picture of me. I could tell the picture was taken a few days ago and my boyfriend was next to me but cut out of the photo. The frame was shattered and the package was full of glass shards, clearly more than just what could have fallen out of the frame, and they were also intentionally put inside the crumbled newspaper that was stuffed in there to keep it all in place. I called the police right away and gave it to them. They were more concerned this time. Finally, thanks, and told me they'd send patrol cars more frequently. He didn't show up or leave me any letters/gifts for about another week and a half. But 8 days ago it started again. I found letters in my mailbox where he wrote about how he wasted his time on me, how I haven't been appreciating his effort, how he was wrong about me being special. 5 days ago I left my apartment in the morning and heard a crunch sound as I stepped on my doormat. He put broken glass under it in the night. I went off to work because I was in a hurry and was just going to make my boyfriend call the police, but then I found my car had also been vandalized. The sides were scratched, lights smashed, and the windshield had a phrase painted on. It's time soon, miss my last name. I went back inside and called the cops myself. They found the same phrase on a note under the doormat. This time they really took me seriously, which might have been because I was just pissed at this point, which I made very clear. If, for some reason, you're like me and just too stubborn to be afraid of a stalker like mine, then all of this, the letters, gifts, photos, even the glass under my doormat, are just really annoying and inconvenient. But my car was useless to me now and the threat scared even me. I did, however, have a dash cam in my car, and it caught everything. The police took the footage as evidence, even though the dash cam footage wasn't of high quality, and I had given them photos of him that were just as good before, but they said it's not enough, and they told me they'll look into it further and promised to send more patrol cars again. Then it was quiet for 2 more days, until 2 days ago. Someone rang the doorbell at just after 4 in the morning. My boyfriend and I got up, but we were both hesitant, but I saw blue lights outside, and just as I got up I heard them shouting, "This is the police. Please open the door." They told us they were called by one of our downstairs neighbors who came home from his night shift about an hour earlier and heard someone else enter the building after them before the door fell shut. My neighbors know of my situation and I've asked them to make sure they don't let strangers into the building. This neighbor then went into his own apartment and looked through the peephole. We have motion activated lights in the stairway, so he waited to see if they turned back on. They did. Then he saw a middle-aged man walk upstairs. Above this neighbor are only me and my boyfriend, and a single mom with 3 kids who probably won't be be getting any visitors at 3 in the morning, so he called the police. They came and found my stalker one half floor above me on the stairs. He should have been able to see the cop cars since there's a little window up there and they had their lights on, but he either missed them or wanted to get caught. They found a pocket knife on him and he confessed to be my stalker right away. He's finally caught. They got him. It took 4 years, a provocative Reddit post, and one very vigilant and caring neighbor. But he's finally done. For now at least. He's facing several charges and I've collected every single piece of evidence over the past 4 years. I don't know what kind of outcome I can expect, but for now I've finally got some peace. If not for being 5 miles from cell reception, and the way this story ends, there would be a police report for verification. I will be changing names, locations, and some details in order to protect the privacy of the innocent. A buddy of mine and I try to camp twice a month now that I have a vehicle that can be trusted to get me to some of the more remote areas of our state. We planned a camping trip for this past weekend from the 18th of February to the 20th. We chose a fairly remote location we had been to the previous weekend. The previous weekend we were the only people we'd seen within 1 mile of our camp spot. Friday night we got there and set up. This story takes place Saturday night. It's about 9 at night, so the sun is long gone and the mood hasn't quite risen yet. It's pitch black out, other than when our fire lights up. Suddenly, we hear a man screaming. We listen intently, silently sharing an anxious look. At first we were hoping it was someone drunk and having a little too much fun, but it quickly becomes obvious this isn't fun party screaming. It isn't even like he's hurt. It sounds full of despair, anger, and anguish. I'm going to take a moment to remind you that this is at 9 at night, pitch black night, in the middle of nowhere woods 5 miles from the nearest cell phone signal. We hadn't seen anyone in hours. The screaming continues for what felt like hours, but was probably about 5 solid minutes. We had no idea what to make of it, and started feeling extremely paranoid. We gathered up anything remotely close to a weapon, and tried to come up with explanations of the screaming while keeping our eyes on the forest around us. After about 15 tense minutes of fear-induced paranoia, I nearly fell out of my seat as I watched a flashlight and lantern slowly enter our camp. I greeted the stranger with a basic "how's it going?" before he was even lit up by the fire. He responded quickly but flatly by asking if we could do him a favor. That depends on the favor, my buddy, and I said in unison, obviously tense, holding our weapons close to us. The stranger proceeded to ask if he could hang out for a second by the fire, giving the two of us and one of him, plus our myriad of weapons gathered from around camp to within our arm's reach. We decided to agree and let him hang out. After a short second of awkward silence, I ask him what is going on. He proceeds to tell me and my buddy that he was camping down the trail with his buddy and that his buddy had snapped and tried to kill him. Wait, what? I said before the thought even finished processing in my head. Is that the screaming we heard earlier? The man slowly nods, staring blankly into the fire, and begins his story. We were just hanging out, man. We came up earlier today and my buddy just freaked out. He started screaming and just wouldn't stop. Then he attacked me, he launched at me, and I told him to just back off and chill, you know. Well, he kept coming after me and it started getting pretty violent, and I'm pretty sure he was going to kill me, so I grabbed my car keys, the lights, and ran. I don't know what to do, man. He chased me when I ran and I don't know what to do. We don't have firearms or anything, but we do have a hatchet. My buddy and I look at each other for a second, completely astonished. Then something horrible dawned on me. Wait, he chased you? Like, he's on his way here. Right now. The man just slowly nods in reply, and right on cue we hear screaming from maybe 30 to 40 feet from our camp, down on the main trail. I just want your balance, Gary. I want your balance. Where are you? Where? Gary. I'd never in my life heard a man scream like this. I've never heard anything like it in my life. It was a brutal, guttural scream that was shrill to the ears yet deep in pitch. The sound of someone gone completely mad, and the way he said the stranger's name would switch erratically from long and sing-songy to short, guttural punches of sound. We killed our lights, became silent, and listened. By some miracle, the madman didn't notice our camp and continued walking down the trail, screaming the whole way. We ended up chatting with who we'll call Gary for hours, listening to the screaming getting further and further. Come to find out, they had taken 5 grams of magic mushrooms each, and his buddy, who we'll call Tyler, who was a coworker of his, was fine for 3.5 hours, then suddenly snapped. It seemed as though Tyler thought he could kill Gary and steal his good trip. We hear the screams get further and further for over 2 hours. By this time it's 11 at night, the moon is starting to come out, and it's below 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Tyler had no jacket or flashlight according to Gary. My buddy and I are way too drunk to drive out of camp to get cell service, as as it was snowy and icy and required 2 to 3 miles of highway driving after getting off the trail, and Gary was still lightly feeling the effects of weed and mushrooms, so he couldn't drive either. We had to make the decision to let the guy wander, hope he sobered up, and could find his way back. And he did. Oh, he did, right into our camp. We hear yelling after about an hour of no screams, maybe 30 to 50 feet from camp again. Hey, help, please help me, I'm lost. And we could tell the man's walking from the woods into our camp. We tell Gary to hide just in case, and greet the man with me carrying my 12 gauge shotgun and my 40 caliber pistol holstered, my buddy carrying his rifle and his 2 9mm Glocks holstered, and with our flashlights on our brightest settings in his face. He was about 6'3" and approximately 300 pounds. We talked to him, decided he was calm enough to walk with, and walked him back to his camp. He seemed really remorseful, said he blacked out and didn't remember anything, and had a falling out with his buddy. We escorted him back to his camp down the trail, returned and told Gary that Tyler seemed cool, and if anything else happened to scream and come running, we would come out and help him out, and ended up being a happy ending. We made friends with Gary, and I got his phone number to make sure the next day he got back into town safely, back to his wife and kid, and we're actually planning a camping trip with him soon. But Tyler, who wandered screaming like a deranged maniac into the forest, potentially wielding a hatchet to murder your friend to steal this good trip, or whatever it is your psychosis-filled mind was thinking, for the love of God, let's not meet again. Alright, but that's it. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment something down below. But as always,
Have a nice day.